Do you love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you don't love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Hump Day. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is a Wednesday, Hump Day.
and we are live. We are alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It is Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025, and the year is passing by at an alarming rate. We are 3 days into September. Before you know it, it's going to be 4 days into September. Before you know it, it's going to be 10 days into September. This is a big month, by the way. Fall is going to be slammed and jam-packed for all of you HasanAbi enjoyers. I have so much going on this month, and I hope you guys will appreciate it all as I share it with you. Anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I do share more with you than I probably should. It's for the personal news for all the parasocialists out there in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. Okay? Why are you looking more Flexican? I don't know. Is it do Flexicans own the whole flannel business? Is that what it is? Like you rep flannels and you look Flexican? It's just my fall. It's my fall fits. Fall is here. Is putting that shit on time. You know what I mean? It's like in a lot of instances, summer is fantastic. It's vibrant. It's great. I love being outside. But the reality of the matter is, you know, you got limitations on throwing fits on. Whereas when it comes down to it, fall is excellent for fits. Nice glasses, Jimmy Neutron. Thanks. Your mom seems to like it. Oh, you know, back in the day when I used to do like your mom jokes, it was obviously a joke. And it made sense because I was like, what, 25, 26 years old. Ain't nobody's moms were watching me at that point. But like now I know there's hella moms in here. There are chatters whose moms do actually watch. So I feel like, does that actually impact the dynamic a little bit? Does that change the dynamic for you? When you hear someone like myself say, oh, your mom, and like your mom is literally in the other room watching and goes, oh my God, he's talking about me. Like, does that actually change it a little bit for you? Does it make it funnier or does it make it scarier? Because when I say I'm the stepfather, I'm the father that stepped up, it's like, that's real. That's a real possibility now more than ever before. This is a gaming channel, correct? No politic here. This is an apolitical channel. This is a gaming channel. It's an apolitical channel. It's whatever you want it to be, okay? Joke's on you. My mom and I watch you together. No, that's not. That's precisely what I'm talking about. Like, does that make it better or worse when I say your mom jokes? In any case, I don't know why Patrick Bet David from Jubilee got this much incredible promotion in this chat. I can't believe it. Like, I've stayed away from the Jubilee meta for a very long time, and I've only had like some exceptions on the Jubilee blockade, but I do feel like a lot of people get their nose from the Jube. Like, if you are Gen Z, I feel like if you're Gen Z or Gen Alpha, like the only type of political content you're consuming is the Jube. That is terrifying. That's a terrifying prospect for the future. That's a terrifying prospect for future generations. It's genuinely scary. In any case, how long do you leave your zins in for? Like 30, 40 minutes? Should I get a ticket to see you at the New York Festival? If you want. But yeah, personal news-wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Let me tell you, I'm actually fighting the Patriots, and honestly, I'm getting cooked. The Patriots is whooping my ass. And I don't, I'm playing Expedition 33, for those of you who don't know, offline. It's been a fantastic experience. I really enjoy it. It's a great game. Highly recommend it. One of the only L's that I have is I wish that Metal Gear Solid, I guess you guys are lucky that Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta Snake Eater remaster is not a Steam Deck game. So that really saved a lot of your asses. Because like I feel like if that was a Steam Deck game, I might not even entertain playing it on stream. But like Will and I are gonna hopefully do something if we have time this month at some point to do like an MGS marathon potentially. Damn, not tapping the Zins, typical socialist rich guy. You are a fucking coward. Fucking coward. You are a fucking coward. when I get a statement like this from a chatter and I see that it's a 48-month subscriber, I know exactly what it's about. Okay? I know exactly what it's about. It's about gaming. It's about not playing video games on stream. Okay? You guys need to remember that like I'm a human being and sometimes I'm going to do stuff that's like off stream. Okay? It's not the end of the world. It's normal. It's good. It's healthy. Speaking of stuff that I do off stream, outside of Expedition 33, what else happened in my world? What else happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker? Not a lot. Build Lune or Seal as your support character. I have no support. It's just all glass cannon. I'm doing all glass cannon builds. Lune and I'm doing Lune build, and but I haven't been able to figure out how to like make her work well. I feel like Seal is a far bigger damage dealer in general, but Mael is my goat, my queen, my king, and Verso is fine as well. Verso's pretty good too. Oh yeah, last night I posted a TikTok of Kaya. Good call, chatters. If you guys want to know, wait, what the hell? I just turned on TikTok and this is the first thing that shows up. Vanilla Mace.
Restaurant. He was shitting on it when me and Austin did the stream, and Christian accidentally ordered it to Hasan's house and scared Hasan's mom. And then Hasan took a bite of it. He was like, "This shit's dry." He probably just ordered something different now. He likes it.
Yeah. This is my California Chicken Cafe meta, the new meta for me. Anyway, chatters expect you to play games after spending the entire stream asking you the most annoying questions. True. Here, as far as like, on my TikTok journey, on my TikTok shit, oops, I did it again. Not only am I consuming a lot of TikTok, I'm also making a TikTok. And you can tell I'm a boomer in the way that I filmed this because the TikTok, I guess, automatically has like a filter. TikTok has like an auto filter. I didn't realize, but look at my face during this TikTok. I posted it, and only after I posted it did I realize like TikTok has an auto filter that also just makes your face move because I'm too far away. You are supposed to actually talk when you lip sync. Wait, I think that I did a fine lip sync. You guys are lame for criticizing me for this. All right, let's see.
I have the one and only 24 karat gold Labubu.
Yeah. Someone in the, I feel like I've never seen you in this angle before is a funny take. Yeah. Crisscross applesauce, baby. Y'all have never seen me like this before. You look so much like Steven Crowder in this. Oh my God. I hate that. I hate that that's what people are saying. That's the top comment. Kaya, is he bothering you, Queen? I just want you to look at her. I want you to look at this dog who, at first I was going to do this is a trend on TikTok where people just like hold up their animals by their ears like a labubu. And it's funny because like Kaya, it just like didn't look as funny or as cool. 35-year-old man, by the way. Yeah, you're right. I should kill myself instead. How dare I? This is a very boomer TikTok trend, for the record. This is like a very millennial TikTok trend. So if anything, I'm doing something that my generation is doing as well. I also saw a post online about like how COVID basically like paused people's lifespans for a little bit and paused people's like development for like 5 years or so. And that's the reason why you see so many people like who are 30, who were like 25, you know what I mean? Like not 25, but like people who were like 24, 25, 26 when COVID first started had just like stayed at that age range basically. And then like now, I mean, we're not even in post-COVID, obviously, it's still around, but like culturally, attitude was like we've moved beyond a society. We might say we probably should, and we should be more careful with that. But oh, what is that? A little good start to the stream. Okay, what's happening here? Not even a little F. It's a big one, actually. Hold on. Hold. This is on my end. Hold on to your butts. Worst case, I might If this continues, I think it's getting fixed right now. But if this continues, if this drop continues, I'm just going to switch over. I'm going to switch over to my backpack, potentially. It's stabilizing now. Okay. It's stabilizing now. All right, good. That was weird. That's not good. That's not a good start to the day. Let me tell you, hate to see that. Hate to see that. We're back now. There's probably a major delay. Let's do a delay check. Ladies and gentlemen, we're doing a delay check. You already know. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Subscribe right now, and then I'll count to see the first subscription. Subscribe right now for a delay check. You can do for free with a Twitch Prime. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, well, people are saying PBS, but no one is subscribing. So I assume it's like almost an 11-second delay. And only now are people starting to subscribe. So there is a delay. It's probably 11 seconds. So here's what we're going to do. By the time I'm done finishing this count, you will know that I have actually received a short, brief F. Okay? I'm going to fix the ingest now. 1, 2, 3, 12. And we're back. Did you see that? I thought you were a socialist. Why do you have internet? Good. Musically Prime, thank you for the gifted. Yeah, it goes black for a brief moment when I fix the ingest, but there's no delay now. So, okay. Stay on the TikTok grind and do this with Kaya next. Okay, hold on. Where was I? What was I talking about? Oh, I posted a TikTok of Kaya. But this is another thing that I was talking about is like the COVID pause, right? We were talking about the COVID pause. Yeah. So there are 25-year-olds that are 30 now, but they still act like they're 25. I feel like my development has already been stunted as a consequence of just like beaming unlimited chat into my brain for the past like 8 years at this point. So that paired up with like the COVID pause is the reason why I can behave like a child sometimes. But the thing is, like, I'm 34 years old, and I don't know if it's because of what I do. It's probably partially because of like my job. But I just don't feel like an adult. Like, my dad by this point had me. Okay. My dad was a father by now. You know what I mean? Like, he had a job. He was like, okay, we're back. That was weird. Is this frustrating for us? How annoying are the Fs for you? If you think it's frustrating for you that you can't watch the stream uninterrupted without like some weird fucking pauses, imagine having tens of thousands, 20,000, sometimes 30,000 people yelling at you about how this is somehow your fault. It's just like something entirely out of your control, and you're trying to like actively recover it. You're trying to actively recover the situation, and everyone is yelling at you about something that's like entirely outside of your hands. So yeah, it's really busted. All right. But yeah, as I was saying, my dad, my age, had like his second child at this point, whereas I feel like a child. I still feel like a kid. And that's probably not good. I don't know if it's like a cultural thing. I don't know if it's a generational thing. I don't know if it's because of what I do. And I'm a fairly serious person. Obviously, I do a lot of serious things. You know, I have a pretty rigid schedule that I abide by. There's like a lot of adult things that I do, but there's also a lot of childish things that I do as far as like the lack of responsibility that I feel beyond taking care of my family. But even then, that kind of stuff doesn't feel the same. I don't know. I feel like it's more so a global phenomenon, but I don't know if it's because it's just different now. But I do feel like 30-year-olds now behave like 20-year-olds in some ways. In some ways, when you're younger, when you get beamed with everything that's on the internet, you age faster. Because like I was talking to my 10-year-old niece, and like she's like brilliant, or there's just some going on with 10-year-olds now where like she just knows everything. She knows everything. When I was 10, like I was basically one step removed from Google Gaga, and this goddamn 10-year-old is talking to me about like internet memes and stuff, and I'm like, how do you know this? Like, why should you know this? I'm like a couple years removed from shitting in my pants, like barely controlling my bowel movements at that point, and you are literally just like you're like a human. You're like a human. The iPad is a dangerous weapon in some respects. You're not supposed to be like a human at this point. Remember, because I used to always say like babies are no content, right? Babies are content free. You just can't get content out of babies. Like, and I would assume that like a 10-year-old is also a baby. But I guess 10-year-olds are content now. You can like have a full-blown conversation with a 10-year-old. Maybe it's because she's also a girl though. That's probably another part of this puzzle, because I do feel like girls are either forced to or just like age faster than boys do. Because I'm just like trying to remember how I was when I was 10 years old, and I'm telling you right now, like I was maybe at most like one step removed from Google Gaga shit, you know? Like it's crazy. So I don't know. But basically what's happened is like the adolescence period has grown almost, right? Like where the staying a baby period has withered away with the internet, but then you just stay as like a preteen / like adolescent way into your like 20s, and only become like a young adult, I feel like, with the weight of responsibility at like in your 30s. Whereas like I feel like in the past, I don't know if it's because like lifespans are shorter or not, but like different generations is different. Like I feel like when you're 30, you're like thinking about your pension, you know what I mean? Like 20, 30, 40 years ago, if you were 30 years old, you're like, oh man, I gotta you know, I got a house that I'm paying off, you know, I got a car that I'm paying off, I got like children. Now I feel like when you're 30, you're like a child. At least like maybe in the first world, I don't know. Lamau, what pension? I know, that's my point. In any case, this was a long and convoluted way to describe why I still behave in incredibly childish ways, regardless of being 34 whole ass years old. It's just old man copium, but one day you will be there too. Because not that long ago, I was in your position where I would look to someone who's over the age of 30 and I'd be like, dude, I can't even understand how they see the world. This is like an old ass man. What the heck? And, you know, it is what it is. All right. Speaking of which, despite the fact that I'm an old ass man, I'm still putting that weight up, okay? I'm still putting that freaking weight up. Take a look. So this is 285 pounds. Look at the way this shit is moving, baby. Look at that. God damn. I will say my knees are creaky as hell. I got some creaky ass knees. They're dusty. Also, this is the camera angle that's making it look like the bar is uneven. It's not. It's only because of the fisheye lens effect, because I have to zoom out. Keep those heels flat? I mean, they are. What are you talking about? Somewhat at the, what's your PR for squat? I don't know, but I went up to 317 today. I went up to 317 pounds for my top set, and I was trying to hit 6, but I haven't been under that much weight in quite a while, so I was only able to do 4, and then on the 5th one, I did like a half rep basically because I was worried. I was worried that I might not be able to put it back up if I went down all the way, but drinking 2x concentrate out of the bottle is crazy work. It's not 2x concentrate. I put water in it. But basically, it's just lame. It's lame that I can't put up more weight. I just hate it. I'm so close. I'm so close to just like diving into the world of steroids. I feel it in my bones, but I don't want to do it because I feel like I have all this influence over a lot of people, and I don't want them to also experiment with this shit because it's like very dangerous. And if I were to do it, I would do TRT anyway, like medically administered testosterone. And plus, there's also the fear that I would go bald. I don't want that either. Stay natty. It's never worth it. Get used to it, brother. You got to be smart about your lifts after 35. Do a balls before and after pic if you do. Oh, shit. Take a photo of my ball sack and just see if it shrunk. I mean, I've said this before, but this is like a bit of a meme at this point. It's a cliche, but like, it's fine. If your balls get smaller, then your dick looks bigger. You know what I mean? Like, who cares about having gigantic balls? Stay natty. Look at Jeff Nippard. It's achievable. Brother, Jeff Nippard is a lifetime natty who spends every waking moment living and breathing and existing in the gym. I don't think it's an apt comparison to make with a guy who is like relatively sedentary for most of the day, you know? Get Nippard on the broadcast to go over a new plan. My wife is all about my big balls, brother. Don't lose those. If you don't think you're good enough, natty, gear won't fix that. Don't do it, bro. It's not worth it. It says Dr. Riptide. With your current anger rate, you'll get a conniption if you take testosterone. That's another thing. There's a lot of downsides. There are a lot of downsides to taking any sort of TRT. Like I've said for a very long time, for me, the testosterone supplementation will only happen if I see like a noticeable dip in my T levels, in my free testosterone. If I start like, if I'm no longer as horny, if I feel, because when your testosterone is a very important hormone for, especially for men, but for everybody, right? And when your T levels start declining, and it's natural part of the lifespan of every human being, you unironically start getting more tired, and it just like it reflects in every it's a part of every aspect of your life. But I'm not there yet. I do get regular checkups, and I check my T levels and stuff like that, and it's like I'm not going to do it anytime soon, is my point. Okay. Also, this was a very funny Kaya video. I saw this before. Half of the goddamn country is like a lobotomy recipient. What the fuck? What do we do? It's over. It's fucking done. It's done.
He's brown. He's a brown Muslim guy. He's a brown Muslim guy. He's gonna do 9/11.
Ah! Every fucking day, bro. He wants to globalize the enchilada. The enchilada. That's so funny. I woke her ass up. Oh my God, guys, chat. She's literally so tired that her head is drooping down right now. She's like falling asleep even though her head is up. This is so funny. Oh my God, she's nope. Her head dipped too much. Nope, still going after it. Okay, maybe she's gonna just fall asleep again. Nope, never mind. Every time she's trying to stay awake. Oh, never mind. Back to sleep. Oh man, she looks like mashed potatoes and gravy. I am the luckiest person on the planet. I don't know how the fuck I got so goddamn lucky. Half of the goddamn country that I have the best. It's crazy. Like if there was a dog Olympics on the out there, if there's a dog Olympics out there, like she literally clears it. She is the number one. She is the number one dog. And it's so funny how big she is. Like you can't, like, look at this. Like you guys, sometimes I'll bring her around to my friends' houses. Like, you know, I'll bring him over. I'll bring her over sometimes to like friends' houses and they'll be like, I only see her next to you in photos. And because of that, I always assume that she's like much smaller than she actually is. So when they actually see her in person, they cannot believe how big she is. But you can kind of tell how big she is here. Stop centering your feelings, mate. My dog is mint too. I mean, all dogs are. Are those couch covers? Where did you get them? I need some too. They're not like real couch covers. It's just my mom. This is a very mom thing, if you guys haven't noticed. It's just, I think she like went and got like some Turkish linens or something, and she just like puts them on top of the couch. It's just mom things. Also, what is this? Don't skip leg day? I do not have chicken legs. Come on, guys. That's crazy. I don't think they realize how big my goddamn legs are. That's... Dude, imagine if I did look like that. That would be wild. Thank God you can literally see that that is not the case. I have insanely large legs, and I never skip leg day, and I never skip back day either. Unless you think I'm... What is this? Check out this clip. Maya is streaming, just chatting. What is this?
This is fake.
It's real. Why is she coping? This is real. This is the actual size of Kaya.
What the fuck?
Is the actual size. This is real. This is real. No, it's not real. Kaya's not Clifford the big red dog, okay? She's close to it, but she's not. Did you see this Drewski? Oh, I did. It's actually incredible, dude. Dude, whiteface tech is so out of control. I'll talk about this in a second. But yeah. Okay, let's blast off and let's do the damn thing. I don't skip leg day. I don't know what people are saying over there. That's crazy. Let's get it blasted. Let's get it twisted. Okay. We got a lot going on. Yeah, the Drewski whiteface stuff is crazy. Is actually crazy. I need to see Drewski do different types of white now. I need to see him do Italian. Yeah. Okay, let's blast off. Florida getting rid of vaccines. China parade. Narco-terrorism is the new meta for BS warmongers. L. Theo Vaughn reaction tweet. What's that? Oh God, all those Floridian children will be dying or crippled by diseases. I mean, do you expect anything different from the state of Florida? Like, it's a self-selecting place at this point. They're unironically doing the HasanAbi Florida program without me advocating for it. Okay. Epstein victims may go public with client names after old files are released. Hasan, when are you coming to Florida? No time soon. David A. Pacman doesn't know how to pronounce APAC in a hilarious attempt to feign ignorance. Yeah, I saw that. That's like kind of that's an insane thing that he did there. I'm gonna be honest. I do feel like a lot of the content creators like who I am very cordial with, who I have obvious disagreements with, but I'm like otherwise very cordial with regardless, have behaved in a way that I am kind of disappointed by. Not that it matters. I don't think these guys like me that much anyway, but his brother worked for the ADL. No, I know. I know he did, which is why it's like when I saw that, like when I saw that video where he like talks about APAC or IPAC, however you say it, I was like, come on, man. Like, what are you doing? Because it's a real like damned if you do, damned if you don't type situation for David Pacman. Because it's like you act like you don't know what APAC is. Okay, like you act like you don't know what APAC is, then like either you're one, you know exactly what it is, but you're just like lying about not knowing what it is, which is again disingenuous. Or two, you're a political commentator since like 2005 or something, and you don't know a very important lobbying group. Like, come on. Like either way, it's just like a horrible, it just doesn't look good. It just doesn't look good at all. Like, that's crazy. You've been doing this for 20 years, man. What do you mean you don't know how to say APAC? Yes, I know. Ryan Ruth wants to do trial by combat. My goat. Is crazy weird way to play it from him. I know. I don't know why he's just like
some creators.
Like the thing is, for a lot of these guys, like here's one thing I will say. Okay, I have personal opinions, and I openly state what my personal opinions are, and yet there are so many instances where a lot of people either fucking punish me for openly stating my personal opinions and yelling at me over it, while simultaneously assuming that like I'm actually cynically advocating for the things that I'm advocating for, and I'm not being 100% transparent or honest. If that was the case, I would never talk about NATO, for example. Or if that was the case, I wouldn't be consistently duking it out with like my left flank when it comes to certain issues. I have red lines that I don't cross. Okay? The reason why I do this is because I think it's the most appropriate way to go about it. You have your opinions, you share them, you have your biases, you openly reveal those biases. And at the end of the day, if people appreciate your commentary, if people know where you're coming from and they agree they agree with your statements, then that's great. Okay? If they don't, then they don't. It is what it is. You can't win it all. This kind of this kind of attitude, I think, kind of like this kind of attitude almost shelters the public from your perspective in a way that doesn't make any sense because you're a political commentator. Okay? It's just like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why just, you know what AIPAC is, man. That's crazy.
In the first 48 hours, took the Wired story and expanded it with even more outrageous claims, suggesting that it's AIPAC or IPAC. I don't even know how it's pronounced. AIPAC. IPAC.
Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. You know how to pronounce it, man. Come on. I guess like people also were yelling, I'll defend David on the Chorus Wired article, but pretending to not know AIPAC is a bad look. Like, does he think we're dumb enough to not know he knows what AIPAC, to not know that he knows what AIPAC is? It is one of the most well-known, powerful lobbying groups in the U.S. and has been talked about plenty in the last decade. To pretend that he doesn't know what AIPAC, pretending it could be pronounced IPAC is just insulting to anyone who follows this channel. All these years we defend this dude against AIPAC affiliation accusations, and he insults us by pretending not to know how to pronounce it. Like, I don't think David Pakman is like funded by AIPAC, for the record. I've never stated that. I don't think that that is the case. But obviously, like, this is an area where he is heavily biased, right? Israel is an area where he is heavily biased. That bias both stems from his own personal opinions about the state of Israel, but it also stems from his personal opinions when it comes to American foreign policy. Like David, regardless of his socially progressive attitude, for years and years, has had a lot of differences of opinion from someone like myself when it comes to American foreign policy. And he lands on the side that almost always is on the side of the United States, that rehashes and repeats whatever the State Department line is on a particular matter. Okay, so there's multiple reasons. He responds and says, guys, give me a break. I'm not pretending to not know what AIPAC is. I'm just unsure on the pronunciation. It's the same as how I get mixed up with the first O in sorrow is pronounced, or how the first A in Lara is pronounced. I mean, I don't know about all that. I think that's, it just like, it feels as though he was just saying that to be like, I don't know, what is this AIPAC thing? And of course, there are a fuck ton of videos where he's saying AIPAC correctly. Like, I mean, that's...
Number one, AIPAC is a more right-wing group, and Jews in the U.S. are very, very liberal. So yeah, there are Jews who support AIPAC, who vote in the United States. But look at evangelical Christian support of AIPAC and of Israel. That doesn't even seem to be mentioned here. It's an important fact.
Like, he is a lot more knowledgeable on this issue than he lets on, is what I mean. Of course he is. He's been doing this for 20 plus years, man. Like, he is a very knowledgeable guy. And the Christian Zionist pro-Israel, the Christian Zionist pro-Israel contingency is a very real one. It's one that I talk about quite a bit. It's one that I talk about quite frequently. Like, he is a very smart guy. Like, he's a very smart guy. He's the notion that he's like oblivious to how AIPAC is stated is a way to just like make it seem as though he's like, he has this like dedicated blind side to this issue, where I don't think that's the case. I think he just doesn't want to say what his opinions are on this.
But then we get to the bigger picture. You can recognize that this is playing on longtime anti-Semitic tropes and still support boycotting Israel, for example. And the reflexive reaction I saw from many on the left to say this can't be anti-Semitic because they felt as though it would in some way invalidate their support of boycotting Israel or their opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu. Separate the two things. You can be an opponent of Benjamin Netanyahu and believe that Ilhan Omar here is knowingly or unknowingly playing up anti-Semitic tropes. You can be for
I'm so glad that I fucking stood in opposition to this kind of stuff when Ilhan Omar was on the right side of history and was absolutely correct and was getting blasted by both the Democrats and the Republicans. This is when, remember that Donald Trump clip that I play all the time? May Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel and the United States of America. That's Donald Trump quoting Ilhan Omar. That's when people were basically like ripping into Ilhan Omar for saying that way long time ago. Okay, that is Donald Trump doing, because there's a point in time when like Donald Trump would go up on rallies and put Ilhan Omar's face on the TV in all of these fucking stadiums, in all these arenas where they were actively trying to get her assassinated. Okay. Wait, that clip is not AI? No, that clip is real. You guys are so funny. You didn't know that? The May Allah awaken, here, send it to me. Send me that clip. The May Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel and the United States of America. That clip right there is a real clip.
Congresswoman Omar
here
is an America-hating socialist.
Look.
Yeah, Congresswoman Omar is an America-hating socialist. She minimized the September 11th attack on our homeland.
Yeah, it's a clip chimp. For those of you who don't know, like he talks about like all of these like idiotic, which by the way, you might have noticed a very interesting line of attack here. Whenever someone is a Muslim, okay, and they're like anti-American imperialism, it doesn't take much for people to immediately go, you love 9/11, you minimized it, you actually want more 9/11 to take place. Yeah, I mean, here's my video on this from 6 years ago. Pathetic Democrats won't defend Ilhan Omar again. What the fuck? I'm just like driving around. I was a car guy. It's a car ramp, boys. But yeah.
Where far more than 3,000 people died, saying some people did something. Big deal. Some people did something. She pleaded for compassion for ISIS recruits right here in Minnesota.
It's also bullshit. Like all of this stuff is like classic bullshit. You're just leaning on tropes.
Omar laughed that Americans speak of Al-Qaeda. You remember that tape? Speak of Al-Qaeda. But when we say something about the United States, you just don't say America with any intensity. Remember that? Representative Omar has a history of launching virulent anti-Semitic screeds, whether you like it or not. She said the U.S. support for Israel is all about the Benjamins. She said that pro-Israel...
You know what's funny? If you were to run this clip again, every single person in that crowd, or not every single person, but like most people in that crowd would be in agreement with Ilhan Omar. They would go, oh my God, that's crazy. Look at how based Ilhan Omar was. Why the fuck did we hate her? Okay. And for the record, the notion that like it's all about the Benjamins is anti-Semitic was another completely insane media cycle. God damn, we've gone through so much. It is crazy. People in the United States of America love punishing those who are bold and are on the right side for just simply being on the right side, for simply demonstrating the moral courage to say the most basic shit.
Israel lawmakers have an allegiance to a foreign country. Omar wrote that Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
Yeah. This is from this is a classic faucet that you see. A classic like unlimited faucet where when someone is obviously Muslim, it works a lot better. They tried to do that with Bernie Sanders too, but Bernie Sanders is Jewish, so it didn't work. But when you are a visibly Muslim person, you're hijabi, you're black, you're a Somali refugee as well. Like obviously, it is significantly more impactful. You and Noah talked about this moment. Consistent.
No, I mean it's just like to address the first part of this, because this is like now a multi-stage controversy. To address the first part of it, like what she said was not anti-Semitic. It is a stretch to call it anti-Semitic. It's a real stretch.
Yeah. February 13th, 2019. Liberals are caving to the right once again. I still got the same day one homies. We're still saying the same exact shit, which is why it's so funny. It's so funny when people try to act as though I have changed. Okay? What the hell are we talking about? I've changed. Motherfucker, you've changed. You just didn't listen to the things that I was saying back then. It's so ridiculous. It is so ridiculous that these motherfuckers will try to be like, oh, Hasan, you've changed your mind. It's like, bro, there is not someone that is more consistent out there. How is calligraphy Jews Benjamin's not anti-Semitic? What does that even mean? Calligraphy Jews? No, when she says it's all about the Benjamins, she's talking about money. She's talking about the pervasive influence of money and lobbying on American Congress, which is ironic because we're about to talk about that right here.
I think that the canard of like a Jewish conspiracy and Jewish financiers controlling the world, controlling and ruling the world, like Protocols of the Elders of Zion stuff, like that's totally that like as a canard and as a trope, it exists. It's like it's a noxious myth and it is a long and like sordid lineage or whatever. But what Ilhan Omar did was actually use the word AIPAC to describe like the term AIPAC, which is not a Jewish organization. It's not a Jewish organization. She didn't say Jews. She didn't say any of the things that would have identified this as, like an anti-Semitic remark. She talks about AIPAC and she says that they spend money to, in the case that she was referring to, that AIPAC and organizations like it spend money to support Republicans in Congress, and that the incentive and the reasons for Kevin McCarthy to say that Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar are anti-Semitic is because that's what the donors and the people who are part of the Israel lobby want. Because
I'm gonna be honest, I'm so proud of my friends. I'm so proud of this community. I mean, we've been at this fucking battle for so goddamn long. This is also part of the reason why when people are like chirping at me because they feel as though like my support for Palestine and Palestinians is like conditional or something. It's like, yeah, whatever, dude. I'll let that wash away. It's all good. You know what I mean? There's never like I have never ever fucking stood down from this position ever in my freaking life. Okay, there was a chatter in here who said, by the way, look at the top dono is BDS. Clips like this only remind me how confused I was after October 7th when a bunch of chatters acted like you changed your positions. I couldn't figure out if we'd been watching the same streams. Yeah. No, it's just people weren't paying attention to it. Like, I think people just basically drop certain issues. Like, there are a lot of people who were who had been oblivious to the way Israel behaves, and I guess they like completely fucking tuned out when I was talking about this issue for years and years and years, right? Oh, It's just the reason why I've been consistent and the reason why my positions haven't changed on this stuff is because the issues have not changed either. Okay? The issues haven't changed. That's the reason why like my commentary is identical from like 2019 all the way to now. In what way did you change views? They were probably just liberals following you. I guess like the only difference is like with the expanded permission structure, like there are certain things that previously I was unable, mass unfollowing of HasanAbi 2025. Yeah, exactly. You haven't changed. You're still gay, bro. Shut the fuck up. You talk too much. With the expanded permission structure, obviously there are certain things that I can like openly state. And in some instances, like I'm the one who's pushing the needle and getting punished for it, but it's fine. Like saying that the Houthis and the Ansar Allah movement is unironically one of the only regional actors that's holding the international rule-based order alive by holding Israel to account for its crime of genocide. Like these are the types of things that people will immediately hear and go, oh, you're a terrorist. You love terrorism. Fuck you. But like there are certain red lines that I don't, allow people to cross. This is one of them, right? This is one of them. It's ridiculous. And I think like people inevitably do come to that conclusion. It just takes long. It takes a long time for people to basically recognize this. But this is something that many of you also have to come to terms with. If you are someone who is an anti-imperialist, a socialist, there are a lot of people that you're going to meet every single day that are going to have a very negative opinion because of Red Scare propaganda, okay? There are going to be a lot of people that you meet on a day-to-day basis that think you're hostile, that think you're evil, that think you're a bad person, that think your worldview is actually bad for them and that you're like a dangerous entity or whatever. You just have to let that wash over you, knowing full well that you are on the right side of history, that history will vindicate you, that as long as you can change people's minds one step at a time, one day at a time, then ultimately, because your cause is just, you'll be fine. That's it. But how do we arrive at this? Because we were talking about Ilhan Omar, because here's an older video of David Pakman saying AIPAC correctly in the process of also shitting on Ilhan Omar.
Or against boycotting Israel or Israeli companies or whatever, and still recognize that it's a really bad idea to even go near approximating these anti-Semitic tropes. It's bad for Democrats. It's bad for the progressive movement. It's bad for those who want reform in Israel. That's okay. You don't have to feel as though merely admitting that this was a mistake, that it was either ignorant or malicious, and both are problematic. And that doesn't change the validity of your perspective on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict or what policy should be towards Israel. And I was concerned before the election that exactly this type of nonsense would start flying after the midterms.
Yeah, it's just like this is in the process of like criticizing Ilhan Omar.
From AIPAC, AIPAC support AIPAC.
Yeah, so he knows how to say AIPAC, man. That's crazy. Did anyone actually claim AIPAC was funding Chorus? No. And also, I think there's a problem with this. There's a problem with what's going on here, with the way that people are actually tackling the Chorus situation. And I think it's like something that a lot of people say I do whenever I get criticized, right? I try to, first and foremost, tackle the major issue whenever I get like hit from my left flank about whatever particular matter that there is disagreement over. In the process, I also do talk about like some of the most edge cases and some of the most insane smears that I am receiving. Right? Yeah. I mean, David Pakman's brother, who worked as a producer, was a regional director for the ADL. Of course. Yeah. He did. I mean, he knows how to say AIPAC. Anyway, that doesn't matter. His brother's involvement doesn't matter. My point is, I feel like this is, it's a way to try and escape the criticism that I think is valid, as far as like saying, look, this is being funded by the 1630 fund. There's a lot of misinformation flying around. There is a lot of misinformation flying around about this stuff, and I'm going to address every single one. But as far as like getting funded by like a dark money, a dark money pack like a 1630, and as far as like the contractual obligations goes, I think like it was a mistake to put forth contracts like this that are very heavily redlined, and that obviously editorial independence is incredibly important. Right? Editorial independence is obviously very important for independent media, and we are going to be better than the Republicans on this issue, and therefore we should always disclose, regardless of whether the law wants us to disclose or not, in order to make sure that you understand, if you're a part of this audience, in order to make sure that you understand that, like, you know, there are people who are funding this process. So if they were to do that and then move on, like, I wouldn't have as much issue. But there has been also misinformation surrounding this stuff, like people saying like, oh, these guys are funded by AIPAC or whatever. No, of course. Course is not funded by AIPAC. Here's another misinformation that I've seen. People talking about how 1630 Fund also funded RFK Jr. Yes, the reason why 1630 Fund funded RFK Jr. is not because they were aligned with RFK Jr. The reason why 1630 Fund funded RFK in his campaign was because they saw him as a spoiler. Okay? Just, you know, I have seen a bunch of different like pieces of misinformation of people like criticizing 1630 and not doing the correct criticism. So when there's like incorrect criticism, I think these guys just kind of grab onto that and then simply use that as a jump off point to be like, well, we're not funded by AIPAC. I don't think this person is funded by AIPAC. Okay, I don't. I think that's ridiculous. If anything, it would be J Street and not AIPAC if someone were to be funded on the progressive side. And even then, I don't think this person is funded by J Street either. I think this is just David Pakman's own personal opinion on the matter. Okay,
that is funding this show or other creators. Of course, not true. That the DNC is involved, not true. Some creators in the first 48 hours took.
Anyway, did Taylor actually accuse him of AIPAC funding? No, no one did. I think like people just went along with it because people just use AIPAC as like a catch-all for every type of like Israel lobby activity. It's wrong if you're going to be like super specific, but. No, Taylor Lorenz never said that. The only thing that a lot of people noticed in the aftermath of reading this article was that a lot of these content creators, especially big ones, right, and even smaller ones, were all content creators that had like either aligned with the previous administration, or had been noticeably absent from the conversation when it comes to a major issue such as Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. And that is the reason why people were like, are these guys getting paid to be silent on Israel? And I tried to explain at that point where it's like, well, there is editorial control over this process, at least contractual obligations that require some semblance of editorial control, which I think is like not great. These guys mostly are self-selected. But the reason why people say David AIPAC man or he's being funded by AIPAC or whatever is not because people legitimately think that AIPAC, a far-right pro-Israel lobbying group, is like directly funding him and his operations. The reason why they say that is because he's either A, noticeably absent from the conversation on Israel, or B, when he talks about Israel, it's usually in a way where it's fairly, I mean, it's just like a liberal Zionist position. That's it. That's the reason. But yeah, we no longer take AIPAC money, says U.S. Rep. Morgan McGarvey. at a town hall in Louisville Saturday. The group previously backed McGarvey in 2022 and 2024 elections. This shows progress of sorts, but if AIPAC is just replaced by DMFI or the dozen other pro-Israel groups vaguely aligned with the Democrats, then this risks becoming a box to be checked without substantive change in incentives or more meaningfully political outcomes. Exactly. So I do think that I do think that it's like kind of silly to make it seem like you don't have any knowledge of this pivotal. You don't have any knowledge of this incredibly important lobbying group in American politics, especially right now, more than ever before. More important than ever before, I would say, when it's top of mind. So, yeah. Yeah, I saw the Matt Lee riff. That was pretty funny, where he said, squinting as my wife shows me the credit card statement, $15 a month for only funds? Fangs? What even is this? That's a good meme. That's a good joke. I mean, it just gets right to the fucking heart. So, I don't get why so many liberal pundits don't seem to understand the majority views of their own candidates. I think the reason why a lot of people just like choose to be silent on this conversation is because they are they're in a bubble. They're afraid of cutting through. They're afraid of exhibiting any sort of bravery, any sort of moral consistency. They're just like by the way that this like job works, when you're in Congress for an extended period of time, you are entirely sheltered from the public opinion. And the only time someone is reflecting on what the public opinion is when you're fucking on a phone call with like a pro-Israel lobbyist guy who's telling you the public opinion is pro-Israel. Okay? That's it. Some people are cynical. They recognize what the truth is and they choose not to hammer on. Some people are oblivious because they're bubbled in. It doesn't matter. The outcome is still the same. But we're talking about politicians. If you're talking about like someone like David Pakman, I think he knows. He knows what's going on. That's the reason why he's silent on the issue, right? Because if he felt like there was a lever here that he could pull, if he felt like there was an angle here that he could take that still maintained like some semblance of a pro-Israel position as a progressive pundit, then he would do it. It's just he's choosing to keep quiet because he doesn't want to say something that would reflect poorly on him and his commentary, especially right now, because people will go, what the fuck? You are saying you're pro-Israel. This is crazy. At a time like this, when Israel's doing a genocide, why aren't you saying Israel's doing a genocide? Like that would be the argument from his own audience, and he doesn't want to deal with that, I think, which is why he just like chooses to stay silent on the issue. It's not that he's oblivious to what's going on, and I say this like the reality of the matter is like if he had an opinion that he wasn't worried about. If he had an opinion that he wasn't so worried about, like he would say it. He would say it out loud. He'd be like, Israel's doing a genocide. It's unimaginable. It's really fucked up. And also we have to put a stop to it, you know? We have to put a stop to it. We have to put an end to it. It's just plausible deniability. It's a way to create plausible deniability. There's a new Verge article that came out from Tina Nguyen, how the Democrats keep copying the MAGA influencer playbook and failing. Which is an update on or a complementary piece of the Taylor Lorenz piece. As the fallout of the Chorus influencer program reveals, the Democratic establishment seems how the fuck do you say that? I've never read that word before in my entire life. Sclerotically incapable of existing in a media environment it cannot control. I got it. Sclerotically. That is crazy. Reading comprehension at all-time lows. Yeah, no, that's English is my second language. Some of these words are insane to pronounce, okay? Shut the fuck up. Do you want to know how that would be pronounced? Do you want to know how that would be pronounced in Turkish? Hold on. God damn it. We need a fucking paywall zapper here real quick. Someone send me the paywall remover, please. Okay. Do you want to know how a Turkish in Turkish how you would read this? Sicellere ro tijalli. Sicellere ro tijalli. Not even e. Y is silent. There's no Y that's like not silent in Turkish. Okay. Bunda bir Türk okusa fels olur. Evet. Turks in the chat are saying if you read this, you'd have a stroke. If a Turkish person read this word, they'd have a stroke. All right. Do we have a paywall removed link? Can you guys send me a paywall removed link? Tina Wynn wrote as a senior reporter for The Verge, wrote this article about the chorus and updates on the chorus, specifically the story that has evolved away from chorus getting funded from the 1630 fund all the way down to the way that some of the chorus content creators have like responded. Recently, Wire published an article revealing the existence of a secret Democrat influencer incubator that trained liberal and progressive content creators to push coordinated messaging across their shared social media platforms and paid them handsomely to do so. The fallout has been chaotic, at least in the left-wing influencer world. Creators are shanking their rivals for participating in the program, and paid influencers are trying to defend themselves for taking the money. But the controversy around the Chorus Creator Incubator program stems from the fact that it was so secret, participants had to sign contracts that gave Chorus control over their interview bookings, limit what they said about other creators and non-approved political figures, and were forbidden from even acknowledging that they were part of the program. In response, Chorus, a group funded by 1630 Fund, a liberal 501c4 that's often drawn comparisons to the Libertarian Koch network and often outspends them, has stated that it was trying to organize left-wing influencers to match their counterparts in MAGA world. In a statement to The Verge, Chorus founder Brian Tyler Cohen defended the program and said the program has achieved hundreds of new applicants since the Wired story received. I'm incredibly proud that Chorus has received financial support from over 1,000 individuals who recognize that there's a desperate need for more pro-democracy voices in the online space. They want to fund a bunch of diverse creators to do this full-time who wouldn't be able to pay their bills otherwise, and we're incredibly grateful. After the regulator newsletter was sent to subscribers on Tuesday, the 1630 Fund sent a second statement from President Amy Kurtz disputing Wired's claims about the restrictions Chorus placed on creators over guests, content, and disclosing their participation in the program. So what's interesting about this is that they keep saying this is not real, but in every single instance where they've tried to talk about the debunking, where creators that participate in the program have tried to like say that this article is actually false, they openly reveal that there is no dispute in the reporting whatsoever. Dude, you spent half a day on this shit. I know you have a thing for Taylor, but enough. Okay. I think you should see yourself out of this community forever. That's a perma. Also, literally 20 minutes so far into this article. I technically understand, like, the assumption that I am reporting on this because I have a thing for Taylor is so psychotic and gross. We should probably behave better than, like, psychotic MAGA style viewers of politics. it's objectification. It's undermining the veracity of the reporting of a female reporter. It's just not something that is appropriate. It's false. And it's false in like this incredibly weird, gross, parasocial way. Okay. My longtime readers will know this about me, but if you discover me through The Verge, I should probably give you a little context. Last year, I published a memoir called The MAGA Diaries, which goes a bit into how I got ensnared in right-wing activism in my early 20s, specifically how I got lured into the right-wing media career pipeline as a college student seeking journalism internship in 2008, placed by my program mentor in a post-grad job at Tucker Carlson's Daily Caller in 2011, and then was nearly sent to Wisconsin to work at a fake newspaper funded by dark money that wanted to undermine the teachers' union protests, all under the guise of credentialing a journalism fellow to write hit pieces on them. Instead, I quit the journalism network on the spot, yeeted myself out of Washington, and began a magazine writing career in New York, so I'd never had to deal with the conservative movement ever again. Unfortunately, the arc of history had other plans. The Course Influencer Program, in many ways, by the way, you don't think this is like a interesting article to read? Like you are in here, you're in here right now, which means that you are invested in like political media and how political media is created. I mean, this is a profoundly important aspect of political media, both on the independent side and also on the mainstream side as well. Dark money funding is a major part of political media. And it's not like liberals either. This is not just about liberals. This is like a consistent and pervasive issue in every aspect of your lives. In every type of like political content that you consume, there could potentially be some secretive organizations that are taking advantage of the lack of transparency and funding that are funding some of these fucking movements. And it happens all the time on the right, all the time, with regular frequency. The Chorus Influencer Program, in many ways, is a dem-coded version of the right-wing journalism summer camp that I attended during my sophomore year of college. But let me back it up a bit. I thought I had received a paid summer internship in journalism for liberty-loving students, funded through the Institute of Humane Studies at George Mason University, which promised to get me hired at a non-right-wing place like MSNBC. Seriously, the program advertisement said alumni got placed at MSNBC. The generous internship stipend was contingent on me going to a week-long journalism seminar and assisting in research about the Founding Fathers' views on state-funded education. But looking back on it over a decade later, it was actually a training camp on how to be a proper libertarian thought leader. There were a lot of lectures about liberal media bias, breakout discussion groups on whether Obamacare was an overreach of federal powers, and tips on how to write a resume for when applying for jobs. And of course, no one in my cohort got a job at MSNBC. Dozens of other right-wing journalism talent incubators exist inside the conservative movement, some of which have been around for decades and are constantly learning how to leverage new technology for political gain. I'll give you a great example of this. David Horowitz is a massive piece of shit. Former trot turned into a fucking neocon, turned into a monstrous piece of shit who is a major Islamophobe. He died recently. Rest in peace to David Horowitz. David Horowitz is responsible for Candace Owens, for example. These guys pluck talent early on from the independent media sphere and basically elevate them to prominent mainstream figures. David Horowitz and Ben Shapiro played a formative role in legitimizing and making Candace Owens a major political figure in the American conservative movement. Okay? Think about that. Both of these guys are entirely invested in being as pro-Israel as possible and maximum Islamophobia. And yet, Candace Owens not only was anti-Semitic on her rise to power, but she was also pro-Israel until, you know, the tide shift took place, and she became openly anti-Israel while also being anti-Semitic, and that was a bridge too far for Ben Shapiro, and they had a falling out. Now she has still a fairly robust independent media career, but she got her start from these guys, the right-wing version of what we're talking about, the one that is like most pervasive, the one that has always existed. Okay? Over the years, other boot camps and programs have opened up for aspiring social media influencers, live streamers, and the like. I recently learned that the Leadership Institute, a group that's been turning young college Republicans into powerful elected officials since the 1970s, just launched a conservative podcasting school. But ask any right-wing influencer if they've gone to some training camp. Hell, ask them in public, And not only will they quickly say yes, they'll also tell you what program they enrolled in. The reason why we know about David Horowitz, for example, is for this reason. Because these guys are proud of these programs. These guys are proud of them. They are like, yeah, this is our bias. This is our political movement. Not only will they quickly say yes, they'll also tell you what program they enrolled in, who they took classes with, and what they taught of their coursework. They might even be proud of getting into some elite program or getting accepted into a certain seminar. But one can't simply copy the right-wing formula and paste it on the left. The famous Andrew Breitbart saying, politics is downstream from culture, isn't just an observation, but an organizational principle on the right. If you can use culture to change people's values, then you can then get them to vote a certain way. There's a lot to be said about the right's attempts to drive culture forward or backwards, but they were far better at manipulating and taking over where it existed on the internet, or in most cases, ceding control and ridding the wave of the internet entirely, so long as they ended up in power. On the internet, it helps to be shameless. Either way, MAGA influencers have the ability to define what is and is not culture because their followers want to follow a culture warrior, damn it. Why do you think they try to make everything about what is and what is not woke? In contrast, I'm hardly surprised that Coors and the 1630 Fund went to these lengths to restrict what these creators could say. The octogenarians of the Democrat establishment and the rising young leaders who remind said octogenarians of themselves seem sclerotically incapable of existing in a media environment they cannot control. The culture is no longer run by the blue donors in Hollywood and New York. After all, its last president, Joe Biden, had an extremely hostile relationship with reporters and celebrities asking too many questions about his age. And his last presidential candidate, Kamala Harris, was so allergic to appear on popular podcasts that she would only do so if the host flew to her and conducted the interview on a set completely controlled by the campaign. She reportedly refused to appear on the Joe Rogan Experience if they had to go to the host Texas studio, and reportedly shelled out 6 figures to build a DC-based Call Her Daddy set for her interview with Alex Cooper, who records her podcast in California. That interview got like what? Not even a fraction of the views that the Joe Rogan Experience got with Donald Trump. There are obviously other issues here as well. Kamala Harris's incapability of coming across as authentic in a long conversation was going to be a major hurdle. Kamala Harris's inability to recognize that people wanted more from her, that they wanted her to represent a change from the Joe Biden administration, and her refusal to fucking recognize that or even say things in line with that was another major hurdle as well. So obviously there were other issues as to why she couldn't do these sorts of podcasts, and why Donald Trump is a uniquely telegenic figure who can do these sorts of podcasts as opposed to people like Kamala Harris. But this was a flaw. Though they've tried to avoid being described as a liberal copycat, the 1630 Fund has been compared to the Koch network, the secretive group right-wing billionaires that created, among other things, this right-wing media training camp that the fund is trying to counter. We reject any notion that the right wing has been more transparent in this area. STF takes great pride in supporting critically important causes, Kurt said in her statement to The Verge. As a Koch alumni via technicality, I think they're pretty dang similar, even if they're somewhat faster to fess up to their involvement. Between 2009 and 2016, the Koch network was unparalleled in funding the rise of the Tea Party. This is true. The Koch brothers created the Tea Party and the Freedom Caucus that came out of that movement. As I've said over and over again, these are like dark money influence in American politics is not just quid pro quo. You go in, you just fucking say, hey, this is the bill that we wrote for you. You better pass this shit and we'll give you money and you'll win your election over year over year. That's not just the only aspect of dark money funding in these operations. There's a pervasive influence peddling operation that exists as well. A lot of you, for the first time ever, started recognizing this for like AIPAC, for example. But AIPAC is the tip of the iceberg for one issue, for Israel. There are a million other groups like this, most of them like ALEC, all these think tanks like Heritage Foundation, American Enterprise Institute, all these places that create subsidiary funds, that create umbrella organizations, that try to shelter who the donors are, the oil lobby in and of itself, the Wilkes brothers, the Koch brothers, like they exist in every aspect of not just like the legislative agenda, but they exist in every aspect of media manipulation as well. Okay? There are people that are going and working at think tanks like the Manhattan Institute. You might know Christopher Rufo, if you recall, Mr. CRT, Mr. Anti-Woke. And they sit around and they try to find new things to get people pissed off about, new fake shit to get people pissed off about. And they get paid handsomely to do this. And then they take these talking points, they create controversy, and they pump these talking points into this network of influencers. Okay. And there is massive horizontal and vertical integration on the right-wing media ecosystem, as I've described over and over again. This is something that I'm very knowledgeable on because this is the industry that I'm in. This is something that I have seen throughout my personal political development, my own personal professional media career. Okay? So, the candidate selection, the digital media apparatus, the voter turnout machine, etc., to the point that the American political right briefly exists as this cadre of wealthy libertarian billionaires envision it. Limited government, open borders, free trade, not too racist. Then Donald Trump found Twitter, got elected president twice. The MAGA influencers overrode the think tank people and media training camp grads. Even though the Koch network still technically exists, free market libertarianism died in America. Republican voters may not have liked Trump back then, but they preferred his brand over a bunch of old billionaires trying to redefine what Republican meant. And now those billionaires are getting absolutely reamed by Trump's tariffs. So yeah, I think it's a very apt comparison. Mia Sato covers influencers and the power of their parasocial relationships for The Verge, which is the massive other half of the story. And we go more into that below the fold. But before that, here's some of The Verge's latest stories about the regulator world. All right, skipping that. I can rant about the Democrats until the cows come home, but ultimately the point of course was to mobilize these influencers' followers. And that is a very, very new form of what a poli-sci major might call community outreach. After angrily sending Slack messages to each other about it for a full Friday afternoon, we realized that we should probably enjoy our Labor Day weekend and then have a more fulsome, less rage-driven conversation about whether internet communities care about political SpawnCon. The rest is just like back and forth about whether the liberal audiences give a shit about SpawnCon, especially political SpawnCon, sponsored content or not, it seems. There are a bunch of different industries that are colliding here. The influencer industry, the media, journalism specifically, and politics. And each of those industries has its own set of norms and practices and expectations. Many of the influencers at the center of the saga have built platforms by blurring these lines. Are they reporters regurgitating news and offering analysis? Are they content creators who happen to talk about politics and policy? Or are they messages for a political party, an extension of the Democratic Party messaging and voter activation? What's unique about this and what is stoking some of the discontent and disagreement is that a lot of people don't see the issue with these creators taking money from politically aligned groups. I do. That's my own personal flaw, I guess, but I do. I don't think it's appropriate to get money from political advocacy organizations in general. But if you are getting money from a political advocacy organization that you are aligned with politically, you should openly state it. Okay? That's it. And I have said this time and time again. I said this when we were talking about the Tenet stuff with Tim Pool. I've said this before over and over again. I've had opportunities where political advocacy groups have tried to give me money to do interviews and stuff, and I've refused to take money from them. I've been transparent about that as well and have said no, because I'm the one who fucking funds these organizations, not the other way around. The interview that I conducted with the immigrant rights advocacy group is a great example of this. Okay? It's because in the simplest terms, if you are a political content creator, your output is your product. Okay? That's your whole product. Like, it just doesn't make any sense that you would dilute that with outside influence. It doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense? Like, it doesn't... It makes no sense whatsoever to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna fucking get money from an organization that is going to play a role in my advocacy. They see it like partnering with a liberal brand to advance liberal causes. The right does this, so we should too, is the thinking. I'm sympathetic to this argument, honestly. But the actions of the creators in the group that has been brokering these dark money payments makes no sense if there's really nothing to hide. If this is something that Dems need to do to keep up with the current state of politics, why not publicly say they're doing it to fight Trumpism? This is my point. This is exactly how I feel about this. If they were to come out and be like, yo, my B, it is strange that we had these like contractual obligations. We're fixing that. Okay. And this is a beautiful thing. This is this is out in the open. This is a cool thing that we're doing to combat the Republican Party. Then great. Sure. Okay. I still don't think it's the best thing to do, which is to get money for, if you're a political commentator or an influencer, to get money to say political shit. But if the contract was either less restrictive or they refused to do the red lines that some of these influencers obviously took issue with in terms of editorial control, then there wouldn't be something that is like as newsworthy, right? But instead of doing that, these guys just went along with it and said, no, actually, Trump is doing this, so we got to do it as well. Fine. Okay. Don't disagree with that. And also, the journalist who's doing this is actually secretly MAGA and a litany of other different things, like saying that the article is debunked without actually debunking anything. Like an article that has 0 retractions in it, by the way, confusing what a retraction is with an update when you actually finally get a quote from the organization. Like these kinds of things are the exact same type of intellectual dishonesty that you expect from the right. This is not something that I want to see on the left. This is not something that I want to see from liberals either. Okay? When I say fight fire with fire or liberals have to become more like Republicans, I don't mean like literally become a bunch of different like blue Charlie Kirks or a liberal PragerU network. I mean like they need to be more aggressive, bold, and refuse to compromise on some of these like stances they take on the humanity of migrants, for example. No Republican ever goes, let's get bipartisanship going. They don't do that. Okay? They don't do that at all. They say, fuck off, every immigrant's a rapist, and we have to fucking jail all of them and deport all of them. Why can't progressive people, liberal and leftist alike, say the exact same shit, but in the direction of the truth, where, you know, you say, no, they're not actually rapists. They're our fucking neighbors. They should just get the proper documentation because they've been living here and working as a part of this economy and are important parts of these neighborhoods and these communities for decades now, and they are just as American as you are. Give them the fucking paperwork. Push for amnesty. That's what the messaging platform is supposed to look like. It almost feels like people are less upset about these undisclosed partnerships than they are about like undisclosed makeup of a text BonCon or something. People being the progressive influencer community or their followers. Though the funny thing is, the moment I asked that, I immediately thought about the double standard of the MAGA influencer community and their following. It's pretty much a given that MAGA influencers are the product of donor grants, training camps, academic programs, etc. And not only do their followers accept that, they find it absolutely necessary for the promotion of their cause, mainly because they think all the general cultural institutions that shape politics like the mainstream media are captured by the libs. So any sort of organizational advantage that the right can throw together, no matter how it's funded, gives them an advantage in the culture wars. People being the followers. And yeah, I think there's actually a demand from liberals that the Democrats figure out their own version of this, which is why it's sort of bizarre to me that this program was hush-hush, that they didn't want creators to talk about specifics of it. A lot of followers don't care and are actually happy that their fave liberal influencers are getting paid. So it looks to me like Chorus in 1630 took a bit too much inspiration for the early... Dude, this is identical to my commentary, by the way. I said this exact same thing. When I saw this... When I saw the contract and the contractual obligations and like the way that it's designed, I if you recall, I said immediately, I was like, this looks almost like a carbon copy of like a Koch funded media network. Like they almost looked at like the Koch method and just slapped it on, but with like a liberal patina. And it does come across in the exact same way. Yeah, woke. You had Coke, now you have woke. Which was notoriously secretive and really, really did not like people tracking exactly where its money went. Media, ground game, etc. The New Yorker's Jane Meyer. Jane Meyer is the journalist for this, by the way. Dark money funding and dark money networks. Jane Meyer from the New Yorker once reported that they would run white noise machines during their closed-door meetings to prevent people from listening. There's an entire freaking chapter in my memoir where I learned that a bunch of the post-grad journalism jobs I applied for were connected in some bizarre secret way to Koch-funded entities. The Koch network was effective, but only what it was designed for, which was to pump money into the Tea Party to make it appear as if it were actually grassroots libertarian organization. This is why I always say the Tea Party movement was not a grassroots movement. It was an AstroTurf movement. It was more complex than just like simply paying people to go and stand outside of a protest with with placards or whatever. There was a organic initiative to get people out, and that organic initiative actually worked. That organic initiative unironically led to Donald Trump, by the way. The Tea Party culture warriors unironically led to, one, Sarah Palin, which was disastrous and played a formative role in the John McCain ticket falling apart. And then it led to Donald Trump. These guys thought they could just keep pumping their base, some of the most reactionary elements of their base, with like insane radical propositions, and they thought it would not turn into a major problem down the line for themselves, which it did. The Koch network was completely incapable of stopping Trump in 2016, and every time it tried to stand up against Trumpism or reinsert small government back into the GOP's core party values or whatever, it just didn't. This is what liberals are afraid of, for the record. This is the reason why I think if they were to do a Koch-style woke media influencing operation, they would be very careful not to allow any sort of radical elements within the base of the party, radical elements such as a demand for Medicare for all, to actually fly, okay? This is where the editorial control kicks in. This is where the editorial independence becomes an issue, okay? That's it. I truly think that it had to do with the fact that Americans overall were pissed off at the bunch of the idea of a bunch of rich people trying to hide behind a bunch of ostensibly grassroots organizations, whereas other groups like Turning Point USA would come in with their influencer affiliate program, be pretty open about who they were funded by and what they did, and everyone's like, okay, sure, we're chill with it. To me, it seems like 1630 Fund is still in the part one of the Koch arc, that they have to pretend that their movement is actually grassroots and not something that's turbocharged with donor money. What's interesting is that a lot of the creators do seem to have started from a grassroots place. It makes sense that the Dem establishment would want to tap into that, but the execution has been so painfully messy. How much do you think the brand matters here? Like, is it a situation where the audience will accept someone who's like progressive or left-leaning, but then react negatively to anyone that's associated with the official Democratic Party establishment, i.e. anything Biden-Harris coded, gave money to Israel coded? I think there's some of that, but the biggest frustration, where there is any, seems to be about the lack of transparency. I feel like if there was a DSA adjacent group doing this, people would also be mad. So I've covered my share of MAGA influencer civil wars for, 10 years. And on the surface, they're kind of similar. So-and-so is taking money from this guy secretly, but clearly MAGA hasn't suffered from it. This is the first time the Democrats have had actual community internet drama. Tell me if I'm being totally cynical, or are the Dems actually handling this meltdown worse than like any corporation caught in a SpawnCon scandal? I do think the damage control is a little bit clumsy. I think it looks bad to have none of the content creators respond to the Wired pre-publication. So yeah, they didn't say anything. They didn't, because when you write an article like this, you literally go to these people, David Pakman, some of the most like famous Chorus affiliates. You go to them. You go to Chorus itself. You go to 1630 Fund. None of them actually responded at all to the pre-publication questions, only to then launch a faucet, a barrage of like misinformation in some respects under the auspices of like correcting the record, that didn't necessarily like even attack Wired magazine for its publication, but instead directly attacked the journalist. Nothing to see here. Why not say that to the Wire? Why not say that to Wire from the jump? And if the defense is that Chorus doesn't let influencers talk to the media, well, that's weird too. I don't know how long this will live on, though. People only have so much bandwidth to be mad about this. And if there's one thing that's certain about influencer culture, I don't think people are mad about this. I think liberals don't give a shit. I think a lot of liberals, there might be some leftists that are, a little disturbed by this. But overall, by and large, I think a lot of the independent media content creators and their audiences are totally on board with this. They think it's awesome. They think it's great. They see this as a fight. They see this as a real fight. That the liberals are finally pushing back, fighting fire with fire. Of course, there is a broader issue that I have with this, beyond the transparency, the lack of transparency, or beyond like what kind of messaging seminars are taking place. My issue, of course, would be if the unlimited faucet of mainstream media was utterly incapable of making the Democrats come across more appealing to the masses, why the fuck would an influencer network also do that if the Democrats themselves don't change their policies? This is an issue at the heart of the Democratic Party. Okay. That's it. You'll never guess who the DOJ attorney leading the Harvard anti-Semitism case is a big fan of. DOJ lawyer waging war against Harvard sure seems to like Hitler. That's, wow, how unexpected. I feel like in this current media landscape, this is seen as like a benefit for the right, for the record. They're like, oh, he's a real one. He ain't phony. That's how you know he'll really go after the anti-Semites. God forbid a DOJ lawyer has a hobby. I know. That hobby being loving Adolf Hitler. All right, we'll get to that in a second. That's crazy. All right. Okay. I don't know how long this will live on. People only have so much bandwidth. There will always be some new thing that's dividing people. One thing I keep thinking about is how not upset audiences seem to be about the payment element, so much so that I saw a lot of viewers actually say they were glad somebody was paying creators for their work. People are primed to view as like organic content, and this idea of selling out is not really a thing like it was 20 years ago. Payment is almost implied, but it still looks bad when you've been getting money without disclosure. So yeah. Overall, like it is clear to me that the liberal adjacent, like self-described progressive independent media content consumers, even people in my community even have been like, what's the problem? I don't understand. And I've tried to explain what the problem is. The major issue here is that if this is just a rehashing of like, Dem aligned talking points, if this is just like a money faucet being directed at independent content creators, independent seeming content creators, to just rehash the same fucking bullshit Democratic Party positions, it is going to be an abject failure. It will not move the needle at all. If anything, it'll just like make some of the bluer liberals more hardlined on their inability to recognize that like any sort of populist left-wing messaging is actually a good thing. They'll just go, nah, that's not a good thing. My favorite content creator doesn't seem to think so because the Democratic Party doesn't seem to think so. So overall, I think if you are to get money like this, it has to be, I mean, it's better to not get the money at all. I think it's better to like grow your audience overall. And I say this as a person in this space, as a content creator in this space, like, clearly I am a living, breathing example of having uncompromising values and then not getting punished for it, right? There is a market for this. If you want to think about it from a totally cynical, calculated perspective, you can do this organically. Okay? You can. But, bro, you have a massive audience? Dog, did I start off with a massive audience? What are you talking about? I came to a fucking video game platform, a gaming website, and started playing Fortnite with friends of mine who were also progressive, leftist, anti-Zionist Jews talking about Israel and shit, okay? By strapping on a goddamn camera onto my PlayStation 4. And in that process, I had 35 people watching me. This took many, many years. Yes, you had a large audience right out the womb. Exactly. I woke up to having thousands and thousands of viewers. Okay? I had 35 people watching. which is still huge. Like I had a big leg up for the record. I did because I worked at TYT beforehand. But like, if you think that even I expected to be one of the, not just like one of the largest leftist content creators in general, like one of the largest political commentators in general in the country, that was an ambition of mine, certainly. But the notion that I would be one of the largest content creators in general on this platform, that was never the case. Like that was never a thing that I thought would happen. And it's not a thing that I take for granted. Okay? Anyway. Also, Chelsea Clinton, the daughter of Bill and Hillary Clinton, is seriously considering a run for Congressman Jerry Nadler's open seat in New York. Remember where she piled on because Ilhan said that AIPAC was using its money to silence criticism of Israel? Batya Unger Sargon says, please learn how to talk about Jews in a non-anti-Semitic way. Sincerely, American Jews. To which Chelsea Clinton replied with, co-signed as an American, we should expect all elected officials, regardless of party, and all public figures to not traffic in anti-Semitism. This was one of those early rounds of extremely bad faith. One of those early rounds of extremely bad faith criticism. Since then, AIPAC has broken all-time primary spending records to make sure some of its early supporters of a ceasefire got dumped. And then, of course, this led to the classic Chelsea Clinton isn't even Jewish, she's just ugly tweet from Adam Friedland, who Chelsea Clinton responded with, hi, Adam. You're right. I am not Jewish. Since you find me ugly, feel free to never look at me. The ugly Jew is a vile, centuries-old anti-Semitic trope, so next time, please just go straight to ugly and leave out the rest. Thank you. Who's that down there? I'm sorry, ma'am. Is this cumboy bothering you? Read Stavi's reply. What did he say? Excuse me, Chelsea. My friend Adam actually happens to be ugly as shit and look exactly like anti-Jewish propaganda, so please check your just regular ugly privilege. Yeah, Hollywood Halkias, baby. Hollywood Halkias. It's 2019. Things have changed. Oh, this was also really funny. Speaking of Adam being the recipient of anti-Semitic attacks, did this guy delete it? Oh, here it is. Max Nordau, who, by the way, I think people were saying he's not even Jewish. He's just like LARPing as a Jewish man. I think he's like a British Christian guy or something, if I recall. I don't know. I don't think Max Nordau is actually, like, his name is not Max Nordau, and he's not even Jewish. But here he is after Adam Friedland's Richie Torres interview. He turned around. He turned around and said, Adam Friedland is a Jew with viscerally repulsive physiognomy. He holds political opinions that are subversive, anti-white, anti-American, and anti-Christian. A golden opportunity for the Groper right to bash a truly disgusting freak. Problem is, they agree with him. Israel supporters just straight up sounding like Groypers is so funny, because this is just Groyper shit. This is Nazi shit. Physiognomy, repulsive physiognomy. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? But hey, this is a pro-Israel account, and he says he's a muscular Jew, so I guess it doesn't matter. If I was not just 15% gay, I would put Adam and Hasan on the same level of very fuckable, just two types of cuteness. Cool. Thanks, man. He's LARPing as the actual Max Nordau. His real name is Brian fucking Griffin. Wait, what? Brian Griffin? Won't change anything, of course, but watching people like this, Max Nordau, his real name is Brian Griffin, like the Family Guy character, have conniptions will never get old. I'm almost certain Adam's best bit yet, getting the AIPAC set so mad they do actual anti-Semitism as opposed to the more veiled kind they usually go for. But I don't even think he's Jewish, right? I think he's Christian, no? Anyway, he has a beeper emote on his fucking username. You know what that is. So, yeah. In any case, that's what's going on in the influencer orbit. That's what's going on with all this like anti, some of the defenses against the Wired reporting. That was just a little update for you guys. And now we're going to get to Trump taking questions during a meeting with Polish President Nawrocki at White House.
Questions from the media?
Will American soldiers remain in Poland? Will American soldiers remain in Poland?
Yeah, I think so. I mean...
Oh, there's an update. There's an update. Chelsea Clinton is not running. Chelsea Clinton is not considering a run for Jerry Nadler's House seat, according to a person familiar with her thinking. Yeah, that would have been a disaster in any case.
Do you know something I don't? I don't know. Yeah.
So, wait, to summarize, there's no credible refutations of the article, right? No. The veracity of the reporting holds. There's no retractions or anything like that. It seems like the contracts are, and all the debunking that people have tried to do have basically proven that the contracts that Taylor looked at and that the Wired editorial team looked at and the Wired legal team looked at were legit. So that's it. You hear that AIPAC man's brother is AIPAC regional director? No, ADL, okay? Apartheid Defense League, not AIPAC. Yes. David Pacman's brother worked, I don't know if he still does, but worked for the ADL as the regional director of the ADL.
Very happy. If anything, we'll put more there if they want, but they've long wanted to have a larger presence. We have some countries that have more, not too many, but no, they'll be staying in Poland. We're very much aligned with Poland.
Sir, on Russia and China, you, sir, can we ask about, we saw a dramatic picture where we saw the leaders of Russia and North Korea and China together, the first time the leaders of those three countries have been together in this sort of show of solidarity. You said that they're conspiring against the United States. What do you think they're conspiring to do? And given this, is it reason why you should slap or would consider slapping secondary sanctions on Russia if they're conspiring against the U.S. now?
Well, I've already done that with regard to India, and we're doing it with regard to other things. And I put out a truth last night. You saw that. And I was the one that brought it up. I said, they're only doing this. They're looking to, when they did what they did, I thought it was a beautiful ceremony. I thought it was very, very impressive. But I understood the reason they were doing it, and they were hoping I was watching, and I was watching. My relationship with all of them is very good. We're going to find out.
Yeah, he was jelly beans on the China parade. By the way, he was posting about the China parade on Truth Social. It was really funny.
How good it is.
Nawrocki was literally a hooligan who was beating people in hooligan fights. It's so funny. This man is my president, LeMafiao. He also has a literal Nazi friends, like with swastika tattoos, by the way. I mean, I'm not going to say nothing about Poland.
For the next week or two. I think that we helped China very much, as you know, when they talk about freedom. And I don't believe that, and maybe I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't believe that America, that the United States was acknowledged for helping China to gain its freedom. But perhaps that was just that was a sleight of hand. I mean, I was very surprised. I watched the speech last night. President Xi's a friend of mine, but I thought that the United States should have been mentioned last night during that speech because we helped China very, very much.
What was the reason?
They should have been invited, Mr. President.
What was the reason?
Mr. President, do you think they should have been invited?
Yes, go ahead.
You've expressed many times your frustration and disappointment with Putin. But there's no action since you took your office.
How do you know
Don't
there's
you
no?
worry
How do
that-
you know there's no action?
But
Really?
don't you worry-
Wait. Who are you with?
I'm with Polish radio.
Okay. How do you know there's no action? Would you say that putting secondary sanctions on India, the largest purchaser outside of China, they're almost equal? Would you say there was no action? That cost hundreds of billions of dollars to Russia. You call that no action? And I haven't done phase 2 yet or phase 3. But when you say there's no action, I think you ought to get yourself a new job, because if you remember 2 weeks ago I said if India buys, India's got big problems, and that's what happened. So don't tell me about that. Go ahead.
Mr. President, right now there have been survivors of Jeffrey Epstein speaking at a press conference on Capitol Hill. They're calling for these case files, these documents to be released. And Thomas Massey, who was sponsoring a discharge position to get the House to vote on releasing those documents, says he doesn't believe you're implicated in these files, but many of your friends and donors may be, and he says that's why the Justice Department is...
Oh, God. Oh, God. You're talking about Epstein again. Don't do it. Nobody cares about Epstein. Just the New York financier. New York financier. Who cares? Why do you care? Do you care about finance? You're still talking about him? The Epstein guy? Who cares? Believe it.
Redacting them and slow walking the release. Is the Justice Department protecting any friends or donors, sir?
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. You know, it reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more, and nobody's ever satisfied. From what I understand, I could check, but from what I understand, thousands of pages of documents have been given. But it's really a Democrat hoax, because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president. Even if you look at D.C. right now, D.C., it's a totally safe zone. It's called a safe zone. That's a term. It's a term of art. It's a safe zone because it's very safe. You can walk down the street now and nothing's going to happen. No crime, no murders, no nothing. Because we had a lot of problems with certain places, and we still do, all run by Democrats, or for the most part run by Democrats. So what they're trying to do with the Epstein hoax is get people to talk about that instead of speaking about the...
Huh. Oh. That's what people are doing with the Epstein hoax. He's still going along with the Epstein hoax, by the way. The Democrats are distracting people by talking about the Epstein hoax, as opposed to talking about his big, beautiful actions of illegally using the military as a domestic police force on populous American metropolitan cities. Why won't they talk about this? Why won't they talk about my illegal military occupation? Is so much better. It's so much better. Obama did Epstein.
Tremendous success, like ending 7 wars. I ended 7 wars. Nobody's going to talk about, because they're going to talk about the Epstein, whatever. I understand that we were subpoenaed to give files, and I understand we've given thousands of pages of files. And I know that no matter what you do, it's going to keep going. And I think it's enough, because I think we should talk about the greatness of our country and the success that we're having.
Brian Griffin is a political science major who works for or worked with Ron DeSantis. He's a white Christian nationalist baby Lee Atwater. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, he's just LARPing as a Jewish man online. That's what I remember. Anyway, let's continue.
I think we're probably having, according to what I read, even from 2 people in this room, we're having the most successful 8 months of any president ever. And that's what I want to talk about. That's what we should be talking about, not the Epstein hoax.
When are you going to make a decision on Ukraine, Mr. President?
I have no message to President Putin. He knows where I stand, and He'll make a decision one way or the other. Whatever his decision is, we'll either be happy about it or unhappy. And if we're unhappy about it, you'll see things happen.
Venezuela, can you give us a sense of what the U.S. policy or what you're trying to achieve with the aircraft carriers, or the boats, I should say, in near Venezuela, and also the boat that you mentioned yesterday where 11 people were killed? What was found on that boat, and why were the men killed instead of taken into
On the boat, you had massive amounts of drugs. We have tapes of them speaking. It was massive amounts of drugs coming into our country to kill a lot of people. And everybody fully understands that. In fact, you see it. You see the bags of drugs all over the boat. And they were hit. Obviously, they won't be doing it again. And I think a lot of other people won't be doing it again when they watch that tape. They're going to say, let's not do this. We have to protect our country, and we're going to. Venezuela's been a very bad actor. They've been, as you know, they've been sending millions of people into our country, many of them Tren de Aragua, some of the worst gangs, some of the worst people anywhere in the world in terms of gangs. And we had some in Washington, D.C. We took care of them very quickly, but they're out of here. They've gone. But Venezuela's been very bad, both in terms of drugs and sending some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world into our country. They emptied out, you don't know this, but they emptied out their prisons in Venezuela, and they emptied them out into the United States of America. And that's part of the problem we have. We're getting them out. We're getting them out rapidly, but it's caused a tremendous problem. And Pete and all of the people that are working very hard to rectify the stupidity of the Biden administration, allowing these people to pour into our country with open borders. We are paying a big price as a country for the incompetence of the Biden administration. But think of it, opened up prisons, drug dealers, drug lords, everything coming out of Venezuela, they said, and we said, we're not going to put up with it anymore. So Venezuela has been one of the worst actors in the whole group, and we have a group of pretty bad actors.
Are you wanting to force withdrawal?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. At the end of this month, the government or the Congress has to pass a budget. Do you think we can avoid a government shutdown?
Yeah, I do. I think the Republicans will vote for an extension. We won't have any Democrat votes. We could give the greatest budget ever. Tax cut of 50%, everybody taken care of, perfect for women, perfect for men, perfect for minorities, perfect for everything, and we wouldn't get one vote for the Democrats because they've lost their mind. They are so deranged. They have Trump derangement syndrome, and I don't want to burden the Republican Party with it, but they really are. They've become almost sick. They actually think there is a disease. It's called Trump derangement syndrome. They've got it. No matter what we did, no matter how good, you could give them everything that they've ever dreamed of, and you wouldn't get one vote. These are sick people, and I think we're going to have a tremendous midterm. We just approved the largest tax decrease in the history of our country. We have things, if you think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security for our seniors, no tax on overtime, deduction.
The Polish president just sitting there. Come on. I mean, that's a classic. That's a classic. This is what Trump does best, which is have world leaders sit there as he just fucking postures endlessly about Trump derangement syndrome and just goes on and on. It's a part of sitting on the cuck chair. It's a part of the cuck experience. And I mean, he doesn't just do this to Poland. He does this to England. He does this to Germany. He does it to them literally at the same time. Remember, he did this when like Macron, Keir Starmer, like fucking Ursula von der Leyen or Merz, like they were all sitting around the table, and he just made them sit there and just droned on and on and on and on about all of this nonsense. The only time he doesn't really do it as much is when he was with Vladipu. I feel like he has more respect for Vladipu, so it don't matter. Like, he doesn't do that. He doesn't pull that with Vladipu.
When you buy a car and you borrow money to buy a car, first time they've ever seen anything like this, middle-income people get deductions. You get a deduction when you buy a car. Nobody's ever seen. And by the way, they're selling cars like crazy. Cars are pouring back because of the fact that we have tariffs. Cars are pouring back into our car plants are pouring back into our nation. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming back. You know, we lost about 54% of automobile manufacturing over a 30-year period, 35-year period. They're all coming back. I think they're coming back higher than ever before. We have AI going up. What we've done is amazing, and what we've passed is amazing. But the Democrats, I don't believe, will get one vote. It's very anti-crime. We want anti-crime. They're in favor of crime. We're against crime. You know, they gave us things like men playing in women's sports, open borders for everybody, transgender for everybody. I mean, they want a transgender.
This doesn't even make sense as like a sentence, okay? They want to transgender everybody. These guys have devolved so rapidly, especially in the last decade, that they don't even need to communicate using the English language. As long as you are grunting in the direction, the audience responds positively to it. I swear to God, in the next 5 years, if we're still alive, they're just going to go, trans, and then people will understand what the message is. It's like, oh, okay, I'm activated. He said the word, and he grunted. This was a negative grunt. They're trying to transgender for everybody. That makes no fucking sense. What are you saying? It is a clear-cut indication that American political discourse has basically devolved into caveman shit. Everybody's computer, everything is transgender, everybody. And people go, hell yeah, dude, that's my fucking bold-ass president right there. I love him. I love him so much. He is so real. He's such a real one, dude. That's awesome. It's so fucking dumb.
For all of the crazy things that they were saying, and, you know, people would say they're 80-20 issues. I say they were 97-3. I always say 97-3, and nobody knows who
I always say it. Nobody knows.
This is the best.
Nobody knows what that means, but I say it anyway. Everybody transgender. Everybody transgender. Everybody knows. When I say it, everybody knows what that means. I like to say 99% to 1%. 99% say nobody transgender, 1% say everybody transgender.
Best issue of all. They are against preventing crime. They are fighting us. I want to go into Chicago, and I have this incompetent governor that doesn't want us. Do you know that this weekend?
Democrats love crime. They want to do more crime. They are criminals. Also, I was convicted, but that's okay. That was a crime in and of itself. Democrats are the criminals. They're crimers. They want crime. They want to legalize crime. Everybody transgender. Think about that. Like, the only reason why we're all aware of what he's trying to fucking say here is because he has so much, I guess, messaging discipline on this issue. He is like the Bernie Sanders of lying about Democrats. Like what Medicare for All is for Bernie Sanders. Like if Bernie Sanders went up on stage and was like, everybody Medicare, everyone would understand what he means, okay? And this is for Trump, it's just like everybody transgender, Democrats want crimes, immigrants are rapists, decapitators, and baby annihilators, and we just got to fucking, you know, we got to put a stop to that. That's it. Everything's computer. Everything transgender. Transgender for all. That's what they want.
72 people were shot in Chicago. I'm embarrassed to say it in front of the president of Poland. 11 people were killed. 72 people were shot. Last week, 7 people were killed in Chicago. A place which is probably your number one place. I hate to say it.
Yeah, I love the polls in Chicago.
And we got to keep it safe. But 7 people were killed. The week before that, 5 people were killed, and 21 people were shot. This is in 3 weeks. So in 3 weeks, I lost almost 35 people were killed. It could have been stopped. If you look at Washington, D.C., 3 weeks ago, it was the same or worse. And now it's considered a totally safe zone. Restaurants are open. They're bustling. Restaurants, you have to see, restaurants were dying. Nobody wanted to go out. They didn't want to be attacked. They didn't want to be mugged. They didn't want to be attacked even in the restaurant. And you take a look at what's happened. Friends of mine that haven't gone to a restaurant in 4 years, one of them went out 5 times in the last 2 weeks to a restaurant with his family. They feel totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a totally safe city. You're not reporting any crime because there is none. They said crime is down 87%, and I said, no, it's not. It's down 100%. We have a great thing going. I could do that with Chicago. We could do that with New York. We could do it with Los Angeles. So we're making a determination now. Do we go to Chicago or do we go to a place like New Orleans?
Yeah, now he's saying he's sending him to Chicago, by the way. And he also presented, he floated the idea of like invading New Orleans as well. Which would be, I guess, the first of its kind for a red state. But I don't think he's going to do that. I think he's going to go for Chicago. Oh. Any reason he never mentioned San Francisco? I feel like that's the Republicans' favorite city to shit on. I think that's old school. Because remember, San Francisco is now like right wing, kind of, because all the tech billionaires and shit. So it's good now because all the libertarian, like pro gay, fake woke tech billionaires have decided that they love Trump and they're going to defend Trump. So their stomping grounds are no longer presented as a major threat.
Orleans, where we have a great governor, Jeff Landry, who wants us to come in and straighten out a very nice section of this country. That's
also San Francisco is not, I mean, Oakland is, but San Francisco itself is not black enough, I don't think. So that's part of the reason why he doesn't have that same level of smoke. Because like Chicago's a black city, you know, there's a higher percentage population of black people in Chicago. Right? Atlanta, Chicago, a lot of places in the South as well. If he were to like send the military there, he would be sending him to like majority, or not even majority, but like higher percentage black population areas.
Become quite tough, quite bad. So we're going to be going to.
That's why he's talking about Baltimore, for example.
Maybe Louisiana. And you have New Orleans, which has a crime problem. We'll straighten that out in about 2 weeks. It'll take us 2 weeks, easier than D.C. But we could straighten out Chicago. All they have to do is ask us to go into Chicago if we don't have the support of some of these politicians. But I'll tell you who is supporting us, the people of Chicago. And I sort of want them to let it be known. They have incompetent people, a guy like Gavin Newsom.
It sucks because, like, everything I said about what he was doing when I was covering the LA protests and like the LA military, the LA military invasion, I said it was as a testing ground that he was going to inevitably send the troops to, like, he was basically testing the public appetite for this kind of thing, and the pushback that he was going to receive, and that he was inevitably going to go after other blue cities as well. And it's obvious that he's doing that. Like, that's precisely what the goal was. That's it.
He's the governor of a state that if we didn't go into Los Angeles with our soldiers, with our National Guard, you wouldn't even be having the Olympics there. They were going to take it. And remember this, your top law enforcement officer in Los Angeles said, there's no way we could have done this without President Trump coming in.
That's also bullshit. I mean, that's bullshit. Everyone that is like, even people who are a part of like the policing structure in Los Angeles were not happy about armed, lethal military members storming the fucking streets. Even if ultimately it was a show of force, even if ultimately it didn't like amount to anything, And it was a totally unnecessary posture. Partially because like domestic police is already heavily militarized anyway. And there was no need for that level of like pushback. No one actually thought that this was great. The mayor was against it. The cops didn't actually appreciate it either. I mean, we were there. A big part of what the police riot control movements were to move the crowds away from the federal buildings where there were federal law enforcement officers propped up on fucking balconies and shit with like less than lethal ordnance that they were deploying onto crowds. Like the cops' entire job there was to move the crowds away to the best of their ability and disperse them on other throughout other streets of Los Angeles. The NOLA mentioned as part of their expansion of Angola Plantation as an ICE camp. New Orleans natives remember how the National Guard and cops murdered people in the streets during Katrina. Yeah, that's also another part of obviously America's dark history.
With the troops, we saved Los Angeles and we saved the Olympics. Thank you very much.
I got this, sir. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Mr. President, in regards to Gavin Newsom, would you be open to a congressional investigation in regards to the specific Palisades fire where killed 12 seniors to see if there's any negligence on Gavin Newsom or Karen Bass in regards to those deaths?
Well, I'll tell you, there's negligence on not getting people permits. That is negligent. We got all of the federal permits. Lee Zeldin, the federal permits are much more difficult. They were all gotten within 30 days. People could go build their houses. It's going to be years before they are allowed to build their house. And Karen Bass is grossly incompetent. And Newsom, this is a very incompetent guy. I watched him with the hands. I'm saying, what's going on with the hands? There's something wrong with him. You watch him. There's something wrong with this guy. But more importantly, he didn't allow the water to come from the Pacific Northwest. You know, they have tremendous amounts of water in California. People don't know. They send the water out to the Pacific Ocean. So I demanded it be open. If that were open during the fire, before the fire, you wouldn't have had the fire because all the sprinklers would have worked in the houses. They had no water. They had no water in the fire hydrants. You wouldn't have had the fires. It would have been put out after one house, two houses. But he stopped the water from coming in. And I had to send in the military to have that water opened after the fires. And now they have water, but he should have more because they've restricted. They still restricted. There's something wrong with these people. There's something really wrong. As to investigation, I view it as a gross incompetence. I view it as an ideology that's wrong. It's a radical left ideology. And if I didn't win this election, I think our country would be destroyed. I don't believe you'd be here right now, and our country would be destroyed. Yeah. Go ahead.
President Trump, thank you, sir. What are the most important branches of interest between Poland and U.S. in your opinion?
Well, it's just the relationship we have. I think there's a great trust and a great, more than most countries, more than almost any countries. We have some in a category that's very special, and Poland is in that category. We have a very special relationship. It's like the question about the soldiers that was asked. We never even thought in terms of removing soldiers from Poland. We do think about it with regard to other countries, but we would never know. We're with Poland all the way, and we will help Poland protect itself.
Awesome. It's just, I'm beginning to notice a pattern here where it's like every problem requires sending the military. Sending the military. Poland exists. Send it the military. We need to use the military. The military is a necessity. Is there crime happening? It's time for the military. Open presents. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Time to send the military to open presents.
I would like to add something. Yeah, of course, security is most important also for our relation.
I mean, it's giving declining empire for sure. Okay, when your only active industry is around the military-industrial complex, and like your only large organizational Like the largest fucking labor force that you have is just a bunch of fucking dudes with guns, the military, outside of like, I don't know, Walmart distribution facilities and Amazon distribution facilities, then yeah, you're going to keep using that. You're going to keep using that for everything. Keep using the military. It's the best. We have it. Time to invade. We got a military waiting. Would be a real shame if we don't use it. This motherfucker, bro, he's like, oh, we got real issues with housing. Send in the military. Bomb the houses and rebuild them.
And I'm a historian, as you know, maybe, Mr. President. Sure. I'm a historian, and this is the first time in Polish history, in 20th century and the 21st century, that the Poles are happy that we have foreign soldiers in Poland. So the American soldiers are the part of our society nowadays. We have almost 10,000 soldiers, and this is the signal to the whole world and also to the Russian Federation that we are together. But we are not like the Poland free riders in Europe and in NATO. Mr. President Trump knows it, because our GDP for military service achieved 4.7. So we are probably the one NATO nation which is on this level, and we will not stop. Me, as the president of Poland, we are going to achieve 5% of GDP for military service, but with American soldiers on Polish soil, we solidify and we are secure.
Just about that, Poland was one of two nations that paid more than they were supposed to with NATO. I don't know if anyone knows that, but there were two nations. And Poland paid more than they were supposed to. They thought it was low. And by the way, since then, at my request, they've raised it from 2% to 5%. But Poland was one of two nations that paid more than they were supposed to, which was a very nice thing. Yeah.
You were not invited to the parade in Beijing.
Never even thought about it until just now.
I do want to mention another I told you so moment. One of the things that I actually consistently brought up over and over again was that a lot of young people that took a shot in the dark at Donald Trump because they were too young to remember what it was like when he was president, where he made a lot of gains from like Gen Z voters, would very quickly realize that he sucks ass. And I told you this ahead of time. I literally said, like, all these people that fucking voted for him, especially young people that he was actively trying to get support from, because it was one of the only remaining avenues where people just like didn't have a fully fleshed out opinion of Trump, especially like a negative one. They were inevitably going to swing back around and go, this guy sucks. And the same goes for a lot of like independents, a lot of people in the margins. This is what happened in Trump 1 as well, right? People vote for the guy because they think he's going to break the systems. And he's also like, he's also consistently talking about things that other politicians simply don't talk about, like moneyed interests and things like that. And then you vote for him, and then you realize he's just as fucking transparently corrupt as anybody else. I guess the only difference is he's transparent in his corruption, as opposed to like other groups that or other politicians that aren't as transparent. But he's also a bumbling old fool who's not improving people's lives at all. And they would inevitably turn around and go, yeah, this shit sucks. And here we are. Trump's dropped approval among 18 to 29-year-olds have gone up to a 66% disapproval, shot up 29%. His job approval among 18 to 29-year-olds is at 30%. That's minus 12. This is always the same shit. Remember, I talked to you about trans issues, for example. I told you, there is going to be a point where people go, wait a minute, he's dunking on trans people, but that's not actually improving my life. What the fuck? That's it. All of these issues are simple distractions. They're very successful at they're very successful at making people pay attention. They're very successful at like shifting people's priorities away from the issues that actually matter. But when you actually become the president, it's not just about Please don't read statistics if you aren't going to say the thing. What? What? The polls are a lie. They're lying. The young people love me. Is that what you're saying? Oh, holy Toledo. Trump's job approval among 18 to 29-year-olds is down, down, down. Last time this was checked is in 225. February 2nd, 225. Is that good? That's what you were saying. You wanted me to say, holy Toledo. I am the 30%. Ask me anything. Let's fucking go, MAGA. I am the 30%. Suck my dick. Okay. Okay, dude. Why can't conservatives accept the L? Real events. Shooting in Oklahoma hospital. Multiple cops shot in Charlotte. Pray for Charlotte. Multiple cops shot. I don't think you are actually a Trump supporter. Hong Kong matters. Fuck China. Dem house control. Wait, maybe this was like one of those like liberals who then turned into a MAGA guy. Or maybe he's just memeing. I feel like he's just memeing. He's a... Maybe he is. Chatter, are you a former liberal turned? You are spot on. I was Dem. Oh, shit. No, this is great. Okay, following since 2020, November 3rd. Okay, obviously followed in the last election. Was a liberal. The election prior to this last one. Was a liberal, but was like a pro-NatSec, pro-NATO, anti-America's foreign adversary style liberal. And I guess like if I am to look at what radicalized them, I would suspect that it was maybe in like the 2021 era, post 2021, like we found a shiny. No, I don't think this is a shiny. I think this is like, and it's not head trauma either. No. I think this guy became pro-Trump after BLM protests and stuff like that because he's talking about like multiple cops being shot in Charlotte. So if I were to clock him, I would say that it was like, I joined the military in 2018. Okay, that could be part of that. That could be part of it. But I think this is a COVID radicalization. Hard crime lib, the Anna Kasparian route. It could be hard crime, crime panic liberal that turned reactionary, turned into a Republican. It could be the type of motherfucker that like was a COVID guy. Could be a COVID guy as well. Like Democrats went heavy-handed with COVID policies that turned me into a fucking Republican. Or it could be that he like started watching other liberal content creators, moved away, wanted to vote Biden 2020, but never got a mail-in ballot at my duty station. Maybe watch like some Sex Pestiny on his journey and eventually became more and more reactionary. Potentially. I don't know. Because that's usually Kamala never won a primary, so that ruined democracy for me. That's funny. Yeah, he got scratched. Scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. That's what happened. Who did he want in the 2020 primary? He says he was Biden. Was he a trash can lib who got brain broken? I mean, I can totally see people that move away. Love you though, man. Keep up the content. I would go so far as to say guys like this, they think that people like myself are like nefarious actors. Maybe not him. He doesn't think that, or at least he still thinks that this is like entertaining enough. But guys like this, I think usually they get de-radicalized by the likes of people who are constantly saying like the radical left is too radical, but liberal style. And then that actually swings them back in the direction of, they're just like easily manipulated, but that usually swings them back in the direction of Trump eventually. Most just think you're dumb, to be honest. Why is it funny? Most just think you're dumb, to be honest, or ask him moron. Like this guy. This guy, 1,000% in a couple years is also going to be firmly a right winger, right? This is the exact type of guy I'm talking about. Guys that come in here, they watch for a little bit, or they watch Sex Pestiny, Molestiny. They maybe move on to like Asmongold, right? And then slowly but surely, without realizing, because all of their political worldview is developed by like listening to content creators. Yeah, too late, dummy. There you go. That's what happens usually. They just they go from like centrist positions eventually into the right wing positions. I don't understand hate watchers. What's the point, please? No, I love guys like this. I love guys that are who are at 2025 when we're fucking talking 8 months into the Trump presidency, 9 months into the Trump presidency, guys who are like, nah, I still ride with Trump pretty hard, as we're looking at fucking polls that show a lot of people have extreme discontent with the administration for obvious reasons. That is 100% my favorite type of guy in the chat. I value that type of person. I love my hogs, okay? I love my hogs. It's not a secret. I want to know what flavor of Kool-Aid they drank, how they arrived at those positions. It's an important part of like de-radicalizing people like this. You know? I'm here, Law. I agree with some of what you say. Okay, explain to me what you agree with and what you disagree with. I'd peg you as a sociopath, to be honest. I'd attribute it to a desire for power. You running for office. Ironic, because I've always said no to that. You are doing the same. Transpons narrative to a different premise. If you read The Decline of Trump Approval, just show which policies are causing it, not just fish. One of them, all of which fits your narrative. It's not one of them. It's all of them. Because the entire political infrastructure in this country revolves around refusing to address the major issues that pertain to people's material conditions, the cost of living, rent, which requires you to tackle the housing market. This is a very moneyed interest a project that needs to maintain this finite supply of housing. A lot of people with money, a lot of people with capital want to make sure that the housing market stays as fucked as it is, which creates a lot of fucking homeless people, for example. And when you see that homelessness, when you see the homeless population, you go, oh, there's crime that's everywhere. Poverty is everywhere. Crime is everywhere. And then you want more militant responses. Trump is filling that need very well. But in that process, there's a lot of people that go, I voted for Donald Trump because I thought he was going to fucking make things more affordable. Things are less affordable than they ever were. And the only thing that's happened so far is that they're just like sending the fucking military. Trump said he was going to tackle the issue of migrant crime. It turns out the migrant crime panic was completely fucking made up hysteria. We got that inequity is the main issue, but why not focus on that? What do you mean? I am focusing on that. Anyway, the other chatter is just a chirper. He's stupid. So your goal is to build a pretty much disagree everything but Israel? Wait, but you went from F Hamas to pretty much disagree with everything but Israel. So your goal is to build a populist left, correct? I mean, yeah. That's strange. He's one of those realignment right-wingers who agrees with the left on economic policy. Actually curious because I've heard you say plenty since following that you'll never run for office. You say we need legitimate, honest, and principled politicians, and you have a not insignificant following. Like, what's stopping you? I think you need to be cut from a different cloth to be able to fucking run for office and actually be a politician. And I am not cut from that cloth at all. This is what I'm good at. I'm a good propagandist. I'm not a good administrator. I think one thing I heard you say that cuts through all the crime hysteria bullshit is that what people are really complaining about is visible poverty, aggressive panhandling, and dirty, poorly maintained streets. It's not about the actual stats. Yeah, exactly. Homelessness is one of the most visible aspects of poverty, and poverty translates to people thinking that there is major crime happening. A lot worse crimes that you fantasize about happening all around the country. So when you see homeless people in the streets, and when you see like other visible aspects of poverty, like locking up deodorant at CVS, you go, crime is completely out of fucking control. That's it. But yeah, I don't know what this guy is saying, but the other guy, let's see, what was his radicalization journey? I want to know. I wanted Bernie 2016 attended a rally in National City. Appreciate the love of Hasan. Just wanted the U.S. to truly be united. Keep up the content, my man. I love guys like this. The guys who are like, I really love Bernie, so I voted for the diametrical opposite of Bernie Sanders, with the exception of like, I guess, presenting himself as a fighter against the established Republican Party. Because the only thing you can point to with respect to like Bernie versus Trump is that Bernie is seen as an outsider to his own party. He's an independent, and Trump presented himself as an outsider and in some respects was an outsider to the Republican Party, but he very quickly whipped the rest of the Republican Party to his own design, to his own desires. And also, a lot of what Trump does is basically just a maximalist position that you would logically arrive at with years and years of reactionary propaganda. So Donald Trump is not different than the average Republican in many respects. But it's just funny because, like, this is, guys, I would bracket this off as like the third category. If politics are team sports for many Americans because of their inability to recognize that policies are what matter and not the politicians or the team that you're voting for, the third category is the independent guy, the anti-establishment guy. Obviously, the first category is vote blue no matter who, and then the second category is the vote red no matter dead, the Republicans. But then the third category is the outsiders, the people that fancy themselves to be anti-establishment. Okay, these are the three major reasons as to why people actually vote for people. This is a real issue. That's precisely the reason why when Republicans, or not Republicans necessarily, but when Democrats actually don't present a real robust response to growing fascism, or when Democrats, when they're in charge, don't actually follow through on their agenda items and are constantly fucking hit with like legislative setbacks that they're seemingly unable to overcome, a lot of people still go, shut the fuck up. They're still better than the Republicans. Or when they come around to Republican positions and reactionary framing on issues such as immigration, the notion that immigrants actually constitute a national security threat, for example, in the way that like Kamala Harris presented it in this last election cycle, Democrats go, you got to vote for the Democrats, shut the fuck up. Those are the vote blue no matter who guys. They don't believe in the policies. They don't believe in any sort of like discernible ideology. There are Pew Center research. There is consistent Pew research on the matter. 20% of Americans vote on ideological grounds, which are, I guess, the closest that you could point to in terms of like an association with tangible policy goals. And 80% on both sides actually vote for partisan reasons. They vote for a party because their parents did. They vote for a party because they've always voted for said party. Okay? And the reality of the matter is these independent guys also are the same. Because if someone were to actually like Bernie Sanders for his policies, right? Medicare for all, free college for all, and not simply the aesthetic of like being anti-establishment, they would never actually flip from Bernie Sanders to Donald Trump. Because Donald Trump obviously is antagonistic to the major reasons why people are supposed to like Bernie Sanders. That's it. That's why a lot of these guys go from like, oh, I voted for Bernie or I wanted Bernie Sanders, but now I actually like Donald Trump. That to me means that you are in the third category of partisanship, which is to remain nonpartisan, to remain anti-establishment. That's the only thing that binds Bernie Sanders in some way to Donald Trump. Does that make sense? For me, there's a reason why Bernie got way more Republican crossover voters than any moderate lib ever dreamed of getting. These aren't leftists who moved over to the right. They're ex-apolitical or once ex-conservatives who saw a different option than the status quo. Yeah, it's vibes-based for the most part. But once again, I don't have an issue with vibes-based voting. I mean, I wish that it wasn't vibes-based. What I have an issue with is non-policy-driven voting, okay? If I were to explain my main role here, it's to try to get every single person that tunes in to actually care about the policy agenda, to actually care about holding politicians to account regardless of party affiliation, okay? That's it. And unfortunately, given, and not to get too Marxist here, but given the reality that we have a bourgeois capitalist democratic process that is supposed to have a bipartisan attitude on major issues that pertain to, you know, some of the most consequential aspects of your life, like privatized medicine, privatized healthcare, an incredibly costly college education that is getting increasingly more costly, endless military, endless warfare around the globe, endless fucking money to the military. These are things that, like, neither major party actually disagree on. It's established as the truth. It's established as this, like, reality, because those are the things that, like, the average person actually worries about and actually cares about. And yet there is an established consensus there. American politics turns into team sports. So the people that are super tuned into this stuff do not care about the policies at all, do not care about, like, holding politicians to account when they refuse to push for these policies that they promised that they would actually push for when they are in charge. That's my goal. I don't give a fuck who's advocating for what. I care about the actual policies, okay? I don't care about the letter next to their name. Of course, I have a lot of smoke for the Republican Party because the policies that they supposedly care about are also genuinely harmful, and at best are simple distractions, okay? But the reason why I have a lot of smoke for the Democrats are also because they don't follow through on any of the agenda that they claim to care about, any of the issues that they claim to care about, okay? That's it. We got to hold these motherfuckers accountable. Anyway, do I regret playing Among Us with AOC? No, fuck no. Why would I? No, of course not. I think a lot of people don't understand that I use the Democratic Party because it's the only game in town that is supposed to be the ostensible left flank of American politics. Because I'm a firm and committed believer that a lot of people who are self-identified liberals are not as antagonistic to the policies that I'm advocating for. The goal is to capture their attention and get them to also be diehard fighters for these causes, okay? You might disagree with that. You might say it's entryism, it's stupid, it's silly. You're just an advocate for the same imperial coin, and that's fine, okay? But I don't see you building a revolutionary vanguard anytime soon. And if you look to the actual current cultural attitudes towards the left, if you look to the current attitude towards socialism in this country, we are a far way out from building any sort of revolutionary vanguard anyway. So right now, advocacy is perhaps more important than anything else. Having prominent left politicians run for positions of power and show that there's an alternative vision there that will hopefully capture the attention of enough Democrat Party voters that demand more of the same type of fucking policies and the same type of politics that you see from the likes of Zoran Mamdani is the best possible way to even bring about maybe down the line a revolutionary vanguard, if that's what you choose to do so. Same goes for unions. Okay? You should just pivot to classic liberalism and have some hope for getting a W one day. And all of that is where it comes crashing down. We ain't going to vote for socialism, Bubba. You should pivot to classic liberalism. Brother, don't you understand that this is my genuinely held worldview? Also, there is not a single fucking person that you could present that is a classical liberal that has the same level of fucking prominence in this sphere as someone like myself. So I don't know what you're talking about in terms of like an organically built movement around uncompromisingly pushing for these fucking pushing for these policies. Okay. And not only that, but I already showed you one of these W's with Zohran Mamdani. People despise liberals. They just hate it. I know your views. You're pretty clear. Socialists just need to appeal to incels, and it's easy. Outline how it will get easier to get pussy under socialism, and there will be a revolution within 1 year. Yeah, I don't think so. But good one. Hasan isn't a great guy, just saying. Thanks, John Smith, 3362. You're really going to make an impact in this community. Any day now. No problem, my man. I got you. Any day now, you're gonna convert some of these guys into also building their entire worldview around simply being antagonistic to whatever fucking position I hold. Like, that's not real politics. You know what I mean? That's just like you're listening to a fucking dumbass. If their entire political output, an entire commentary output revolves around like whatever fucking drama that their favorite content creator got into, then they're not serious people. They have no interest. You know? Anyway. I forgot where we were, but yeah, Trump is unpopular, and I told you this was going to happen. And I told you this was going to happen with the youth as well, with the youth vote especially, and it swung dramatically. Yeah. Let's continue.
President Kabinski, what's your message for President? Never even thought. It wouldn't have been my place to be there.
On tariffs? Will you visit a restaurant in D.C.? You haven't gone to...
I might, sure.
You haven't gone to one in either of your terms that wasn't...
How do you know? How do you know?
Because I and many other...
Do you want me to prove you wrong? Do you want me to prove you wrong?
Yes, please.
But I will, I think it's something we could consider doing. I'd love to do it. I love the White House food, but after a while, I can see going to a nice restaurant. It's safe. If you would have said, like, Governor Moore wanted me to go and walk through Baltimore with him, and I said, you know, I think I'm a brave guy, but there's no reason to be stupid. They have crime that's at levels that nobody's ever seen before in Baltimore. They've done a terrible job. We'd go into Baltimore, straighten it out very quickly, too. You know why? They respect our soldiers. You see our soldiers. They respect our soldiers. We'd go there, too. But we're going to have people asking us to go. They're going to want to, and I think the people of those places the politicians are not in tune with the people. The people in Chicago, the people in Baltimore, the people in all of the places we talk about, they want to see us there. And I think we're pretty much waiting till we get asked and properly. Because we're doing them a big service. Yeah, please.
You're talking about how historic these tariffs have been, bringing in revenue, additional revenue for our country. You've also mentioned before they could possibly replace federal income tax.
Possible.
Do you think that's...
Someday it's possible. It used to be. So if you go back to 1913 is when they ended tariffs. We were the richest ever from 1850. It was all tariffs. We didn't have income taxes. From 1850 to 1913. In the 1887s, about 1887...
It's good comparable state of international trade and commerce, I think. You know, that's definitely That's definitely a similar trade environment. That's what I like to think of when I think of like, well, this worked in 1837 or 1887. Why can't it work now? That's great. This is even dumber than fucking people doing the, we got to go back to the gold standard shit, okay?
And the Great National Tariff Act. And it was a group of people that got together because our country was so rich, they didn't know what to do with the money. We had so much money, they didn't know what to do. It was a group of very prominent people that were set up to hand out money to everybody because we were the richest we ever were. Proportionately, we were in 1887, around that time, even in 1913. We ended them in 1913. How did that work out? And then we went to the income tax system, and then we had the Depression. And by the way, a lot of people try and say that, oh, tariffs with the Depression. No, they ended in 1913, and then we went to income tax, and then in 1929 you had the Depression. They did try and bring it back in 1931-32, but the Depression had long started, and this poor, beautiful nation was gone. It was gone. We suffered for 25 years. It took 25, 30 years to really recover from the Depression. And we don't ever want to see that happen again. The tariffs are vital to the success of this country. When I say I ended 7 wars, at least half of those wars were ended because of the power of tariffs. I was able to say, well, we're not doing any business with you, or if you're going to war, we're putting a big tariff on you. And all of a sudden they announced that the war was settled. I settled 7 different wars, one going 31 years, look at the Congo and Rwanda, look at that, 31 years, 10 million people dead, I got it settled. And a little bit of that one, less than in some cases, had to do with trade and had to do with tariffs. So, you know, tariffs are vital to our country. And just so you know, other countries use them on us, but I just used them a lot better. We're in a much better position. We have trillions of dollars coming into our country. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be a very poor nation, and we would be taken advantage of by every other nation in the world, friend and foe. We're not going to let that happen. And we have a very, very big case in the Supreme Court. I can only say this. Our country has a chance to be unbelievably rich again, but it can also be unbelievably poor again. If we don't win that case, our country is going to suffer so greatly.
What's the backup plan, sir?
But I think we're going to have a big victory. Even if you look at the people that brought the case, they're foreign-oriented. They're foreign. Countries have taken advantage of the United States for so many years. And I started with China. You know, last term, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs from China. But when COVID came, the last thing I was going to do is we're going to tariff France and Italy.
There's a non-zero number right when you're sitting at home watching him speak, rubbing their chin as they ponder the profundity of Trump's statements. I mean, they also think he's hot. Like that in and of itself is, I think, the clearest indication of someone's mania. Like, there are people who look at Donald Trump and think he's like a sexy guy. I always like to point to that to show you like how insane these lunatics are. Because like, if you look at something that is right in front of your eyes and you don't see what other people are seeing, what everyone is seeing, and you just see something entirely different, like, you're a crazy person. You're a lunatic. My dad describes Trump as handsome and elegant. Oh my God. I'm sorry, man. When I saw those ladies wearing like Trump can grab my pussy t-shirts, I was like, this is over. This is not a normal movement. I mean, people think RFK is healthy. These guys are just responding to stimuli. They're not responding to what they can see. They are already on board with the don't believe your lying eyes shit, okay?
And, you know, others, Spain, when they were doing so badly. But now we made a deal with the European Union where they're paying us almost $1 trillion, and they're happy to do it. You know what? They're happy. It's done. These deals are all done. I guess we'd have to unwind them. We've done deals with Japan, with South Korea. We've done deals with many countries and others to come. And if we didn't have the power, prestige, and dignity of tariffs, and I used them wisely, and people respect America again, and we've become a rich country again. The money coming in is incredible. And again, they use them on us. If we didn't have them, they would use them on us, and we would have no way to fight them. We would be a third world nation. So I think it's one of the most important cases I've ever seen go before the Supreme Court of the U.S.
So you gave Vladimir Putin a 2-week deadline to agree to talks with Volodymyr Zelensky. That deadline is now nearly approached. Can you give us any indication of when you will make a decision?
Well, I'm having a conversation with him very shortly, and I'll know pretty much what we're going to be doing. We've taken very strong action, as you know, and in other ways we've taken very strong action. But I'll be speaking to him over the next few days, and we're going to see.
With who, sir?
I'm going to know exactly what's happening. But I'm not happy with all the people. You got 7,819 people killed last week. Russian soldiers and...
This number changes. Wait, why does he try to do like the exact number every time? Because yesterday he said 7,894. Now he's saying 7,819. It's just... We've totally moved beyond like assuming that a position like the bully pulpit is supposed to is supposed to require a level of like decency, and a guy like the fucking president is not supposed to just like make numbers up. And it's awesome that you could just say whatever the fuck you want. There is very little that Trump says that is real. Okay? As a matter of fact, the only time where he's like actually being honest and transparent is whenever he talks about like the unlimited cruelty that America is going to bring about the rest of the world, where he'll be like when people will be like, "Oh, why are you giving weapons to Saudi Arabia?" He goes, "Well, do you have $1 billion? They'll buy it from Russia. If they don't buy it from us, someone's got to buy these weapons." Like, that's the only time where he's like transparent or honest. He's only honest when he is talking about his dishonesty. But every other thing is just either lies, or now the new meta is just simply shouting out not even a talking point, but shouting out a word, one word. Everybody transgender, everybody understands what that means now. They make up their own minds as to what this is supposed to mean.
Ukraine soldiers, right? Not American soldiers, not soldiers from Poland, but they're human beings, they're souls. They have parents, they wave goodbye to their parents, and their parents never see them again. That's the end of them. Over a stupid war, and I want to see it stopped. Now, we have stopped the money. We send weapons to NATO. They pay full price.
NATO.
We don't, Biden spent $350 billion so stupidly. And it was one of the reasons that this whole thing happened. A big reason this war happened was sitting right in these chairs, this one in particular. So I will tell you that I think we're going to have
thank you for the 5 gifted.
A good solution. But they're losing soldiers at levels that nobody has seen since the Second World War. This is the worst conflict, and it's just going on and on. It's one's defense, one's offense. The offense moves a little bit, just a little bit. You take a look. They move inches. They're dropping bombs and killing everybody. The whole thing is not since the Second World War has there been anything even close to this. And they're not soldiers from my country. This is my country. But I have a power to end things. That's why I was able to end 7 other wars. And you know that I thought of the 7. They're basically 7. Those are tough wars to end.
Like this. This is what I mean. When I say he just like makes shit up, this is a perfect example. Sometimes it's 7, sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's basically 7. And it's like, he didn't do any of that. He's just making it up. Like, either these conflicts came to a halt because of the two belligerents, okay? Or he's just lying. And especially when he says, like, sometimes he said 10 last week, then you know he's lying. That's not even real. He just made up a number. And the only reason why he's saying that is because he can't actually fucking end the two conflicts that he said he was going to end day one. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and Israel's genocide of the Palestinian population in Gaza. He said he was going to end them day one, and he couldn't, even though he has all the power to do so with especially Israel, and he just doesn't have the ambition, not even interested, okay? And with Russia, he couldn't do it. He genuinely thought Vladimir Putin respects him enough that he would like back away or offer him like this gift of no more military incursion in Ukraine. He was a fucking moron. And it didn't happen. So he has to make shit up to be like, I've ended 7 wars.
Much tougher, I thought, than the war with Ukraine and Russia. I thought that Ukraine and Russia have a very good relationship with President Putin. I thought that that would be much easier. I thought that would be in the middle of the pack, maybe one of the easiest. Sometimes you never know with war. You know, war is a very interesting thing. You never know with war. War is complex and dangerous, and what a mess. What a bloody mess.
August 25th.
Good job. Thank you, sir. You stopping a lot of wars? just the presidents we're stopping. We've stopped 7 wars, and really the number is actually 10. We're not including a couple, and we're not including in there the what we did with Iran, stopping their nuclear play. They would have had within a month or two, they would have had a nice big nuclear weapon to use. That's not going to happen. That won't happen.
I mean, what do we say to this? Like, what can you say to this? And it's sad because sometimes people misunderstand me when I talk about like certain content creators and their popularity, which we found is not even so organic as we previously thought. I'm not going to name any names. It's not that like there's envy or jealousy there that another content creator is more popular than me. There are a million content creators that are more popular than me. It's the fact that there are people tuning in who agree with this reactionary framework that frustrate me. And this is no different. It's not that Trump is like a bumbling old baboon, senile, and constantly lying. It's the fact that people actually love him and they also agree with him and they think he is brilliant. That's the most discouraging thing, because if like everybody recognized what the fuck he was and reacted appropriately and like, you know, constantly tried pushing and then there was like a significant militant response against that sort of thing, then I would say, you know, at least the population is smart. At least the population understands what's going on. At least your neighbors know what the fuck is up. What makes me sad is the fact that there is a 30% part of this population that unironically, no matter what he does, will turn around and say, nah, man, that's my president. You stupid libtard. He's hot. He's healthy. He's 215 pounds. And he's 6'4". And he can dunk a basketball. And he's ending all the wars. It's like, oh my God. It's just so frustrating. It's so frustrating to have to deal with people who have decided that they can just hallucinate an alternative reality. And those guys have so much play on our lives. Like even the military incursions, even the fucking, you know, send the military, send the Marines, send the National Guard to Chicago shit. Like, that's done for those guys. Okay? Those guys who are just like, hell yeah, brother, we got to do more militant response to solve this unlimited crime in blue cities where seemingly there's a lot of black people. Like, that's who he's doing it for. Or, hell yeah, brother, we got to deport every Guatemalan. They're scary. They got salsa hips. They're dancing. I hate that. That's who he's doing this for. Those guys have so much fucking play. The dumbest, most psychotic, racist people in American society that have never left their fucking hometowns get to dictate what we all experience. And that is so fucking frustrating. Hyperbole? Yeah, wow. I can't believe you figured out that I am engaging in hyperbole. Is it in line with what's going on or not? I mean, look at this. Florida moves to end all school vaccine mandates, first in nation to do so. How the fuck can you look at this and go, this is great? This is great, brother. Fantastic. I can't wait. Hell yeah, brother. We're going to get rabies, and that's fine. We're bringing back Legionnaire's disease. Awesome.
It's going to get done one way or the other. But they have to stop killing all of these souls. They're souls, and we have to stop killing.
Just to follow up on that.
All right. Yeah, he stopped them all.
New disclosure.
Anyway, let's move on to another issue that the Republicans are seemingly refusing to address.
From the Jeffrey Epstein files, a House committee this time released thousands of pages of Justice Department documents related to the disgraced financier. This happened last night. Also included missing cell block video that had raised conspiracy rumors over Epstein's reported suicide. Committee members also met with some of Epstein's alleged sex abuse victims. And Nicole Killian is on Capitol Hill following all this for us. Nicole, good morning. What did we learn, if anything, from this release?
Hey, good morning to you, Tony. A CBS News review shows...
I'm going to tell you what we learned from this release. The Republicans are not invested in allowing people to actually learn whatever the fuck exists out there in the clients list. They just do not want people to... They do not want people to know any new information about this, and they simply want people to shut the fuck up. And in an effort to get people to shut the fuck up, they're just going to make it seem like they're, putting out new information with the hopes that it will quiet down some of the dumbest morons in the Trump base that also are invested in this Epstein thing.
Much of the information that was released was already public, but we could learn more when we hear directly from some of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers at a press conference here on Capitol Hill. The House Oversight Committee posted more than 33,000 pages, which it says is just a fraction of the total Epstein files. They contain previously unseen surveillance video outside Epstein's jail cell on the night he died. That includes a missing minute, which the Attorney General said in July didn't exist due to a security reset. There are also Epstein's flight logs, which show he traveled with young women. Some of the women who claim they were groomed and abused by the convicted sex offender met for 2.5 hours with House Speaker Mike Johnson and the Oversight Panel. The Speaker is under pressure to hold a vote to compel the Justice Department to publicly release the Epstein files in full. Republican Tom Massey and Democrat Ro Khanna have filed a petition to force a vote on the floor. Massey said they've already garnered half of the signatures required to advance it. Both lawmakers will appear with the survivors at today's news conference. Meantime, the Speaker is pushing for a separate vote this week to allow the Oversight Committee to continue its work. Tony.
All right, Nicole, thank you very much.
This is the big revelation, I would say, which is that the victims came out and were not happy with the lack of disclosure. So now an Epstein survivor is hinting at a potential list of names being compiled by the accusers themselves. Interesting stuff.
Tear into Congress. Full respect. Hi there. My name is Lisa Phillips, and I'm the host of a award-nominated podcast called From Now On. a platform supporting survivors. I want to thank all of my survivor sisters who came before me today. I'll be very short. In the year 2000, I was taken to Jeffrey Epstein's island while on a photo shoot on a nearby island. Who I saw and what I experienced there was a glimpse into a very dark and disturbing world. For years after, I tried to avoid Jeffrey, but he had introduced me to Katie Ford, the owner of the Ford Modeling Agency. Epstein's reach went to the very top of fashion, arts, and entertainment. This did not just happen to underage girls in Florida. In New York City, hundreds of young, ambitious women were abused by him. Epstein was not just a serial predator, he was an international human trafficker. And many around him knew, many participated, and many profited. And yet, he was protected. So I stand here today for every woman who has been silenced, exploited, and dismissed. We are not asking for pity. We are here demanding accountability, and I'm demanding justice. Congress must choose. Will you continue to protect predators, or will you finally protect survivors?
I can't help but sometimes feel as though like this is just going to move the needle in the opposite direction, where it will simply make people not even care about pedophilia. Like, it's the only established norm that we have, which is child predation is unconscionable and it's the ultimate bad. It kind of feels in the same vein as like genocide, right? Like, genocide is a bridge too far. It's supposed to be a bridge too far for everyone. It is an established norm that you are anti-genocide. Everyone is supposed to be against that, right? And I feel like the less accountability Israel sees, the more violent it gets, and the more people feel discouraged and don't have realize that their voices don't matter, or at least like come to that conclusion, the more people just start kicking in their defense mechanism and going, well, maybe it's not so bad that genocide is happening. And I fear that this is what's going on with like pedophilia, like sequence, serialized, systematized pedophilia. It's the thing that everyone is supposed to be against, okay? Like, sure, people don't have that kind of opinion under patriarchal constructs about like, sexual assault against women. That's certainly the case. Like, there's rape culture, all this stuff, right? But like, pedophilia is supposed to be the thing that everyone is against. No matter how big of a villain someone might be in your life, if you ask them like what they think about pedophilia, they'll be like, yeah, fuck those guys. As a matter of fact, it's so bad that pedophiles themselves will often wear those like, oh, time to hang your local pedophile t-shirts, you know? But the more this kind of stuff is discussed and the less there's action the less there's any sort of action that people are, your party supports it, my party. First of all, the Democrats are not my party. And secondly, it's wild to say that right now. Like, right now is the worst possible time to say that. This is what I mean when I say these guys just hallucinate, dude. They hallucinate alternative reality. Donald Trump every day goes on television and says, the Jeffrey Epstein stuff is a hoax. It's just a hoax. Sure, we were best friends. It's fine. I didn't write a letter to him for his 50th birthday, even though I did, and it's fine. And you fucking still, and the Democrats are the ones who are literally like, for political purposes, for partisan purposes, if you want to say it, that they don't have a genuine interest in like revealing this information, and they're doing it simply because it hurts Donald Trump, fine. But like, regardless of their reasoning, regardless of their ambitions, or whatever the motivating factor is here, it's clear that the Democrats, unlike the Republicans broadly, are unironically trying to. Your party's okay with men competing in women's sports? Remember what I said about how fucking brain dead some of these guys are? That's it. That's the 30% right there. If you are a person who has voted for Donald Trump at any given point and now experience buyer's remorse, understand that if you lean into the Trump side, that's what you sound like. A guy who looks at Donald Trump saying, Jeffrey Epstein was my friend, it's fine, it's not a big deal, it's a hoax, okay, every day, is so easily tricked that he can turn around and claim, well, the Democrats support men participating in women's sports. That's like, even if you have a disagreement with that, which I don't give a shit about, right? How the fuck is that in any way, shape, or form relevant to the active child molestation that took place with Jeffrey fucking Epstein when the Republicans are refusing to release the files? You just said you are the dumbest person. You are so fucking stupid. You're literally like, I'm stupid. You're wearing a dunce cap, dude. You're like, I'm the easily tricked adult. If you're wondering, when Donald Trump says everybody transgender, who that appeals to, it's this fucking idiot, okay? When Donald Trump says everybody transgender, this guy goes, hell yeah, brother. That's right. It's certainly no longer weird to me that he ran on releasing the Epstein files and refuses to release them. That's not strange. And basically every media hit he has done so far makes me feel like he's heavily involved in Epstein. But I look away. I have terrible news. This is the most devastating piece of information I've ever delivered. I ordered chicken, and they did not. I ordered chicken, and they did not send me garlic sauce. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Raw dog it? That's crazy. What am I, an animal? And I've run out of extra garlic sauce as well. This is terrifying. This is my 9/11.
And also, I would like to announce here today, us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know who were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details.
Let's just give a round of applause for all the courage and strength that the survivors have shown. We now will take a few questions. You can always get Congressman Massey, me, or Congresswoman Green in the hallways and other places. If you have questions for us, that's fine. But I wanted to see first if you have questions for the lawyers and the survivors, and Brad will facilitate any of the questions to the survivors. Yes.
Yeah. This question would be for the survivors, Mr. Edwards. The president has said that this Epstein issue is a hoax, is the words that he used. Can we get your reactions to what you think when you hear him say that?
Oh, I'll answer that. Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax. We are real human beings. This is real trauma.
What does it feel like emotionally to hear that?
Devastating.
It's being gutted from the inside out. Not that I would know what that feels like, but I imagine it's the anxiety buildup with the depression and the survival mode, and then your nervous system goes limp and ironically is shot. And it feels like you just want to explode inside because nobody, again, is understanding that this is a real situation. These women are real. We're here in person. To say that it's a hoax is just not... Please humanize us. I would like Donald J. Trump and every person in America and around the world to humanize us, to see us for who we are and to hear us for what we have to say. There is no hoax. The abuse was real. Now, what goes on behind closed doors, I can't speak for that. What happens around the world politically, I cannot speak for that. But I am here with all of these women, including...
Wait, they did a jet flyover? They actually did a flyover over this? If you're wondering why there's a jet flying over Capitol Hill during the Survivor presser, yes, that was a flyover, and yes, that is unusual. Wait, what? I don't know. Maybe it's for the Polish president or something. I don't know.
Our attorneys.
Maybe it's not for
and
these
I would be more
people.
than happy to meet with him, and I will meet him halfway.
Survivor who just spoke. The last survivor who just spoke, she said that Epstein would brag about her relationship with Donald Trump. Could she please elaborate about that?
And anybody
Shante.
get to the microphones.
Get close.
Yeah, I did say that. My first trip to the Palm Beach residence, I drove there from the airport with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Jeffrey and Ghislaine were always very boastful about their friends, their famous or powerful friends, and his biggest brag forever was that he was very good friends with Donald Trump. He had an 8x10 framed picture of him on his desk with the two of them. Like, they were very close.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We're here for you.
We love you.
After meeting Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, it felt like someone shut off the lights to my soul.
We were groomed, we were manipulated, and we were taken advantage of.
We want to be heard.
In this story, they say the survivors are often forgotten.
We know the names.
Not here.
Many of us were abused by them.
No one's invested in a release of the Epstein files, quite like the woman who knew him.
It's Teresa J. Helm,
who suffered at the hands of the sex trafficker and accomplice Ghislaine Maxwell.
It was a whole operation. Everyone knew what they were doing. Everyone had their role to play. They passed along women and children like human batons from one person to the next up the chain till they're assaulted. Some are on repeat cycles of that.
Why is it important that your voice is heard today?
Because they're trying to bury us. They've been trying to bury us for 20 years, and you just waited for Virginia Giuffre to pass away to move Ghislaine Maxwell to a summer camp.
What do you say to Donald Trump today?
Release the Epstein files. It's simple.
The voice of the survivors here can only reinforce the effort over there on Capitol Hill to trigger the release of the Epstein files. Politicians across the aisle are pushing legislation to lean on the Department of Justice for a full publication of every name and every detail. Marjorie, is your stance on this a problem for Donald Trump? Trump's problem is his MAGA base wants the files released. Loyalists like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who cry cover up.
The truth needs to come out, and the government holds the truth.
Donald Trump was welcoming the Polish president to the White House down the road. The spirit of Epstein was present here too. Trump was asked about an affair that features a man he once counted as a friend.
We're having the most successful 8 months of any president ever. And that's what I want to talk about. That's what we should be talking about, not the Epstein hoax.
For Epstein survivors, the release of the files is the end game. How the game ends for Donald Trump would be the question to follow. James Matthews, Sky News in Washington.
President Trump losing another round in court over deportations. This time a federal appeals court, this happened last night, dismissed his claim that the U.S. can deport alleged Venezuelan gang members because they were, in the words of the administration, invading this country. Earlier, the president vowed to send National Guard troops to Chicago and other cities for law enforcement. Weijia Zhang has more from the White House on both these stories. Weijia, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. Good morning, everybody. So President Trump did not say when he would direct federal law enforcement to go into those Democratic-led cities, but he said it was only a matter of time, calling it his right and his obligation. Chicago officials say they hear it could happen within days.
Chicago is a hellhole right now.
President Trump says he plans to mobilize the National Guard.
Someone said Marjorie Taylor Greene may or may not have leaked a certain country, may or may not have been involved with Jeffrey Epstein. It's so funny that these... Representative Anna Paulina said all the Epstein files can be found here, and then the readers added context. Most of the documents released today were already made public months ago. These are not new documents. Crank T. Nelson replies, it's so funny that these people are fully committed to never releasing any new Epstein info, but are also completely addicted to acting like they really want to release it. They can literally go broke betting on the piggies eating the slop. I really think even they were surprised how easily they could trick their base with this one. Like, they acted as guilty as a human could possibly act, and the MAGA base didn't mind one bit. There is, I think, some tremors within the base, as I've said before, over the Epstein stuff. But I will say, for a lot of people, it's not an issue. It's clear. For a lot of people, they're like, I don't even give a fuck if Donald Trump was like on the plane, literally on camera, sexually assaulting a minor. I still love him. He's my GOAT. Why? Just like that one chatter was presenting, because he's doing, he's fighting everything's transgender.
Those that are enduring sexual abuse and are living in a prison of shame. Anyone that is being abused, it is not your fault. You should live with no guilt or fear or shame. All of the fault Israel and other countries. The truth needs to come out.
No, is that real?
And the government holds the truth. The cases that are sealed hold the truth. Jeffrey Epstein's estate holds the truth.
Nah. No way. No way. White House says helping me secure a vote to release all Epstein files is a hostile act. They're threatening anyone who helps bring true transparency and justice for the survivors. This is a tacit admission. The Oversight Committee data release is woefully incomplete. It's crazy to just like straight up assume a pro-pedophilia position like the White House is doing right now. But even crazier that like the audience is eating it up. Like, you could not communicate your level of involvement with Jeffrey Epstein harder if you tried. It is fucking nutty, dude. Every time they're just like, dude, we did it. We diddled kids. That's what they're saying over and over again. The meme you shared earlier is so true, Lamau. Oh, yeah, this. We're pro-pedophilia now. Deal with it, libtard. That's where we're at now with the Republican Party. This is what I was saying. Like, this is what I was warning against. This is what I'm, like, worried about. Trump has a cult, and he has, like, this profound ability to normalize certain things that previously would be considered utterly immoral, morally repugnant, completely unacceptable. And he's just using that normalization faucet in the direction of, like, normalizing what? Pedophilia? That's crazy. Like, and the way they're doing it, is so wild, because it's like they're basically saying trans people existing is actually pedophilia, not the real pedophiles that are doing pedophilia to children. And these dumb fucks eat it up. I guess the same goes for everything. It's like, it goes back to this. DOJ lawyer waging war against Harvard sure seems to like Adolf Hitler. Like, the guy who is supposed to be combating the anti-Semitism at Harvard University is a Hitler lover. It's the same shit.
Are to curb violence in Chicago, where early reports show at least 48 people were injured and at least 8 people killed over Labor Day weekend.
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing.
Trump made a direct appeal to the state's leader.
If the governor of Illinois would call me up, I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway.
When did we become a country where it's okay for the U.S. president to insist on national television that a state should call him to beg for anything, especially something we don't want?
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker called Trump's comments unhinged and insisted he would not be calling for help. According to the Chicago mayor's office, overall violent crime is down nearly 22% this year. And in the first 6 months of the year, the city has seen a 33% reduction in homicides and a 38% decrease in shootings.
He has no idea what he's talking about. There is no emergency that warrants deployment of troops.
In Washington, D.C., where the president has greater authority than in the states, Mayor Muriel Bowser has a different approach, ordering local coordination with federal law enforcement to the maximum extent allowable by law within the district.
I'm very proud of Washington. It serves as a template, and we're going to do it elsewhere.
Trump's plan may be hampered, though, by a scathing decision from a U.S. district judge that said the administration violated federal law when it sent National Guard troops to Los Angeles 3 months ago. The president brushed off that ruling, which the White House plans to appeal. Adriana?
All right, Rija, thank you so much. Now, to a massive military parade in Beijing witnessed by some of America's most powerful adversaries. China's leader, Xi Jinping, welcomed Russian President Vladimir Putin and North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. It is all part of China's quest to become the world's leading military power as the U.S. pulls back from traditional alliances.
We watched some of this. And it seems like, Ken also wrote a report on this. The U.S. military advance team arrived in Chicago yesterday per leaked memo I obtained. Benjamin Dixon, we sure could use a media infrastructure that was capable of pushing back against the narrative MAGA manufactured to support the military occupation of black communities. Ken says, would that include breaking news about it? Because I've been doing that just fine without any dark money. Oh. Ay, ay, ay. We publish leaked documents, other media won't. Department of Homeland Security has requested military assistance for upcoming ICE operations in Chicago, according for official use only. Update. Now 201 Democrats and 4 Republicans signed on to Thomas Massie Ro Khanna's petition to force a vote on release of the Epstein files. With full expected support from Democrats, 2 more Republicans are needed. The White House is threatening Republicans who sign on. Yeah. That's why it's so funny when dumb fucks come in here and turn around and say, oh, the real pedophiles are the libtards. It's like, bro, look at your party, man. Like, you could say this is cynically done by the Dems because they want to use this as an issue. They don't care about pedophilia or whatever. But, like, ultimately, wait, no, Ken is not implying that the good pastor is getting dark money. I think that was just a blow that his response was critical of Ken because he thinks that Ken is like too critical. Ben Dixon thinks Ken Klippenstein is too critical of the dark money funded chorus, and he's saying like, you know, we need this kind of media infrastructure. How does the 30% thing compare to Turkey? Do 30% of Turks think Erdogan is not a lying dictator? No, it's worse. In Turkey, Erdogan has always been able to maintain a 50% or majority approval in his coalition. So there is a majority approval of Erdogan in general when push comes to shove, or was one. That isn't true anymore, but that's only recent, chatters. That's only like the last couple of years. There was every single fucking election historically, there is a plurality, if not a majority, for the coalition support. There's always been a majority coalition support for not just Erdogan, but for MHP as well, the coalition that they have. How do you manage that? Very similar to Trump. Very similar techniques to Trump.
Anna Korn is in Beijing. Anna, good morning.
Hello, Adriana. As you say, it was a spectacular display of military might and power here in Beijing at that parade. We also saw Beijing showcase its latest military hardware. President Xi Jinping, he said that China was unstoppable.
With the sound of cannons firing across Tiananmen Square, soldiers from the People's Liberation Army goose-stepped in perfect unison, moving as one. This was part of the largest military parade ever to be held in China, marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. Overseeing his troops under a blazing sun, China's President Xi Jinping. Greetings, comrades. You are working hard, he told them.
Yo, this is cool as fuck, bro. Actually, I don't give a fuck what people say. This shit is cool as hell. And also, they mocked us. They straight up Mogged us, bro. Where's the crypto.com sponsorship? Where's the Palantir sponsorship? Where's the sponsorship for the Dana White's like favorite energy drink or something? We had a bunch of schlubby ass like National Guardsmen barely fucking walking through the DC streets with the squeaky tanks in tow. That shit sucked. Why are none of their soldiers fat? Comparing drones, comparing the drones at this year's military parades, who wore it better? That's messed up. Oh yeah, I saw the G hot mic incident with Vladdy Poo. They got some new tech out there for, I don't know. Remember when I said evil never dies? I think like Vladimir Putin is going to explain to us exactly how. Okay? Because he has some choice words about this new kind of technology that I didn't even know existed. No, it's actually crazy.
In the past, people rarely lived longer than 70 years. But today, they say that at 70, you are still a child.
Human organs can be continuously transplanted. The longer you live, the younger you become, and can even achieve immortality.
In the past, people rarely lived longer than 70 years.
No, it's not fake. I mean, I don't know if the technology exists or not, but the conversation did take place, and it was caught on hot mic. And only was caught on hot mic because of the translators. The translators were caught on hot mic. Not the English translators. That's after the fact. Putin's Chinese translator, Mandarin translator, and Xi Jinping's Russian translator are communicating with one another. And that was caught on hot mic. I'm not exactly sure how this works as far as organ transplants. But it seems like motherfuckers got some way of expanding their lifespan. Go to China and find out. I just don't understand how organ transplants help extend your lifespan. I feel like it's the opposite, right? Like that's a really complex procedure with many different issues, like many different complications, and most likely cuts your lifespan a little bit. Like if you obviously didn't have any medical issue that required an organ transplant, and you had like a shelf life or a lifespan that was, X amount of years, I feel like once you get that transplant, without it you die, but once you get that transplant, your lifespan is like shorter. I didn't realize you could do like, I didn't realize you could just like swap organs, just for your fucking body to extend. Yeah, someone said, when you get an organ transplant, you have to be on immunosuppressant medication for the rest of your life. Political commentators on CNN, etc., think that they were not serious and literally were trying to make fun of Trump because of the death scare and him talking about going to heaven. They said it's a dig at Trump because Xi doesn't get caught hot mic unless it's on purpose. Yeah, I could see that. Also, the aura. You got opposition, adversary media propagandists actively saying that you're so sick that you only deliberately get caught on a hot mic. That's aura, baby. Sorry. Like, CNN is not in the business of hyping up Xi. But that's what happens. It's basically like giving yourself AIDS to be on immunosuppressant therapy. I just don't understand how this shit would work, and I feel like that doesn't work, so I don't know. Or maybe they got some new tech. Who knows, man?
But today, they say that at 70, you are still a child.
Human organs can be continuously transplanted. The longer you live, the younger you become, and can even achieve immortality.
In the past, people rarely lived longer than 70.
Not if they're growing the organs from your cells. We have the tech to do it. I don't know how that works, man. I'm not even going to begin to entertain this shit. You can grow human organs in a pig host without needing a doctor. What is this? 4.2 million views on TikTok, and it's not even a day. I love this shit. Yeah, when they say, what this is the sick thing, like, comrades, thank you for your hard work, and then they respond. That's what I Show Speed did too. I think it was in Hong Kong. Dude, it is crazy. There was maximum aura, especially when you compare this one, especially when you compare this fucking parade to what we did here. I'm not going to watch the full parade, man. Calm down.
And then it was the unveiling of Beijing's new military hardware, nuclear-armed missiles with potential global reach, hypersonic weapons, autonomous underwater drones, and laser air defense systems. But this spectacle was more than just commemorating the war dead. It was an opportunity for Xi to take center stage.
I mean, the way this stuff works is like, the better your parade, the worse your military is on the ground. Low-key. That's at least how it's worked historically. I'm not saying that, like, the Chinese military doesn't have prowess or whatever, but they are objectively an untested military. Let's be real. This isn't to say, like, I'm not doing, like, Western chauvinist copium or some shit, okay? I am in awe of what the Chinese government has been able to do in such a short period of time. And anyone who does not recognize that is unironically oblivious and are they're running on fumes basically at this point. Like, they're dunking on us. They're dabbing on us. So, you know, parade looking cool aside, who knows how this stuff works, but obviously the Chinese military is seen as more of a deterrence force than one that is an offensive force that maintains a global imperialist interests, as is the case with the American military force. That is objectively true. Okay? That is objectively true. They don't use their military. Okay? They don't. So they're both pooing and peeing on you. No, they're dabbing on us. They're pooing on us. They're peeing on us. But ultimately, their military is not only just like a jobs program or whatever, but like also a deterrence force. Unexpected copium. It's not a dude. Anyone that says that the Chinese military is as battle tested as the American one is lying to themselves. History. Look at history. Yeah, we are untested because we're a peaceful nation. You are tested against farmers of Vietnam and herders of Afghanistan, and you lost against both. Sit down, says Top G. There is a reason why, if in the absence of like air superiority and asymmetrical warfare, Hezbollah absolutely fucking makes mincemeat out of the Diaper Brigade, because the Diaper Brigade is a standing military that only works as an occupying force. They're only good against killing children. They're only good against like enemies who are babies in cribs. Okay? Hezbollah, on the other hand, has a fuck ton of military experience. So that plays a big role in the success of militia movements and the success of militaries in general. Having said that, America, just like the Diaper Brigade, also has a fuck ton of experience against a captive population that they've invaded and brutalized, that have no fucking anti-air defense systems, or air superiority is immediately established. So you know, wouldn't say the American military is all that mighty either, but it's certainly mightier, at least, or has more experience than has more experience than the Chinese military does, due to its imperial ambition.
Flanked by his powerful allies and neighbors, Russia's President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. And the message was...
Dude, this is the funniest thing. People just getting mad about shit that I'm not saying, or literally misunderstanding the shit that I'm saying, and they're in agreement with me, but it doesn't matter. The U.S. has no experience against an evenly matched military. What are you talking about? Yeah, no shit, dude. That's what I'm saying. The last time that they had experience like that was the last honest war that America ever waged, which was World War II. I know. That's precisely my point. That's why I said even the American military is not as marvelous as they are presented. No, you can't say Vietnam either. Now, obviously, it's a lie to say that the Vietnamese were just like rice farmers that wore sandals and shit. They also had a fairly competent standing military, a logistical supply hub that they used, the Ho Chi Minh Trail. They had weapons, anti-aircraft defenses that they got from the USSR. So obviously they had gear, but America still was able to establish air superiority over them. So there was asymmetrical warfare there as well. Okay. My point is they at least have like some experience. Like America has some experience in like waging war for imperialist ambitions. China, on the other hand, uses military prowess as like a main deterrence factor, and therefore doesn't have any military experience at all, even if it's against like an enemy that is, wearing sandals and flip-flops and shit. What is this? Drop 2 nukes on a surrendering country? Honest war? Okay, I'm talking about like the war waged against like a fucking equally competent military on a standing military of a fucking sovereign nation state that was objectively fascist and doing the Holocaust Japanese style or the Holocaust German style. Okay? Calm down, chatters. What is happening? Why are people like trying to misunderstand what I'm saying here?
Undeniable. Strength in solidarity and a challenge to the US-dominated world order.
Well, China's military power and preparedness is clearly on display for the world to see. What's happening on stage is just as important. The deepening ties between China, Russia, and North Korea would certainly have some in Washington concerned.
No, that's the other thing. What do you mean, concern? There's a different path here. Okay? You are the reason. America is quite literally the reason why this allegiance exists. Okay? That's it. That's literally it. The only reason why these guys from all around the world get together and they're like, fuck yeah, China, we love you. Or they say, oh yeah, Russia is actually doing the right thing in Ukraine. The only reason why they feel that way is because of America. Okay? That's it. If America wasn't as violent and consistently presented a lot of these countries, an increasingly growing number of countries in the global south as like their foreign adversaries, their enemies that must be fucking eviscerated and constantly fucking around, these guys would not have this network, this allegiance. In a way, it's like the Allied Axis front in World War II. It's not like a lot of these countries that were aligned with one another against Nazi Germany, for example, would have aligned regardless. You know what I mean? They would have probably been fine. I mean, they were objectively fine with what Nazi Germany was doing until they weren't. Okay? And in this circumstance, I'm not saying these guys are the Axis. I'm saying we are the Axis. Because just like in World War II, if you look at like the British Empire, or if you look at America's own domestic affairs, or if you look at the USSR, for example, there were plenty of fucking flaws there too. It was a target-rich environment all around, but they were objectively the good guys. Okay? I don't usually do the good guy, bad guy dynamic here, but like America's ambitions of expanding all around and being everywhere all at once with its military is part of the reason, and it's sanctions regimes against every fucking goddamn country on the planet is quite literally the reason why these guys are together hanging out. Okay, so when they say, "Oh, this is an alarming warning sign for America," it's like, no, man, this is America's chick is coming home to roost.
During his speech, Xi called upon the People's Liberation Army to accelerate its development into a world-class military and, quote, resolutely safeguard national sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity. A demonstration of might and capability that has the potential to back up Xi's vision of a new world order.
Now, interestingly,
don't care, go lick American D. What? What the fuck are you saying? Chatters are just like yelling at one another because they're misunderstanding. I just said the Allied forces had a litany of historic war crimes under their belt before they became the good guys in World War II. Okay? And then I said, right now, the Allied forces are the good guys in this this coalition that's building, even though they have their own personal war crimes under their belt or their own fucking domestic issues under their belt, their own versions of suppression. The increasing allegiances that are forming are forming on campus grounds, but one must ask the question, why this campus anti-West coalition is forming? And it is objectively because of the interventions, the unimaginable amount of interventions that have taken place around the world to prop up the U.S. empire, to prop up capitalism, to make sure that the unequal exchange between the global south and the global north, specifically Western nations that you would consider to be a part of the Western civilization, under the umbrella of American influence, have made sure that they have a steady flow of treats coming in. What is this? Are we the bad guys? No. 750 plus military bases. That's a problem. How? Because we don't want your American bases with American soldiers on our soil. Get the fuck out of my country, bitch. And he goes, and this guy responds, too bad, buddy. Shouldn't have lost World War II. Now take the dick up your ass. Chatter, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm literally explaining to you what kind of enmity the rest of the world has towards the United States of America. If America charted a more peaceful path around the world and didn't consistently fucking intervene in the affairs of other countries in a very negative fashion, there probably wouldn't be so much enmity amongst this coalition that's forming against America. That's it.
15 minutes into the parade, President Trump took to social media and he took issue with China, saying that it had to give more credit to America, helping it in its victory against the Japanese back in World War II.
I think the faster we recognize that we no longer are the top dog and try to develop with the existing influence, the remaining influence that we have around the world, we try to develop a chart a more peaceful path. The better things will be for everybody involved.
He then went on to accuse China, Russia, and North Korea of conspiring against the United States. Nate.
Anna Corin in Beijing, thank you.
Yeah, Americans who pride on their dick being shoved into countries' faces are very soon going to have it shoved in their mouth. The battleship is sinking fast. I don't even necessarily think that that's what's going to happen. Fuck it. I'm a gotta here. I don't want drama. I just want to say I'd rather have the U.S. as number one than China or Russia, historical, bloodthirsty countries. Yep. First of all, I'm not saying that these countries have not contributed to a lot of pain around the globe historically. But if you were to claim that the United States of America is historically a less bloodthirsty country, you must be oblivious to our own wonderful history, or rather, you just don't think that the historic enemies of America are comprised of real civilian, human being, civilian populations and are simply collateral damage, which is fine. That's, a lot of people who are pro-Israel also feel this way about the Palestinians, right? But that's it. That's where this attitude stems from. My argument is the American government and America should chart a more peaceful path for a less bloody tomorrow. And a lot of Americans seem to not realize that. They don't even recognize the harm that America's contributed to. Okay? China bloodthirsty. I mean, China's engaged in some affairs that wouldn't be. I mean, it's nothing in comparison to what America's done around the world, but it's certainly, I mean, Pol Pot's a good example, which ironically enough, China was aligned with America on that one. But, compared to America, it's nothing, but still, it's not nothing in general. Yeah, China and USA are bloodthirsty is like both me and LeBron can play basketball. True.
It began with a deep hush across this historic square. A sense cannon fire was calling this country to attention.
You saw this in support of war criminal who murdered Iraqis for an adventure. Oh my God, brother. Oh my God. I haven't even had time to fucking look through Graham Plattner's platform or meet him or develop a better understanding of who he is and what he represents beyond the fact that he is one of the few politicians that's out there running for office and actively saying Israel's doing a fucking genocide. And these motherfuckers are so invested, okay? Yes, it is suspicious. His background is not great, okay? From the moment I saw, even before I found out that the fucking Blackwater shit, The moment that I saw that he did like multiple tours, okay, was when I was like, that's not great. That's not normal. That's actually insane, because no one that does that has an infallible record. Okay, they've done most likely some war crimes. Having said that, okay, there's two different things that I measure this on. One, the fundamental principle that people do have the capacity to change, and they're still beholden to the social conditioning in an environment that they're born into. And before people say, what about IDF? Again, Breaking the Silence is a former IDF veteran comprised organization that actively fights against the occupation. Everyone plays a different role in this. Okay, so I'm consistent on that front as well. But number two, saying a suspect war criminal not great is downplaying it hard. No, dude. No, it's because you guys don't understand. When someone is fucking running for office as an American in the United States of America, and they've done active duty combat, there are a fuck ton of veterans in this goddamn community as well. There's a fuck ton of socialist veterans in the goddamn community as well. Yes, people that have done historic crimes even can still be held accountable, can still atone for whatever the fuck they've done. That's the thing I care about. Is this a person that, if given the opportunity, is going to continue America's endless fucking imperial ambition, or are they going to be a good voice? They're not going to be a third worldist. That's not going to happen. They're not going to be a real diehard anti-imperialist. That's not going to happen. But are they going to be like a Mike Preisner? Are they going to be like a Greg Stoker, who is currently on a fucking humanitarian flotilla comprised entirely of U.S. veterans? Okay? Like, at a certain point, you have to understand, like, regardless of what people have done, no matter how fucking awful it is, everyone should have the capacity to change, rehabilitate themselves, and actually atone for their past. Okay? You can undermine that by saying, oh, dude, past mistakes, like you're talking about a fucking war criminal. And I don't know. I don't know exactly what his service comprised of. And also on top of that, what his current attitude is. But what I do know is that he is anti-genocide. Okay? That's it. In the United States of America, this is just seen as a job. Because we're an objectively violent nation, there is an objectively violent outcome as a consequence of being an objectively violent nation in one of the most prominent upward social mobility operations out there. Okay? That's it. And as far as the second component of this, beyond the primary component that I said, like everyone, it depends on who they are now, what they represent now. Are they actually invested in ending America's military expansion? Okay. And there are a fuck ton of veterans in this community as well. This is not a troop exploder community, and it never will be a troop exploder community. There are hog vets. I shit on them all the time. I even shit on them on the virtue of their fucking service. But I'm never going to. I'm never going to fucking have the automatic, like, every veteran is automatically evil, especially if they recognize that their service was wrong, was violent, was awful, and they're working actively to try to make sure that next generation of Americans don't actually fucking play a role in this. That's it. Okay, so that's number one. This is literally, I am someone who is anti-imperialist, but I do not believe that being a real anti-imperialist revolves around, like, you know, making fucking ridiculous fucking statements that have no basis in the ultimate role that social conditioning plays in the way that people develop their attitudes and the way that people take action. Okay? Having said that, the last part about this equation, and once again, I haven't even made up my fucking mind on this at all, but the last part about this equation that's also important is that, like, this person is supposed to be unseating Susan Collins. Okay? Does that move the needle in the appropriate direction? How can you defend Graham Plattner? Oh my fucking God, I'm going to lose my mind. It is the most unproductive conversation to have because I'm literally having a conversation with people that have no basis. Like, you do not matter, okay? I don't fucking matter either, but you extra don't matter, okay? You abhor electoralism, and you automatically are just like, if someone was ever a fucking veteran, they deserved the death penalty, then obviously, like, if that's your position, like, there's like not even 8 people total in America that agree with you, okay? The appropriate questions to ask is Blackwater. It's not even his like service overall or the active duty, which already is like not great, I think. I mean, it's really, it's totally fucking indefensible, especially after multiple tours. But then also actively going in and working as a private military contractor is insane, okay? I recognize that as well. But once again, no matter what, you have to weigh it against like who he is now, what he believes now, because ultimately that's all that matters. All that matters is, what role is he going to serve as a politician? What role is he going to serve if he's able to unseat Susan Collins? And also, who are the other people that are running against him? Are they viable candidates in the primaries? Is there a better guy out there that you like, for example? Okay. Do they have a viable shot at unseating Susan Collins? Because ultimately, that's the only output that matters. It's one fucking vote in the Senate as opposed to Susan Collins' vote. That's a definite yes on everything, right? That's a definite yes on anything. What candidate wouldn't you support? Where's the line? I mean, great question. Great fucking question. If a candidate is running and says, excuse me, what Israel is doing is not a genocide, then yeah, that's a candidate that is ridiculous. They're not living in objective reality. That's a decent marker, and that might change as well, depending on what they've done, depending on what they've said. Bernie Sanders himself cannot get himself to actually fucking say that Israel's doing a genocide. Is he above the average congressperson in terms of like policies that he has advanced? Yes, he is. Okay. And people get very mad at me for saying this. They'll say like, oh, you're supporting a pedophilic Zionist fascist state or whatever the fuck. No, I'm not. I'm not supporting that at all. And I'm also incredibly critical of Bernie Sanders' inability to address the reality. Okay. Also, I don't even fucking think that you are like a real person either. Like you have a straight up new account that you created so you can fucking talk shit in here because you probably got banned already. And I'm taking it seriously and I'm trying to explain this position to you. You might disagree with that position and that's fine. This is just my methods. You can totally have an issue with the way that I think we can move forward. But in the absence of alternatives, it just kind of feels like you're yelling at whoever the fuck will listen to you. Okay? It also ends up coming across like I'm defending certain things that I think are indefensible. That's what's so frustrating about this. Like, I haven't even fucking made up my goddamn mind on this issue. And last but not least, this is an unimaginably tiny sliver of people that think that they're advocating for some kind of moral purity when it's not even remotely marginal. It's almost as important as I make it by talking about it. And I really need to stop talking about it, but I can't. I get in my own way. I love trying to fucking explain to people who are just like, you know, Maoist third worldists, that their worldview is like unsustainable to build any sort of fucking movement that could potentially later down the line stop America from intervening in world affairs in this incredibly violent way. But if I just say you're just a fucking Iowan Maoist who read, I don't know, Jay Sakai and are now LARPing, they get mad. They say, Hasan, you're sheltering yourself from reasonable criticism. You know? We keep telling you, you have like 10 main watchers and you fight like it's half your chat, lol. Yeah. I think this problem can be separated into two. The better candidate that can be and the repent position that he has and you support, which I don't. What? It's just like, if the standard is like someone saying that Israel's doing a genocide and that you're going to stop fucking weapons transfers from going to Israel, and that's like a decent standard to apply that many congresspersons, including fucking Bernie Sanders, doesn't even fully abide by, then what the fuck are we doing? It just kind of comes across like you don't want anybody. Like, especially because there's no alternative. There's no alternative whatsoever. The reason why, if your skepticism is because you're worried that this person's going to turn out like another John Fetterman, he's like talking about his background. He's talking about like, Israel's doing a genocide, but he's going to actually be like an empty suit in the same exact way that many other politicians have become. Then that's one question. That's one reasonable amount of skepticism. Only time will tell. Okay. But if your position is like immediate animosity across the board, then it kind of comes across like unproductive, especially because most people that have this position don't actually give a shit about American elections in general. And if that position is if you don't give a shit about American elections, like, why the fuck are you criticizing this shit? Who cares? They're all fucking genocidal warmongers. There is truth to that statement. So why the fuck do you care if this genocidal warmonger is like marginally better than the other genocidal warmonger? It doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't make sense. Do you see what I mean? You're like, America is a bourgeois capitalist dictatorship of not the proletariat, but the capital owners, and they're always going to end up with an incredible amount of ultra violence all around the global south with 800 military bases. Then okay. Then you don't give a fuck anyway. So who cares? Who cares if it's like one genocidal warmonger over the next? Why do you care? They're all the same, no? This is what it is. That's what it comes down to, where like people who take this position, who have completely shut out like any sort of marginal incremental change that could potentially alleviate some of the stresses that the American working class faces, or rather, not just the stresses that the American working class faces, but like create a network of pressure through labor militancy, through militant labor unions that can create hurdles against like America's further genocidal ambition, in the way that like European labor unions are currently on the Gaza humanitarian flotilla and are threatening to shut down every fucking port if a single one of their rank and file union members are harmed in the Gaza humanitarian ship, in order to draw support, or in order to force the hand of European countries into defending them by using the economic power that they hold through collective action in the form of work stoppages. And you're over here being like, well, you know, these guys ultimately are still a part of the labor aristocracy. Yeah, they are. Okay? They are. Everyone is. Poopy Peepee Man is back. And he said, bro, you're still arguing. But yeah, if he was working as a PMC as recent as 2018, your fans aren't going to fuck with him. You're sub shitting on him. So you wouldn't be surprised if there's some guys in here shitting on him. I mean, yeah, my sub is always more radical than I am. Or not even more radical than I am, but just like always find themselves whipped up in a fucking frenzy. I wouldn't even say necessarily that like their position is more radical than mine. It's just that people constantly want to present themselves as more radical than one another in an effort to create the notion that they're like the one true leftist, the most pure leftist. It is what it is. It's unfortunately a negative consequence of a lack of options, a sense of powerlessness, recognizing how impossible it is to make any sort of meaningful change, the deep nihilism that sets in, and then looking for targets that are more accepting of your criticism, so that you can have a sense of control over your own life. In some ways, it's no different than like 2016 era SJWs that would like try to, I don't know, get Stephen Colbert fired or something because he made a joke that was about Asian people. You know, that like, is that moving the needle in a productive fashion? No, it's not. But do we get whipped up into a frenzy because we feel like we have some motion there? So then it restores a sense of control that we actually lost on the political side. Yeah, that's it. And the same goes for what's taking place here as well. You go out, you protest, you do everything that you possibly can within the confines of permissibility in the United States of America. But no matter what you do, it feels like the genocide is going on. No matter what you do, it feels like no matter how many allies you gain, it feels like there's nothing you can do that can put a stop to this bloodshed, the bloodshed that you see every single day. Okay? And in that anger and resentment, in that sense of powerlessness, you turn around and you go, let me find someone that I can actually like change the mind of, like someone who I have decided has like a fraction of power. And that someone is usually by this very medium requires me to constantly have a back and forth with my community. That makes me very accessible. Matt Christman almost verbatim came to this conclusion after 2019, and he was right then, and you are right now. I mean, this is my conclusion since 2019 as well. I've been talking about it quite a bit. You know, this is at the heart of online mobilization in general, which is never the same as like actively going out and being around other bodies, okay, in the real world. But then this also stems from, you know, a feeling of powerlessness. I don't know how you manage to not feel completely alienated by supposed allies to the point you just give up and fall for the hug box on the right, but very grateful you haven't. Not only will I never do that, I urge you not to also do that either, even though the left in moments like this come across as like entirely unapproachable and completely fucking insane. But the reason why I don't do that is because I'm a fucking committed believer into the causes that I advocate for. That's the reason. You can't like manipulate my worldview by just being fucking annoying. That's it. I've been this person and I've advocated for these things for a decade plus now, okay, in an unyielding manner. If you live in a third world country with a permanent boot on your neck and clock runs slower and your fuse shorter, so don't expect the same patience while y'all working on the best way to approach this. Okay, but if you live in the fucking global south, if you live in the global south that is experiencing the American boot on your neck, then yelling at a fucking Twitch streamer who actually advocates for your humanity is not actually the most productive way to go about it, don't you think? It's just not doing anything. That's my point. You're not doing anything. You're just looking for a reason as to why you're mad. I already know why you're mad. I understand why you're mad. Why are you yelling at me? Why you say fuck me for? That's it. Do you understand? Your only redeeming quality is you're consistent. My only redeeming quality? Okay.
Nothing short of utter perfection would have been acceptable here. Every flex, every gesture, even their height exactly matched. Tens of thousands marched to remember a world war where this country suffered so much. But under the eye of China's leading regime, looking back is clearly not the key point. Indeed, this day was as much about this president as anything else. Greetings, comrades, he shouts. Greetings, President, the reply. This is a display of his military reforms, his iron control grip, and his...
I don't intend to change your political views, but perhaps I can convince you to dress appropriately for your age. What the fuck? I'm wearing a goddamn flannel. Top G. What do you mean by dress appropriately for your age? What do you want me to do? Wear the suit? Because I would love to. I need the Mao collar, baby. That's what I need. But like, I'm wearing a literal flannel. This is the most like my age dress I could ever dress up as.
His vision for where China goes next.
The Chinese nation is a great people who fear no tyranny and strive for self-reliance. The great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation is unstoppable. The noble cause of human peace and development will surely triumph.
And this is clearly part of that vision. Not just what's on show, but who came to see it. These were the images that will most likely make history. Vladimir Putin to his right, Kim Jong-un to his left, a clear signal of a trio in sync. It is remarkable messaging about allegiance and intent for three leaders who don't always agree, and it did not go unnoticed by the one man they probably hoped would be watching. Please give my warmest regards to Putin and Kim, posted Trump, as you conspire against the United States of America. There is nothing subtle about a display of new military hardware. War readiness, clearly the message. But it's one that they have at least attempted to temper. One of the few soldiers they allowed us to speak to was from the Peacekeeping Brigade.
We are holding this military parade to awaken our people's desire for peace. The Chinese military is committed to world peace, and we contribute to world peace. We will firmly fulfill our obligations as a major power.
There was an obvious pride for the lucky few able to come, amongst those who fought in particular, but a tight control of the narrative too, and the story about China they're telling.
It is unusual to be able to film here, to be able to see this up so close, and everything about it is designed to shock and awe. The precision is just remarkable. And while a lot of it is directed at the domestic Chinese audience, a homage to China's rise and the vision of President Xi, be in no doubt there is a clear message for the world too. And it is a message about Chinese power, the power of its military, the power of its allegiances, and the power of its politics.
At least here, it's a message that's landing.
I feel especially proud. As Chinese, living in such a great era, we take immense pride in it.
Very proud, very proud. I'm very, very honoured. It was very good.
Peace doves marked the end of proceedings, but this will not be the end of the story. It feels a little like something has shifted this week, and it may have shifted in favour of China. Helen Ann Smith, Sky News in Beijing.
Quite a lot has been on display. I mean, these governments always use these opportunities to show what they've got and that they ought to be taken seriously. And so they were showing their heavy MIRVs, multiple independently targeted re-entry vehicles, their ICBMs, which are the intercontinental ballistic missiles, and these are the sort of things that can reach any part of the world, really, the United States. They showed off their Air Force. That's the J-10, which has performed very well for India, actually, in the recent clash with Pakistan, and then the J-20s. The J-20s.
Damn, I thought that was fake news. What happened? I thought that shit was fake news, big dog. We are 100p getting smoked the next scrap we have with these motherfuckers. Bro, I just don't... I mean, at most, it'll be proxy shit, right? I don't think it's going to be a situation where they're like, two nuclear-armed nations are going to be going, band for band like this.
Are the stealth fighters, a bit like the F-35 that we operate in Western countries. And the whole parade was designed to show both old and new equipment, so the equipment that we would expect them.
Xi should start the U.S. invasion with his baddie squad, then all libertarians will instantly give up and submit. Xi Jinping, women farm half the aura. Arguably in a proxy war already? I I mean, that's more so like Russia versus the U.S. China is the senior partner backing Russia, but like they're nowhere near as actively as hands-on as like America is. America's giving direct weapons to Ukraine so that Ukrainians can defend themselves. Make no mistake. I'm not saying that like Russia is right here, but China is not like farming their new weapons to test it out on a fucking fresh new battlefield in Russian hands. Yeah, North Korea is more actively involved in this than China is, for sure. Bro, what are these hats? This is so sick. Theatrics, nothing more. You're Israeli, so it's normal you'd be surprised at a military being used for non-violent purposes. You think China sent a few of its own into Ukraine along with the North Koreans just to see what was up? No, as far as I understand, the Chinese government has actively told Chinese citizens to not go to Ukraine. And the ones that have been killed in conflict are like mercenaries. That's so funny, though. Yeah, China sent in a couple Asian guys because no one will know the difference. With the North Koreans is crazy. Looks like a hat you would wear in the Australian outback. Proof China will invade Australia? What do you mean, will? The invasion happened already, my friend. Where do you think they got the hats? Australia already is a Chinese vassal state, and they're very fortunate because of their proximity. What is this, Tiffany Fong? Isn't this like a super racist person? Yeah. Why are you showing me this? Please stop. Gross. Anyway. You need to be this dedicated to fear and or you're fake, in my opinion. What is this? Rudy is out of the hospital and back doing his podcast. What is this brace, brother? What is happening? What the fuck? Did you hear about the InfoWars guy being fired for being anti-Trump? Yes.
Destroyer is out at InfoWars after Alex Jones just said he's been a little bit too negative about Donald Trump. In a recent video.
This is 11 minutes long. I'm not going to watch the 11-minute video. But wait, what is this? Blowing up drug dealers is good. Here's you in a poppy field protecting the CIA-ran Afghan heroin trade. Oh, man. Yeah, that's called eliminating market competition. Okay, sweetie, look it up. Your biggest fan? Thank you. Why is Julie? You said Giuliani like Jolani. Why is the current leader of Syria, former Al-Qaeda commander Rudolph Giuliani, in a baby Bjorn? I got to tell you something crucial. Let's hear it. It's probably not. I'm going to be honest with you. I doubt it. I'm highly doubtful that what you're about to tell me is crucial. There's never been a moment where someone said, hey, check my past message. Yep, there it is. He said, hi. Okay, take a second off, chatter. That was not crucial at all. 1 second. It's like whenever someone says, "Hey, check my previous message, please," I have never checked someone's previous message and found that message to be worthwhile. Like, I do it all the time, and I can't stop myself. I can't stop myself from checking previous messages, and it's like it's never good. It's always fucking bad. It's always just like some dumb shit that you thought was really important that I could totally do without. Also, stop spamming. Check my last message. Scoop. Puck News. Paramount is on the verge of acquiring Barry Weiss's Free Press and tossing her keys to CBS News. The deal is on the 1 yard line, I'm told. Nice. Oh, man. If you're wondering how much worse things could get, oh, trust me. Oh, baby. You don't even know. Oh, baby. You don't even know. I will say, Sean McCarthy has a more decipherable and rather humorous quip about this. Okay, about the Graham Plattner situation. Who said, held up a Free Palestine sign in the 1990s, joined Blackwater in 2018, most politically coherent American. That's like what do you say? What do you say to this? Okay, what do you say? It's literally. How the fuck do you run around being like Free Palestine in 1994 or 1995, and then you do like 11 tours, and then you turn around and join Blackwater after its 11th name change, because every time they did a name change, they would do another fucking insanely horrible war crime. And the reality is, I mean, what happened in between is 9/11 happened. And it bricked a lot of fucking people. Okay. It bricked a lot of people's brains. But ultimately, I guess you're just like unfamiliar with how indecipherable the American, like the average American's like worldview is, and how it does not follow like a straight path at all. Many of yourselves, many of the people in this community, including former veterans, like, you know, like people who have also toured and did active duty. Okay. Many of yourselves are also a product of this like inconsistency, and only arrived at a holistic or coherent political worldview because you saw a dumbass from fucking Turkey on a goddamn Twitch stream explain things to you over and over and over again until it like finally stuck, where you were like, okay, maybe hold on, this guy is actually right on this. Maybe he's right on other shit. So like, obviously, a lot of people are all over the fucking place. That's it. Anyway, it's going to be really ironic to have the Free Press on the same streaming platform as Star Trek Deep Space Nine, quoting Marx and having analogs of Israel, Palestine. Again, that's America, baby. Is it learning or being morally lucky? Oh, God, this fucking argument. Dude, you are so full of yourself. It's insane. Do you even hear yourself? Okay. One day you'll get it. All right. It doesn't have to be me. It can be any number of different experiences and open-mindedness that you have. Okay? I'm just simply using myself here because this is a community that comes and listens to what I have to say every fucking day, despite me being a dumbass as well. Okay? That's it. You should go through some free press articles. They love the shit on Mamdani and aren't even hiding that they're right wing anymore. They never did, brother. The free press. I almost called it foreign press. The free press, quite literally, wrote numerous articles saying that. Doing Holocaust denial, right? Like saying, "Oh, they're not actually starving at all. That's a fake. That's a phony." Like they were the ones who were pumping that bullshit. Don't entertain whining trots of cosplaying as third worlders. They're deeply irrelevant by any metric. I know. They're even irrelevant in like leftist metrics as well. And I don't know if they're trots or real third worlders, but all of this is deeply irrelevant. That's it. We are all ultimately irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. The moment that we are no longer irrelevant will be a moment where American politics has changed dramatically. Do you understand? Like Nazis, straight up neo-Nazis, are more relevant in American politics than a socialist. Okay? This is the unfortunate reality that we exist in. And you still have a bunch of different socialism variants, socialism understanders, yelling at one another, even though we're fucking utterly irrelevant. We have like maybe 1, 2, if not 4 people who even openly identify as a fucking socialist in Congress, and none of them identify as open neo-Nazis, but they don't have to because the fucking right-wing parties' policies are directly neo-Nazi policies. So technically, all of them are churning out that neo-Nazi shit. Our fucking self-identifying socialists can't even get together and put together any sort of degree of socialization in American politics. And you motherfuckers are still yelling at one another. It's stupid. Okay? It's stupid. I want as many genocide recognizers to fill those roles to the best of my ability with the limited amount of motion that I have. And you should have that same exact fucking perspective. I think a lot of this also falls apart when you do actually engage in any level of organizing in the real world. Like you just meet, not even organizing, but you just like meet a human being that is not in your Discord circle or in your fan club for, you know, myself or any other fucking political commentary person. And you realize like, oh my God, the average American has no fucking clue. They don't know anything. The best you can expect is that they have empathy-driven politics, okay? That's the best you can expect. That's the best you can hope for. And then you work off of that. That's it. And many people, unfortunately, don't even have that, okay? Yeah, this is Chuck Schumer. I am going to do everything in my power to make Israel a pro-left position. Chuck Schumer said, Governor Janet Mills and members of the state congressional delegation launched a new defense industry partnership at an event that drew protests from activists arguing that main companies are profiting from Israel's war in Gaza. This is Chuck Schumer's pick. Just a little soldier of fortune as a treat? No, that's not it. Oh my God. Anyway. Did he ever cancel that book tour? He must have, because I didn't get any fucking I didn't get any media hits from the inevitable 1,000 leftists screaming at his fucking face, for good reason, by the way, for his participation and complete support of Israel's genocide. And that would have been an inevitability. That was a guarantee if he actually went through with that book tour. So I assume he did a couple spots and then stopped. I don't know. Mr. HasanAbi, is it true that you are dating New Zealand leftist icon Chiblee? What is a Chiblee? Okay. We're going to talk about the most spiritually Israeli or / the most Israel-coded relationship of all time. Sydney Sweeney and Scooter Braun are casually dating, according to sources. So here's what took place. There was a point in time where Sydney Sweeney had boobs. And boobs are a universal thing that everybody enjoys, okay? Everybody likes them. Everybody sucks on them when they're little babies, and that just like carries over to adulthood, okay? Let's be real. I've never met a person that's like titties, not for me, okay? Man, woman, doesn't matter, okay? Now, at a certain point in time when Sydney Sweeney was like, oh, here are my boobs, right? I'm just kind of a hot lady, and it's fine. It's cool. The Republicans tried to turn around and say, like, oh, she's killing woke. She's eradicated wokeness with her tits. Okay? And obviously at that time, I think that was when she was on SNL. At that time, all the liberals were like, what are you talking about? We like titties too. What the fuck's wrong with you? Austin Show's a boob disliker. Oh my God, you guys are so wrong. Austin Show loves tits. What are you talking about? He's talked actively about how even as a gay man, he can't stop but stare sometimes. Austin Show's the proof. It's not an exception, but the proof. In any case, basically, at that time, you know, you had these like Republicans trying to be like, oh, Sydney Sweeney is eradicating woke with her titties. And then liberals were like, no, we like titties too. And that just kind of, you know, we backpocketed that discourse, right? We backpocketed that discourse. It was no longer relevant, whatever. Everybody likes boobs. And then like a year after that discourse, Sydney Sweeney came back with the American Eagle jeans ad. American Eagle was like, we recognize that the environment has changed, and now we are going to follow the fake anti-woke agenda. We're going to do a jeans ad, right? And then they doubled down. And everybody was very mad at Sydney Sweeney. But in that process, Sydney Sweeney decided, like, I actually want to be a villain. Like, I realize that I am a villain. Okay? Because this is villain shit. I know that she has a thing for schlubby guys. Like, I've seen this already, right? You know, just you're Sydney fucking Sweeney, and this is the kind of guy you find to be hot, right? That's it. It is what it is, right? But actively coming out and destroying any goodwill that you could have possibly had, okay, by, you said you're skipping her first villain shift, which was cheating with Glenn Powell. Okay, but like, have you seen Glenn Powell? He's fucking hot. So that kind of was like primal instinct kicking in. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen those clips on my TikTok For You page of like bits and pieces from that movie where like neither of them are wearing underwear or something, and she like does a little bit of grab ass and stuff like that. Like, yeah, I mean, they're both sexy. They're both sexy, even though he has like a weird face. They're both hot. she's at that point like married to some, again, schlubby guy, and, you know, not the best person, right? Not the best person at all, but like does something where, you know, she fucks up, whatever. You are thinking way too much about this, bro. Why are you like this, man? Okay, well, cheating is okay if you're hot. I never said cheating is okay. I'm simply saying that, like, that makes more sense than this pairing, okay? Because this pairing doesn't make any sense. Do you see what I mean? Like, cheating on your husband with a sexy-ass coworker makes more sense, even though it's indecent and it's totally fucked up. It still makes more sense than being like, oh yeah, I love Scooter fucking Braun, a literal villain, okay? Like a honest-to-God Hollywood villain, this man is. There is not a group of people that he has not fucked over in his long career. His entire position is to basically be the guy that's there and just takes a piece off of other people's labor. That's all he does. He just sits there and just collects checks, whether it be Taylor Swift, whether it be fucking over Justin Bieber, many beloved figures. Okay? So for Sydney Sweeney to look at that guy, especially at a time when like he's getting yelled at by K-pop stans, as well as like the American version of K-pop stans, the Swifties and the fucking Bieber heads and all this stuff. And then on top of that, being the Israel guy post October 7, which is what Scooter Braun did. He was like, oh, am I hated by everybody in Hollywood? Well, guess what I'm going to do? Israel pivot. Okay? That was even crazier. He just decided, I am going to double down on being a villain and take on the mantle of like the guy who does PR for the fucking genocidal apartheid state. It's crazy. And then Sydney Sweeney looked at all of that and said, that's my fucking guy. At that point, I have no other option but to realize, but to recognize that you are just horny for evil, okay? Because it's not like he's sexy. You know what I mean? It's not like he's like super hot or something. And you're Sydney fucking Sweeney. You can fuck every rich guy on the planet, right? So why did you choose to fuck this rich guy? It must be because he is a particularly evil rich guy. That's what it is. It's got to be it, because I can't think of anything that Scooter Braun represents beyond, like, that's different than the, like, a million other Hollywood guys, beyond just being like an openly evil one, okay? She forgot to hold her boobs going down the stairs, and now she has brain damage. It's not that hard to find an evil rich guy. Yes, but this isn't even like a normal evil rich guy. This is a particularly public, particularly visible evil rich guy who has no qualities that are redeeming. Do you understand? Like, the only thing that you know about Scooter Braun is just like how evil he is, whether it be like locking people in the contracts and constantly fucking farming money off of them. And then the only other thing you might know him for is like unlimited defense of the genocidal apartheid state. Then what qualities could he possibly have that made you go, wow, I really love you. You're fucking awesome. Sydney Sweeney and Scooter Braun are casually hooking up, a source tells People. Another insider confirms the two are indeed seeing each other. It says an additional source, everything is casual. She's living her life and working hard. Both Sweeney, 27, and Braun, 44, were among the starry guest list who attend. Oh my God, they met at the Jeff Bezos wedding? I feel like that's the Davos summit for evil, which is also the Davos summit. Oh my God. Jonathan Davino and Sydney Sweeney in Los Angeles on October 23rd, 2018. Like, this was her former husband that she cheated on Glenn Powell with. Okay, dear God, if Scooter Braun is the dude on the left in that photo, that girl really should start thinking about what she can do. Wait, no, this was her husband. I don't know, man, you sound jealous. Yeah, I'm really jealous. I wish I could date Scooter Braun. So they both went to the evildoers gathering, the Legion of Doom, Jeff Bezos' wedding in Venice. Repster, Sweeney, and Braun could not be reached for comment. The news comes after months of Sweeney and ex-fiancé Jonathan Davino called off their engagement. Braun previously married Yael Cohen in 2014 before splitting in 2021 and settling their divorce the following year. The record executive shares three children with activist Cohen, sons Jagger, 10, Levi, 8, plus daughter Hart, age 6. Sweeney and Davino, a businessman from Chicago, first sparked rumors that they were dating in 2018, got engaged in 2022. The actress called off her wedding in March after months of split rumors. She didn't feel right about it. Yeah, they called it off because she fucked her co-star, no? She's literally her character from Euphoria. I'm crying. I have no idea. I've never watched Euphoria. These are all Sydney Sweeney's arcs. They first called her a hoe because of Euphoria. Then she was anti-woke queen. Then they accused her of catfishing and Chuds called her fat. They also got mad because she made a pro-abortion horror movie. She went to the Bezos wedding. She made the jeans ad, and now this. She has such an interesting career trajectory where she just keeps like stepping into fucking landmines, dude. Scooter Braun, being a true friend of Israel means we are one step closer to a Houthi-Swifty alliance. Wait, how have you not seen Euphoria? I don't know. I don't really care. I don't know. Some stuff I just like miss out on, I guess. In an interview with The Times published May 31st, Sydney Sweeney confirmed her split from Davino, 42, and also said she was single at the time of the interview. I'm learning a lot about myself, spending more time with my friends, and I'm loving it. Sweeney is currently in production for Euphoria Season 3. Her boxing biopic, Christie, will make its first world premiere at the 2025 Toronto International Film Festival this month, and she stars opposite Amanda Seyfried in the book-to-screen adaptation of The Housemaid in theaters this Christmas. Braun gave rave comments about his relationship with Cohen, about his current relationship with Cohen, 38, during an interview. Rare comments, not rave. What am I saying? To Danielle Robe for an episode of her podcast, Question Everything, which aired July 17th. Calling Cohen one of my best friends, Braun said, they talk every day, and added, we don't even call each other ex. That's like my partner. That's the mother of my children. He also shared that Cohen is his family for life, explaining, I have a tattoo on my finger that says same team after my divorce because she and I are on the same team for life. That's what we say to each other. Of rumors that Taylor Swift's 2022 Midnight Track Vigilante shit is about the split between himself and Cohen, Braun continued, no, I never thought that was about us. Yael never thought it was about us, and everyone else is kind of feeding into the fire. Great strategy move, but nah. Do you think her stock took a major hit because of this? I mean, I think like I want to say this is just like love finding a way, but like it sounds so silly to say that about like someone like Sydney Sweeney versus Scooter fucking Braun. You know what I mean? Like she just really fell in love with Scooter Braun. What could he have told her at the Jeff Bezos wedding? Hey, what's up, Sydney? I want you to see my We Will Dance Again Nova Festival exhibit that I put together. M is real high, by the way. Also, I have a lot of money because I basically stole it from many other celebrities who I worked with. Like, what could it be? Your boobs are poggers? Yeah, that's what he said. He probably said he would finance any shitty movie she wants to be in because she sucks at picking out movies to star in. Lamau. I mean, I don't know. Maybe she just loves how evil he is. Because, like I said, if you're at the Jeff Bezos wedding, okay, if you're at the Jeff Bezos wedding, you have that's a target-rich environment for evil guys who are very wealthy, okay? Like, you couldn't find a hotter evil guy that's very wealthy. Maybe a less visible evil guy. You could have, but she chose him. So... Go listen to Vampire by Olivia Rodrigo. Girls like bad guys. No, there's a difference between like a bad boy and a guy who's just like evil. That's the difference. Anyway. You're right. It's interesting as a brand move in general. Well, like I said, maybe it's not a brand move at all. Maybe she's just attracted to schlubby dudes who are evil. And that's it. And it's the evilness that attracted her, that made her gravitate towards Scooter Braun. Yeah. Okay, girls go wild for BB Yahoo. Yeah. What? Clippers Kawhi drama. Exclusive. Kawhi Leonard signed a $28 million endorsement deal for a no-show job with a fraudulent tree planting company funded by $50 million from Clippers owner Steve Ballmer, according to documents obtained by Pablo Torre. It was to circumvent the salary cap, an insider source says. Oh, shit. HasanAbi head, friend of the show, Pablo Torre, investigative reporter. He's got the documents.
What we know is that NBA executives were suspicious of how Steve Ballmer's Clippers landed the most valuable free agent on the market, Kawhi Leonard. That the NBA did not find that Ballmer got Kawhi by sweetening their offer. Mm-hmm. But also that in March 2025, this celebrity-endorsed, multi-billion-dollar, allegedly fraudulent tree...
I jokingly said, friend of the show, HasanAbi head. I don't know. I mean, he follows me, but I don't
brokerage,
know if that's the case.
Named Aspiration, which promises to clear your conscience and your emissions, they file for bankruptcy. And this is where the clue is. What David's looking at with his glasses on is a bankruptcy filing, and there's a list of creditors. The entities to which Aspiration and all of their alleged fraudulence still owes the most money. And what I noticed is what David is noticing right now, which is that on that list of creditors, up near the top, above the Boston Red Sox, is an LLC. A tiny little company that Aspiration owes $7 million. And that LLC's name, David, is what?
KL2 Aspire LLC.
And what does it list there under manager or member name?
Kawhi Leonard.
Whose NBA jersey number, just to,
oh my God, he used LegalZoom for that contract. That's awesome.
To connect all of the dots here happens.
Did you see that? Yo, how are you an NBA star? Wait, am I crazy? LegalZoom.com Inc., registered corporate 1505 agent. Like, what the fuck? His uncle signed, probably. No, that makes no damn sense. You don't got a lawyer? What the fuck? Dude. Hello? Use LegalZoom for the LLC docs, I think. No matter what you are doing, you should never use LegalZoom if you're at that level. You have the capacity to hire a lawyer on retainer. What the fuck?
Just to connect all of the dots here happens to be what?
Number 2.
So then the question is, the Aspire part of KL2 Aspire LLC, right? Because, okay, he's getting all this money.
Bro, is a VIP customer testimonial on their website? Oh, that's an endorsement too, for
Millions
sure.
of dollars. What I started doing was scour the internet for any mentions of aspiration. Any appearances, tweets, quotes, Instagram posts, anything by Kawhi Leonard endorsing aspiration. And this was hard to find, which also might seem weird, right? Because every other celebrity aspiration gave money to was well known. There was Drake offering a statement to Rolling Stone. There was Doc Rivers, Kawhi's own head coach. Robert Downey Jr. was cutting his commercial. That was the whole point of paying the A-list Avengers. But the grand total number of times that I found Kawhi Leonard ever publicly referencing aspiration, 0 times.
Right.
Kawhi Leonard mentioned aspiration. And so what I started doing was reaching out to dozens of former aspiration employees. A grand total of 7 of them ultimately agreed to interviews, which is also how I have exclusively obtained this signed and executed document.
In consideration of the rights and benefits granted to company hereunder, the company will pay KL2, which is Kawhi, $28 million in cash during the term of this agreement. Company will pay KL2 $7 million each year of the term.
That is Kawhi Leonard's autograph. I convinced one very important person who worked in the finance department of Aspiration to go on tape.
And I didn't so much as discover it as I was told about it.
What was your reaction? What were you told?
My reaction was, what the fuck? And I was told, like, oh, these are the major contracts and the major players you really need to be aware of. And we went through a litany of, really, really top tier name contracts.
Happy birthday, Kawhi. For every comment, retweet, and Aspiration will plant 1 tree for Kawhi's birthday. They don't even own the account anymore. No. The more minor but still crazy part of this is the fact that Andre Cherney signed the agreement. Cherney drafted Al Gore's 2000 platform, wrote speeches for John Kerry in 2004, co-founded Democracy Journal, was a Center for American Progress senior fellow, and has run and lost for office 4 times.
And then, oh, by the way, we also have a marketing deal with Kawhi Leonard, a $28 million organic marketing sponsorship deal with Kawhi. And that if I had any questions about it, essentially don't, because it was to circumvent the salary cap, LOL. There was lots of LOL when things were shared.
Did you ever see proof of Kawhi Leonard marketing or endorsing Aspiration in any way?
Never, not once. The single largest payment to an individual for marketing that Aspiration ever made has completely evaded all press. It's honestly incredible. Nothing. He didn't have.
I mean, this has to be like a normal part of the process, right? Because like they didn't just arrive at like setting up a dummy corporation to override the salary cap for like top talent that they wanted to bring over. This must be like common process.
Have to do anything.
In other words,
this is Lakers propaganda. It's all lies.
Kawhi Leonard got from Aspiration a $28 million no-show job.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm honestly so jealous.
Kawhi had obligations in the contract, but he didn't have to do anything if it went against his beliefs or didn't want what he didn't do anything. And the only clause that could terminate the contract is if he is off the Clippers. Oh my God. That's a weird stipulation.
So jealous. I mean, he's got the dream. Like, it's within my beliefs to be paid $28 million and do absolutely all as well.
The Clippers, however, provided a statement on behalf of the organization and owner Steve Ballmer, which reads in part, quote, "Neither Mr. Ballmer nor the Clippers circumvented the salary cap or engaged in any misconduct related to Aspiration. Any contrary assertion is provably false.
At that point, isn't it just dumb if you don't do any obligations for aspiration? Like, just to keep up appearances? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why wouldn't you just, like, do some stuff so that it's, like, it's above board? Like, every now and then, tweet out, every now and then, get, like, a social media employee to tweet out that you love trees or something. I don't know. Like, plant a tree and then talk about how much you love trees. That's crazy. Because they don't have to. Why would they, lol? No, because, like, if this kind of stuff comes out, then at least you have plausible deniability. So then the commissioner doesn't come after you and destroy your fucking draft picks later down the line. You know what I mean? That's crazy. And this is less on Kawhi Leonard and more on the team. Like, I'm just saying, like, if you want to do corruption like this, like, there are probably better ways to do it. And it's shocking that you wouldn't at least, like, write in the contract that you have to actually do shit just in an effort to ass cover for when people, you know, find out. As Pablo Torre did, find out. I'm on Team Ballmer, Mark Cuban says. As much as I wish they circumvented the salary cap, first, Steve isn't that dumb. I mean, if he did try to feed Kawhi Leonard money, knowing what was at stake for him personally and for his team, do you think he would let the company go bankrupt? Knowing all creditors would be visible to the world? They got scammed by aspiration along with many others. Crimes for which they pleaded guilty last week. Scammers do scammy things. They did a $300 million sponsorship deal with the Clippers in 2021. That's a huge deal. The better the team does, the more value the sponsorship has. It actually makes perfect sense that if they stole money from investors and want the Clippers to succeed, why not give the stolen money to help keep their best player? It's sad that Pablo Torre didn't take the time to find out how these scammers pulled off their scam. The idea that the default is Ballmer is the bad guy is going to backfire on him. I did. How much did they discuss that aspiration was run by scammers? How much did they question that maybe they could be behind this? Wait, that doesn't make sense. That, like, what he said, what Mark Cuban is saying doesn't make sense. Like, why would they give any money to Kawhi Leonard if they're scamming? Like, what? Like, I don't understand this at all. Doors open. Nah, investigate Cuban too. That's such a sus statement. Mark Cuban is saying that because he did the same thing with Dirk in the 2010s. This story is fascinating. From what I know from sources, when Kawhi signed with the Clippers, Toronto owner Larry Tannenbaum was beside himself because he believed he bent over backwards for Kawhi, including calling 3 sponsors to meet Kawhi's demand of an extra $50 million in endorsement money. This was brought to the attention of Adam Silver as a concern over the cheating going on in the league being out of control, but no action was taken, as it was taught that Tannenbaum didn't understand the rules, only a promise to get more serious about it in the future. Friend of the show, PFD, was ahead of the curve on this take.
I think that some NFL teams do like NIL deals with some of their players to get around the cap. Local businesses or people that are involved in ownership, I think, are like, hey, off the record, we're going to pay you this on top of your salary if you sign here.
I think that would get out.
You think so? Who would put it out?
The player, if they didn't like the team or, relationship soured, whatever.
No. Why would they do that? They're getting like an extra 10 on the side. They would never fuck up the bag for themselves. That makes no sense. Why would the player reveal this? They're getting bribed. Why would the player admit to bribery? Especially if they can just like demand further bribes when they go to another team as well.
But they get paid. There's probably an NDA involved.
Maybe. I don't know.
Think about it. Think about all those years Tom Brady was taking cap-friendly deals. Think about that.
Yeah, maybe.
You don't think the Patriots would cheat?
I do think the Patriots would cheat.
For years and years, he was always getting hometown discount. Patrick Mahomes signed a big long-term contract. Probably.
There's a local dealership near Washington, D.C. that always sponsors players. Shout out Eastern Motors. I mean,
before he needed to. He's probably the most underpaid person in professional sports right now. Think about it.
Maybe.
LeBron goes back to Cleveland. Think they're not kicking him a little bit?
But all
something?
these guys have endorsement deals.
Yeah.
Already.
Yeah.
Like they're already making some, like LeBron.
Robert Kraft wouldn't do anything shady. Yeah. No, that's a guy who hates hatred and wants to stop it. And also maybe a little rub and tug on the side. Okay. That's a guy who is never going to pay you under the table. Under the table dealings are just for getting jerked off under the table. Okay. And nothing else. He doesn't do. That's what.
LeBron's making more from that than he does playing basketball.
Right. So you get the endorsement deal, and they're like, hey, if you come back here, we'll kick up some more money for you.
Yeah, what about like restaurants being like, you'll never pay a dime? You'll never pay for food?
Well, that's
nothing.
just, I mean, people do that anyway.
I say you skeptic, Big T.
I'm just saying, think about it.
Like if you go to restaurants in Houston, I'm sure there are places that take care of you.
In my heyday, yeah, absolutely. Now they just like, hey, that's what's up. Or, yeah, I mean, yeah. I could probably, if I want. I don't like flexing that, though.
Arian, have you ever had to sign an NDA in the NFL?
Like from a team?
Just a broad question. Just like, have you ever, as an NFL athlete, had to sign an NDA in regards to the league?
Oh, no.
Never?
Mm-mm.
I mean, I like Arian Foster, but also, once again, why would he reveal that? Like, I have no reason to believe he's lying, but why would he reveal that? You know what I mean? Because remember, NDA or not, because obviously any kind of NDA that he would be in violation of is already expired a long time ago. He hasn't played in a long time. But again, even if the non-disclosure agreement is expired long ago, what reason would he have to potentially openly, not saying that he did, okay? Not saying that he did at all. I'm not accusing him of that. I think he's dope, and I don't think he would do that. But there is no reason for any athlete to just say that they did one of these like under the table deals, and all reason to just collect the money and never openly admit that. These guys got me to the left on God. PFD, shout out. This is a good way to put it.
Some money. What do white people do? Borrow some shit. Hey, let me borrow like $10 billion real quick. I need to pay some of these people under the table. Like, are y'all not trying to be real owners? Look, if I'm bomber, I don't give a what that calorie said. I don't care what it says. I am cheating. I got too much money to be on the same playing field with you broke ass. We're not in the same conference, sir. Right? You want 50 million? I'm gonna give you 45 on it. I'm gonna give you 5 on the books because I gotta force somebody else. 5 on the books, 45 under the table. Behind the scenes, don't even worry about it. I got you. You got a foundation? I got that. You got business deals? I got that. You want a percentage in what? I got that. Just go ahead and sign that. You too? How the all these people keep getting here? This motherfucker got the USA basketball team and his Two of these motherfuckers own buildings downtown. How? There's gonna be investigations after investigations. It's not like the NBA want to catch me anyway. They work for me. Huh? Adam Silver, what you want? What you want? I think this investigation says you ain't found.
You want a building too?
Here's a check says you ain't found. The you talking about?
Yeah, Steve Ballmer is a whole magnitude richer than other sports owners in the league. He's worth more than the NBA. Yeah. The worst person just made a great point. Paging Adam Silver. Oh, Jalen Brunson. In a largely unprecedented financial concession to give roster flexibility to a contender, New York Knicks star Jalen Brunson has agreed to a 4-year, $156.5 million extension. His agent Sam Rose of CAA tells ESPN $113 million less guaranteed than he's eligible to receive in 1 year. Now, let me tell you, the only spoiler in this, potentially, the only leaker, even then it probably wouldn't happen, would be the agencies. But I suspect that they also still get a piece of the additional off the books in endorsement deals and shit like that that come along with this to make up for the salary cap limitations. And therefore, they're getting paid as well. So they're also quiet. I know this is from 2024. I know. Any Jalen Brunson slander will be met with aggression. Look, I have no issue with the Knicks. Okay. They had who cares? Brunson rules and can do anything. Pablo Torre said he's looking into the Knicks, by the way.
Person gets outed. Now all of a sudden it feels like it's safe to out other people.
Yeah. The difference here, and by the way, it's funny, like my tip line has never been more used by enemies of Jalen Brunson, right? Like look into that one, right? As well as, James Harden.
Is there something in there with Jalen Brunson?
Well, look, how he arrived at the Knicks, this is where I will have to defer to the reporting I made.
Fuck you, Pablo Torre. Damn, y'all were hot when he was shitting on Kawhi. Wait a minute. Chatters turned on Pablo so quick, it made my head snap. What the fuck? Stop booing him. Oh, no. Pablo Torre, the sports Taylor Lorenz. That's crazy.
Or may not do on this. Certainly was interesting, right? Like, okay, that's a pretty good deal for the Knicks. Has some whatever. Anyway, I don't want to get ahead of myself in terms of
that's
that.
A tease,
well,
though. That's a tease.
It's a bit of a tease.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm showing a little ankle with you. I always show a little bit more ankle than I should with you.
To talk.
Who knew so many HasanAbi heads were Knicks fans? I mean, there's a lot of New Yorkers here in this community, so it makes sense. LA basketball star gets caught taking millions under the table through a fake forestry job and now has to plant 10,000 trees or get his contract voided by the league as a sports comedy premise that would have lit up the Blockbuster Rentals chart in 2003. Yeah. Let's follow back Pablo Torre. Wait, why can't I do it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, Adam went on the podcast.
This is what happened in Kobe's career, where like he
emotionally, this is exactly right.
He went evil Kobe after Shaq. Basically, he got blamed for the breakup of that team, and it wasn't his fault. It was much more the Busses, right? They say that Kobe broke up that team, and then Shaq is at wins it, basically rides D Wade's coattails to a chip. You're going to play the Detroit Pistons, and then the referees are not going to call a single foul against you guys.
Oh, God.
That's serious.
God.
You want to hear really funny?
Yeah, you got beaten by Ben Wallace, by a 6'2" center.
He played big, though.
I mean, he was amazing.
He played big. My dad, I think like 4 minutes before we were about to lose those finals, my dad said, he stood up and he goes, "We never go on family walks." And And he's like, put your shoes on, everyone. And me, my sister, my mom went on a walk with my dad where he was like 5 feet ahead of us, like walking as fast as he could because he was just so mad.
Just working
was
out
so
his
mad.
rage. NBA's a cesspool under silver. Makes me yearn for the Stern days. Yeah, he made it woke. He made it woke and also illegal. He made it woke and also broke. And people take too many three-point shots. The game is cooked. We need to go back to the plumber days, the math teacher days of the NBA, the heyday. At least Stern rigged the NBA. At least Stern rigged the NBA the right way. Don't go right wing on me. I'm joking. Oh, Anna Kasparian popped off on CNN against Ben Shapiro. The question I have is, why the fuck is Ben Shapiro on CNN?
Hard jobs, they're on their feet. It depends on what job.
I'm not saying if you're working back-breaking labor and your leg is
Right.
falling off that you should be.
I mean, by the way, I just totally reject what you just said about how we're going bankrupt due to Social Security. Really, you don't think like the trillions of dollars we've spent on wars in the Middle East might have something to do with that?
It is not even
our
remotely a
national
percentage
debt.
of what we spend on Social
our
Security.
national debt shot up significantly after 9/11, after we started invading countries in the Middle East.
You should look at a chart of
now
our
we're at
national
30.
debt. In 2008,
we're spending
it went
hundreds of billions of dollars on Israel, on Ukraine. I mean, honestly, these foreign conflicts have a lot more to do with our national debt as
hell they
opposed
do
to
by the
us
numbers.
paying
That is just
into
untrue.
The hell they do. Social Security is a much larger percentage. Yeah, it's like we're talking about discretionary spending, number one. And number two, yeah, one is a good thing. The other one is a bad thing. But you can't defend it. So you have to be like, well, technically, Social Security is a much larger expenditure. It's like, yeah, but it's a good thing, okay? It's a good thing that must be continued. Also, remove the fucking insane regressive salary cap after a certain point. It's just a salary cap. Like the tax structure, if you want to increase more funding into Social Security, it's already fucking capped. It's capped at what, like $158,000 a year or something? It's so ridiculous. It is a salary cap, technically.
You think Israel is a bigger portion of our budget than Social Security?
I think
Medicare,
we
Medicaid?
spend way too much money on
just asking as a
military
mathematical
aid
numbers
for foreign
thing.
countries.
You think
Absolutely.
Israel is more
Do
than
you
Social
think
Security?
that Social Security is more of an issue compared to how much money we just shell out for conflicts abroad?
matter of
The truth of the
expenditures and
matter
math,
is that
yes.
both entitlements and defense are
Hard jobs, they're on their feet.
It depends on what
job.
My rent is way more than a PS5, but if I bought one every month, that'd be why I'm broke. That's a great take, Chatter.
I'm not saying
Notice how he only focused on Israel, even though he mentioned multiple conflicts. Yeah, I think we know why, because he is an Israel dick rider. There's that. There's another thing that I wanted to cover here. Oh yeah, Trump advisors have discussed a job for Adams if he quits the mayor's race. The conversations have also involved Curtis Sliwa with the goal of giving Andrew Cuomo a better chance of defeating Zohran Mamdani in November. These guys are so fucking desperate, dude. It's awesome. It's awesome. They see Andrew Cuomo as the only spoiler. And the more they talk about how Andrew Cuomo can be the only guy who can defeat Zohran Mamdani, the more Zohran Mamdani is seen as like a better person to lead New York. Good luck to these fucking desperate losers. This is pure oligarchy, and it would completely destroy what's left of the party. America has now more unemployed people than job openings for the first time since April 2021. Nice. I already covered the Venezuelan strikes yesterday. What is this? They're so good at this. Like, this
Okay,
is important.
what's the most capitalist thing you secretly enjoy?
The most capitalist thing I secretly enjoy.
Is it Uber Black?
No, it's not Uber Black. Okay, here's a product from a company that I can't live without.
Okay.
Haagen-Dazs coffee ice cream.
That's good. Oh, that sounds
love
good. I just had a Pavlovian reaction when you said that.
Yeah. And the big tub, not the.
You don't go for the individual.
No, let's just like.
Okay.
Come on.
How much are you eating tonight? How much coffee ice cream? And you're eating this in bed?
I got into an argument with my libtard mother on how she believes that you were the sole downfall of Kamala Harris. She left my side going up the stairs, calling me, and I quote, a fucking idiot. Wait, first of all, why are you calling your mom a libtard? And secondly, why is your mom actually a libtard? Because you got to be like extra libbed up to think that I had anything to do with Kamala Harris's downfall. Like $2 billion in campaign funding, Taylor Swift endorsement, Beyonce endorsement. Virtually every celebrity in Hollywood endorsed Kamala Harris versus one Twitch streamer. Man, I am the most powerful person in America. I am a real kingmaker, huh? That's crazy. And by the way, once again, if that's true, then Kamala Harris should be coming to my house to beg me for that endorsement. If that was the case, if that was true, don't you think that she would be insane not to come after the coveted, pivotal HasanAbi endorsement? Then that's a throw all on her own. Liberals are so funny because they just straight up will be like, yeah, the guy who was correct in his the guy who was correct in his criticisms of the Kamala Harris campaign, which was proven to be correct after she lost, was the reason. Why? Because he correctly warned that if the Kamala Harris campaign doesn't change some of these things, they're going to lose. Yeah, I should have just like lied about how awesome she was doing. You know? That would have moved the needle, I think.
Or on the sofa?
It depends. Sometimes it's on the move between the bed and the sofa.
Okay. Right.
You know, you got to just have it with you.
Right out of the tub?
Right out of the tub.
Double dipping.
Right out of the tub.
Yeah. Okay.
Can you get Mother on stream? Mariah Carey? Yeah, no, I can't do that. I can't possibly explain to you, though you already know how low we fall in terms of basic average media and political literacy. I have a friend who sort of believes what this chatter's mom believes, and I also caught him not knowing what feminism is as a political term. Oh, are people getting dumber? What's going on? Is the answer yes? Because, like, I know Republicans have gotten dumber, as evidenced by the fact that Trump could just, like, simply grunt certain words and people understand exactly what he means. Like when he says stuff like, everything's transgender. And everybody goes, that's right. Everything is transgender, Mr. President. But, like, I would expect, like, at least the liberals to be a little bit more intelligent. What the fuck's going on? American politics is basically going to turn into Donald Trump saying everything's transgender, and then his audience receiving that as a negative message, And then the liberals turning around and saying everything's transgender, and then their audience is going to receive that as a positive message towards trans people. Like that's where we're heading. What the fuck's going on? Oh, I've been meaning to watch
I'll
this.
start this one with some comments, a call out. Let's say I wish I didn't have to do this, but I feel like it's necessary. I've made a lot of videos on the topic of feminism, and I've noticed something quite interesting. When I critique certain branches of feminism, like liberal feminism, girl boss feminism, white feminism, I tend to get a lot of views from men. My last video titled The White Feminism of Western Media wasn't initially titled like this. I felt like white feminism was a bit clickbaity and not fully coherent with the topic of the video. But eventually I changed the title, and as soon as I did, the views started to go up, and the data shows that it's mostly been watched by men more than my other videos. This is not the first time I noticed this. Every time I make a critique of certain branches of feminism, I get more male viewers, I get a lot of new male subscribers, I get more interviews by
This person called you misogynistic in one of her videos? Okay.
men, and I'm invited by more male-run podcasts. At first I was excited, like great, I get to talk to people who aren't necessarily exposed to those feminist ideas, but over time it started to really bother me because I felt like my criticism of certain branches of feminism was interpreted by some men, not all men, as a way to be misogynistic in an acceptable way, in an intellectual way. For example, I've received emails and DMs from men who completely misread my intentions in those critical videos or cherry-pick the information that suits their own narrative. Some even used my critics to justify bad behavior, dismissing accusations of SV as white feminism or liberal feminism. So I went back to my videos in search of the things that I said that led these people to think this way, and I just couldn't find anything. In fact, I always concluded my videos by directing people to the forms of feminism which I think are beneficial for society. Anti-carceral feminism.
She did not call you misogynistic. That chatter was lying.
Anti-imperialist feminism, socialist feminism. Now this whole thing won't stop me from criticizing liberal feminism, girl boss feminism, but now I'm much more careful with the words that I use, how I write my script.
SV is sexual violence, I think.
Now, on the other hand, a few months ago, I released a video titled The Problem with Hollywood Baby Girls, where I argued that while sexism is systemic, a structural issue, these structures aren't separate from individuals. We're not just puppets of those systems, we still have a little bit of agency, so individual behavior matters. I was honestly a bit nervous to release that video. I was worried about how men were going to react to it, and my nervousness was actually quite valid. I got a lot of messages from men telling me that it was pointless to focus on individuals, that doing so pushes men to the right, to the far right, and that basically I was just radicalizing young men. Reading those comments was deeply upsetting. First, they implied that I shouldn't call out men who act in sexist ways, and second, they treated men as if they were too fragile to handle criticism. The infantilization felt so absurd. It's not just disrespectful for me, it's disrespectful for men in general. The men I know, of all ages and political leanings, can handle criticism. These comments revealed the commenters' inability to handle that sort of criticism more than anything. Instead of leaning into the discomfort and maybe use it as an opportunity to grow, to change, they decided to turn it back on me, accusing me of radicalizing young men, which is a bold claim if you know a little bit what I do, both online and in real life. I wish these things did not affect me, but they do, so that's why I wanted to make those comments before starting the video, which is a video about men, about masculinity. So in today's video, I want to look at two trends that I've noticed recently. On the one hand, you have the male performative feminist. He may or may not have a mullet.
Bro, what is going on? Okay, but seriously, he went back as a contractor. Bro, this is going nuts mode, I think. Like, this is like 8.5 hours after. What is happening? What the yo, chatters will not let it go. That's crazy. What is going on? What is happening? Are you like a mobile chatter? What's happening here? How are you not doing the accent right now? Isn't that your favorite thing? It's hard. It's because I can't decipher it.
It's a mustache. He may or may not have read All About Love by Bell Hooks or Joan Didion. He may or may not sip matcha on the regular. And on the other hand, we have the hyper-masculine feminist, a guy who looks very masculine but is praised for his progressivism, including his defense of women's rights. My examples for this second category are Hasan Piker and Travis Kelce. And the reason why I'm choosing them is because they've recently been featured in magazines and articles and portrayed as positive masculine role models. Now, I want to be clear, I don't know any of the individuals I'm going to talk about personally. It's not about them as individuals, it's about their public image, the way they are perceived in the media, and the impact it has on culture, society, etc. In other words, I want to look at what's been happening in the media since the rise of the manosphere, the desperation to find positive male role models, and the limits of that project. I'm Alice. Well,
I think it's funny because, like, I'm not like a major how do I describe it? Like, I'm not like over the top woke or anything like that. I'm just a guy who tries to tell people not to be a fucking asshole. That's it. That's it. And I would say so is Travis Kelce to a certain degree. That's how low the goddamn bar is, bro. It's crazy. Oh my God, new J Insider just dropped. Breaking, J Insider via Matthew Kessel. New Yorker Festival invites influencer on Piker who justified October 7 attacks as featured speaker. Piker, whose videos on Twitch and YouTube reach me. Oh, let's go. New hit pieces are back, baby. These guys are so funny. We're back. 20K, more hit pieces. It's so funny because, like, the New Yorker not only invited me as a guest speaker, but, like, they also did positive coverage on me. And this is how I'm finding out we're doing something. Yeah. Yeah, that's how you're finding out that we're doing something off of me getting canceled again by Jewish Insider. Hosting hate. That's what they call this one. New Yorker Festival invites influencers who justified October 7 attacks as speaker. The ADL called the New Yorker's invitation of Hasan Piker the latest example of mainstream media normalizing his brand of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. Okay, don't parse through these two things as separate because it's this that you consider this, okay? There is no anti-Semitism. There's just anti-Zionism, and that's it. And that's what you hate. Wait, hold on. Anne? Not bad. Not bad. You need a new Getty images? Why can't I freaking avoid this paywall? Adam Friedland will have to make a statement about you, sadly. Wait, why can't I actually... What the heck is going on? I can't remove this. Dude, this has the most devastating paywall of all time. It's impossible to remove. It literally does not... I cannot remove it. I clicked on every single paywall remover thing, and it won't... Wait, dude, what purpose does this serve if only people who pay for it are able to see the hit piece? What the fuck? Release the paywall so more people can see what a dangerous radical I am. God damn, that shit is annoying, dude. I want to read a fucking... No, I literally used the archive, chatter. I did. RemovePaywall.com is the best one. And two of these options are actually archive. And I can't even read the fucking article. That's so lame. What the fuck? Anyway, here, he summarized it. Piker, whose videos on Twitch and YouTube reach millions of viewers, have faced criticism for justifying Hamas' October 7 terror attacks while forcefully denying some of the terror group's atrocities, such as widespread efforts of sexual violence that he dismisses rape fantasies and hallucinations. In one stream last year, Piker 34 argued that it doesn't matter if rapes fucking happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. Adding that Palestinian resistance is not perfect. He also described Orthodox Jews as inbred and called a Jewish man a bloodthirsty, violent pig dog, compared Zionists and Nazis, among other slurs, seen as anti-Semitic. The Anti-Defamation League denounced the New Yorker's decision to platform Piker as the latest example of mainstream media normalizing a brand of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. The streamer's toxic and extreme rhetoric opposing Zionism and the Jewish state normalizes anti-Semitism, reinforces bigotry, and launders terror. And it has no place at the conference devoted to prominent influencers. An ADL spokesperson told the Jewish Insider on Wednesday, arguing that Piker's extreme statements on a range of topics should permanently disqualify him from appearing at any major media festival. The New Yorker Festival, an annual multi-day event in New York City featuring well-known figures in the arts, media, and politics, previously faced backlash for inviting Steve Bannon, a former White House chief strategist. Dog, they had Steve Bannon on. You're comparing me to Steve fucking Bannon? This just dropped, chatter. That's why it has like no likes yet. Anyway, President Trump hosts a popular MAGA World podcast, a headline conversation with the magazine's editor, David Remnick. Following major dropouts from participants who protest Bannon's appearance at the festival, as well as an internal object. Yeah, good luck. Okay, there's a very big difference between like hosting Steve Bannon and hosting someone like myself for having an opinion that is shared by the fucking majority. Okay. That's the funniest part about this is like, you're trying to be like, oh, Hasan is like Steve Bannon. He's a dangerous figure in American politics. Meanwhile, the positions that I hold that you are trying to actively bastardize by trying to fucking find the most like negative framing possible with all these fucking clip chimps is nowhere near. It's like, the comparisons are so idiotic. I have no motion in comparison to Steve Bannon, and also my positions are not like to implement a white nationalist dystopia like Steve Bannon wants to. My position is I'm anti-genocide. I'm an anti-Zionist. By the way, I came across that article because it was retweeted by CNN anchor Brianna Golodriga. Nice. Yeah, there's a bunch of people in mainstream media that fucking despise me. And every single one of them is rapacious dick riders of the apartheid state, the criminal entity that is Israel. Yeah. Anyway, the Anti-Defamation League. Oh, yeah. Following major dropouts from participants who protest Bannon's appearance at the festival, as well as internal objections raised by the magazine's employees, Remnick announced that he had decided to pull the invitation, saying that he did not want well-meaning readers and staff members to think that he had ignored the concerns regarding the controversial Trump ally. This is the ADL and Hasbara operatives trying to apply a similar style of pressure on the New Yorker magazine so they can get a fucking hollow victory. Which is so funny because if that were to take place, right? If the New Yorker magazine was like, hey, we really wanted you to come because we're trying to sell tickets. You're a very popular figure. We've written about you. We like what you have to say, right? And then they were like, hey, we don't want you to come anymore. Okay, who like that? Does that do anything to me? No, it's worse for the New Yorker magazine at its festival than it is for me, especially because the position that they have, the position that they would be stating here would be one that is pro-Israel at a time when there is unprecedented amount of fuck Israel people out there. It's fuck Israel o'clock. Wait, you got uninvited? No, I haven't. I mean, not that I know of, maybe, but they're trying to invoke that. They're trying to invoke a public pressure campaign. Bannon got uninvited. This has 10 likes. I think you're good. No, this just came out. So I'm sure they'll do more. Chat, this kind of shit doesn't come out with one article on the Jewish Insider. This means that there will be like a bigger push. There will be a New York Post article. There might be a Fox News digital article as well. And if the New Yorker actually rescinds their invitation, then there will be like CNN articles and maybe even other articles as well. But it doesn't really matter. Because ultimately, that's just like, it's nothing. Not even archive sites are able to get past the paywall. Dude, how the fuck did you get this? Piker, a fierce opponent of Israel's right to exist, has more recently equated liberal Zionism with Nazism, according to a video of his remarks posted on social media last month. Zionism is an exterminationist ideology built around ethno-religious supremacist values, he said. I love when they post my dubs, dude. I love it. Anyway, in a conversation with Rashida Tlaib at the Democratic Socialists of America convention earlier this month. So when people say like, oh, well, I'm a liberal Zionist, I want there to be a Jewish ethno-state. I'm like, okay, what do you mean? It's like saying you're a liberal Nazi. Like you want an Aryan majority ethno-state? Representative Richie Torres has accused Piker of engaging in a textbook anti-Semitism, called on Twitch, who's owned by Amazon, to cut ties with the streamer, describing his comments as a leading contributor to the explosion of Jew hatred on social media in the wake of Hamas October 7th. Blah, 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 blah. You already know that. While insisting his views have been misconstrued as opposition to Jewish people rather than the Israeli government, a claim his critics have interpreted as disingenuous. The streamer has otherwise mocked widespread concerns about rising global anti-Semitism, calling the issue a distraction from Israel's military conduct in Gaza. But even as he faced backlash for promoting anti-Semitic rhetoric, Piker has continued to draw friendly profiles on mainstream outlets. They sound so mad. They sound so butt mad. They sound ass mad, bro. They're like, why do they keep writing about him? Not realizing that these kinds of profiles don't actually... These kinds of profiles, they help. They help get me in front of, I don't know, like media executives and shit like that, right? But those kinds of profiles don't actually boost my profile at all in terms that I care about. It doesn't actually get, like, back in the day, that kind of shit would actually matter quite a bit. But unfortunately, nowadays, mainstream media doesn't have that kind of motion. Mainstream media does not have that kind of motion at all. Also, to say that I don't care about like rising global anti-Semitism is deeply untrue. Obviously, I do, even though people obviously still use that or weaponize both real anti-Semitism and also the fake conflation between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism as a vehicle to stop people from speaking out. Stop people from speaking out against Israel's fucking crimes. It's ridiculous. But yeah, I work in media tied to DC Beltway shit. Torres' press secretary blasted us out to every booking producer of both liberal networks. They're fucking desperate. Wait, what? Richie Torres' press secretary still fucking tries to stop me from getting booked on CNN? Is he that stupid? The only reason why I'm not getting booked on CNN is because I don't want to fucking fly out to New York to get booked on NBC or CNN. If I wanted to, I would go on any number of these different mainstream networks. Does this guy think that he has any motion whatsoever in mainstream news? Does he not realize that half of the fucking bookers are either in here or half of the fucking producers also think Richie Torres is a clown? If you're pro-Israel at this point, the overwhelming majority of public, especially those who are liberal, are not on board. Like, they're not. They're not on board with wherever the fuck you're at. Anyway. It's so funny that... I wonder if it's like personal ambition. Richie Torres' comms director apparently doesn't put that he's the comm director in his bio. Yeah. The liberal populace, not influencers? No, most people, even fucking conservatives, recognize what's going on as fucked up. Most people do not favor Israel any longer. There's plenty of polling to show that. So when you got people who are disingenuously trying to defend Israel at this stage, like, good luck to them. You know, it's just not going to work. Even attacking Israel's critics don't work. Zohran Mamdani is actually a great example of what happens when people just try to farm that, like, outrage. They try to farm that outrage to be like, this guy hates Israel. And then people go, oh, shit, sweet. I didn't know he was dope like that. You know? So all you do is end up promoting the person. What is this? True, he's right. It's absolutely true. No, because your rhetoric sounds a bit anti-Semitic. Then why is your chat being anti-Semitic? I think you're a little delusional, my friend, if you think this chat is being anti-Semitic. Or you went, no, because your rhetoric sounds a bit anti-Semitic. Hasan, why is every Jewish person who I spoke to, even people who are not pro-Israel, say that you're anti-Semitic? Can you point to something that I've said that you consider to be anti-Semitic instead of doing this, like, insane thing where I have to believe that you're running around encountering random Jewish people to be like, hey, do you know this Hasan guy? Do you think he's anti-Semitic? Okay, I know many Jewish people. They are also anti-Zionist, and they don't think I'm anti-Semitic. Who wins now? I asked one extra Jewish person, then you asked, and they all said I'm not anti-Semitic. Guess what? You're fucking owned. What now, libtard? That's awesome. I love that it's like a vague gesture, a vague gesturing towards, like, potential perceived subtle anti-Semitism. Like, even when you're trying to fucking, even when you're trying to attack me, you can't even fucking come up with like a half decent response beyond, well, I asked Jewish people, and word on the street, word on J Street is that you're anti-Semitic. It's like, okay, well, what the fuck do I say then? Okay, I know more Jewish people than you do, and they don't think I'm anti-Semitic. You know what I mean? I'm Jewish, and I'm familiar with the Jewish community. You still have not fucking brought up what you think I have said that is anti-Semitic. He's upgrading the lie piece by piece. He's building on it. I'm Jewish and I'm familiar with the Jewish community. Explain what the issue is, and I will address the misinformation. Also, this is obviously the underlying notion here is that there are no Jewish people in this chat right now watching potentially an anti-Semitic man. There are 100% more Jewish chatters in here right now than the number of Jewish people that you know, yourself included. Okay? So how does that work? If we're going off of, like, personal anecdotes, well, you just got owned. You know what I mean? There's 27,891 people in here. Okay? There are a shit ton of Jewish people in the chat right now. More than the number of Jewish people that you know. What now? Do you see why this is a stupid way to try and argue things? Okay, are you going to come up with, like, a thing that I've said that you think is anti-Semitic? Because even this article itself tries to fucking posture and tries to act as though I am, and it fails to do that. I know close to 1,000 Jewish people because I live in an Orthodox Jewish community. Okay, there's more than 1,000 Jewish people in here. You're owned. You got fucking owned, big dog. You got owned. There are 1,001 Jewish people in here. guess what? You just got fucking destroyed. Oh my God. Don't ever go band for band with me. Also, it's so funny that we've moved beyond the conversation. Oh, now it's 1,002. That's cap. Bro, just say what the problem is. Say why you arrived at this position. Okay? Please. Instead of being like, I know many Jews. I myself am Jewish. I live in a Jewish community. Like, just say what you think. What caused you to arrive at this false conclusion? Because you're in the community of someone who has spent the past decade plus fighting anti-Semitism. Okay? And that hasn't stopped post October 7 either. Like, it's still a fucking intolerable bigotry. Okay? It still is. As a matter of fact, this is one of the increasingly smaller groups online where you can find someone who is not even remotely anti-Semitic, actively fights against anti-Semitism, while simultaneously also being an anti-Zionist. There are places out there, but let's be real. Most of the prominent communities at this point, a lot of prominent communities at this point, unfortunately, have definitely moved in a different direction. Okay? Not to say that like the anti-Zionist movement is anti-Semitic. I'm not saying that at all, but like some of the most prominent people who are anti-Israel, like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and many others, well, let's say they traffic in these conspiracies fairly openly. So, having said all of that, why is it that you have had such a hard time explaining what is anti-Semitic about what I have said? Someone said, how is Candace anti-Semitic? That's crazy. See, this is what I mean. Because some of your sentiment is indistinguishable from some neo-Nazis like Tucker and Candace, for example. Don't you think that those guys actually have a much easier time trafficking in anti-Semitic conspiracies as a direct consequence of Israel constantly billing everything it does, genocide, an apartheid state, and unlimited violence towards a captive population of Palestinians, as doing it at the behest of the international Jewry? Don't you feel like that is the reason why people like Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens or Nicholas Fuentes can come across as not just like open anti-Semites, but instead people who are just boldly against the state of Israel, a reality that the overwhelming majority of the Western populations also realizes now? Don't you feel like they're maybe using this as an opportunity to traffic in anti-Semitic conspiracies? Don't you think that you're also behaving in an utterly insane manner by going after a person who doesn't do that, but because you're worried about anti-Zionism, perhaps, and that's the reason why you're in here? Because you've yet to give me a single fucking specific example. You say some of your sentiment is indistinguishable from some neo-Nazi like Tucker and Candace Owens. You have not given a fucking example. Perhaps the reason why you have not given an example is because you said Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens say Israel's an apartheid state. Israel's doing a genocide. I should be listening. If you were to say that and then say you say that too, then obviously you would come across like a fucking moron. Because once again, that is just the truth. You have yet to deliver a single fucking example. His first account, John Haley 112, was insta-banned for spamming Israeli flags on 520. Still no example. Anyway. What are the sentiments that I am saying that are indistinguishable from some neo-Nazis like Tucker and Candace, for example? Give me an example and we'll talk. Okay? The crazy thing is he asked 1,000 Jewish people about you. He did not. Let's be real. Yeah, do not ask this chatter why the majority... Do not ask the chatter why the majority of Jewish New Yorkers voted for Zohran Mamdani. You know, dangerous anti-Semite, Zohran Mamdani. Okay, don't ask him that. Anyway, streamers otherwise mocked widespread concerns about blah, 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 continue to draw high-profile interviews. He's also hosted several high-profile lawmakers on a streaming platform, including Senators Bernie Sanders, Ed Markey, Representative AOC, Ro Khanna. Why don't they put Zoran on there? The New Yorker Festival, an annual multi-day event in New York City featuring well-known figures in the arts, media, politics, previously faced backlash for Steve Bannon. Okay, so it's basically just the summarization of the tweets. I don't know why you're still entertaining this obvious Reddit libcuck, as the spams are the same fucking memes and propaganda talking points about you over and over again. This shit is so boring. You do this often. Sometimes it's fun to entertain the insanity. I don't think Zoran is anti-Semitic. Can you point to one singular difference that I have with respect to Israel between myself and Zoran Mamdani? Because the very same outlets that say I'm anti-Semitic and use clips out of context to say I'm anti-Semitic also do the same thing to Zoran Mamdani. So how did that happen? Is it perhaps because you would come across as like a fucking fool if you were to... You are more radical than Zoran on Israel? No. Zoran has a long history of advocacy for Palestinian emancipation, participated in a lot of the same groups that I highlight. It's not true. Also, once again, not a single argument has been presented so far. Not a single argument has been presented at all. He says Israel has a right to exist. No, he couches his fucking criticism with like liberal, with a liberal patina. He makes it more appropriate for the liberal palate. Okay? As in, he says Israel has a right to exist as a state that gives equal rights and representation to all citizens unconditionally, a democratic, non-ethno state. With equal rights, as in the abolition of the apartheid. I'm telling you right now, I guarantee it's just because the shadow has seen you yell and swear and hasn't seen Zoran do that. So even though you have the same takes, Zoran comes off as less radical. Oh, for sure. And also, I'm not running for office. So obviously, I'm not like trying to be politically correct or even actively trying to win liberals over to the same degree that he is. Did that guy actually fucking come up with anything? Nope, not at all. Told you they're just a troll. I think one of the greatest examples of Candace Owens being an anti-Semite, for the record, is the fact that she was pro-Israel and also anti-Semitic when she worked for the Daily Wire. Only after October 7 did she become anti-Semitic and anti-Israel. Okay? That is a clear-cut indication of someone who's a Republican operative who traffics in anti-Semitic conspiracies, beyond the fact that she said, Hitler wanted to make Germany great, which a lot of people are saying I clip-chimped Candace Owens on recently. I saw them in the TikTok comments. I don't know if there's a big push happening to normalize Candace Owens' fucking perspective. Okay? Also, yeah, it's hilarious because the talking points were literally on screen, and this guy still failed to deliver one singular reason as to why he thinks I'm anti-Semitic, other than I spoke to 1,000 Jewish people Yeah. No example. Perhaps it's because you want me to be anti-Semitic, therefore you can feel comfortable. Because if you were to recognize the truth that I am a person who has combated anti-Semitism for my entire professional media career, who just has a conscience, who recognizes that Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism, no matter how hard Israel tries to marry the two concepts, who recognizes that this conflation is a dangerous one that actually makes it worse overall for Jews that have no connection to Israel whatsoever. Perhaps that would cause you to reconsider your social conditioning and the reasons as to why you love Israel so much. Yeah. Since when is Zionism a Jewish trait? Is it inheritable by genetics? Is it inscribed in the Torah, Tanakh, Talmud, Maimonides, Shulchan Aruch? Saying it's okay to be Jewish but not okay to be Zionist is still anti-Semitic. The vast majority of Jews are Zionists because our culture has revolved around Israel for thousands of years. Is fucking not true. If you hate the vast majority of Jews for a Jewish trait, then you are anti-Jewish. It's that simple. They're evolving Zionism beyond being Jewish nationalism to having any sort of affinity as a Jew towards the Levant. This is nothing but maudlin propaganda. This is also part of the reason why I always say, like, is this a productive use of your time? If you're someone who, like, is genuinely scared about growing anti-Semitism, okay? And you're not, like, cynically using this as a way to try to fucking deplatform someone. Like, let's say you got your wishes, right? Let's say you got me banned. Let's say that happened. Okay? Let's say this was successful. Do you think that this actually changed the way people perceive Israel? Because it's not. Cat's out of the fucking bag. Toothpaste out of the tube. Can't put the fucking toothpaste back in the tube. Okay? Can't do it. You're not even going to fucking move people an inch on this issue. Congratulations. You eliminated a person who is an anti-Zionist but not an anti-Semite. Now, there are still very much hundreds of anti-Semitic people that are using the issue of Israel to keep beefing up anti-Semitic conspiracies. So good luck. Look. I just saw someone in your chat say Ashka Nazi. Now, why is there so many people in the pro-Palestine community that actively supports and defends candles? You got, out of 27,000 chatters, one person who immediately got yelled at by me and everyone else in the community, and you think so many people in the fucking pro-Palestine community actively defend Candace Owens? Hasan, why is there so many Jews complaining about you having anti-Semitic rhetoric? Are they all crazy? First of all, okay, this is bait. You want me to respond to this by being like, yes, they are, so you can clip it and then be like, Hasan says Jews are crazy. I know what you're doing. Okay? Like, I know what you're trying to do here. But most importantly, once again, if every Jewish person on the planet was unconditionally and uncompromisingly pro-Israel, this still wouldn't make Israel's genocide of the Palestinians appropriate. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? It's so stupid. What a stupid position. Like, do you think that I think or others think that, like, Jewish people are like a special magical people or something, and if they think it's not a genocide, then it's not? Like, what are we talking about? It doesn't matter what percentage of Jewish people are pro-Israel or anti-Israel. This doesn't matter to me at all. What matters to me is the genocide that is going on. That's it. Holy shit, man, you're so easily one guy. Why don't you just ban this person instead of debating them? They're just baiting you. You're wasting your time and ours too. Yeah, we're going to get back to this video.
Welcome back to my channel. So I'll make a separate video on how the manosphere has evolved into a new version of itself after the Andrew Tate fall and stuff. But in this one, I want to focus on the response from the progressive side of the political spectrum. Since the rise of the manosphere, the sneakers, the Andrew Tates, the Myron Gaines, there was a general consensus that these guys weren't great. And after enough raising awareness, those people actually lost some of their popularity. That doesn't mean they didn't have an impact on society. I mean, the amount of work it took girlfriends, wives, and teachers to reverse or counter the effect these guys had on their boyfriends, their husbands, or boys in general was and still is insane. Huge kudos to them. These women were and still are the first victims of the manosphere. So yeah, there was consensus that these guys weren't ideal, but there was also a lot of panic that all men would turn into full-on misogynists. In response to that, the media tried to find and present alternative role models to young men, healthy masculinity models. One of them was Justin Baldoni, and we all know how this ended. Other so-called healthy masculinity role models were people like Timothée Chalamet or Harry Styles. For a while, they were heralded as examples to follow. Articles and books were written on how hegemonic masculinity, which basically means the type of masculinity that dominates culturally, might be evolving towards a softer, more feminine form. To be fully honest, those discussions around Timothée Chalamet or Harry Styles as masculine role models started before the manosphere became a big deal. As the manosphere grew and the crisis of masculinity became a bigger topic, hopes that a soft, feminine masculinity would take over started to dwindle. No, the solution to the so-called crisis of masculinity wasn't going to be Harry Styles or Timothée Chalamet. These guys were quite popular among women, but clearly men didn't really care about them. In fact, the rise of the manosphere showed that the patriarchal type of masculinity was still very relevant, very popular among young men, therefore contradicting the media's hopes for a softer, more feminine model. As you can see here, there's often a gap between what cultural magazines and articles say and the reality of what men actually aspire to be. This gap comes down to perspective. The people writing those articles tend to live in big cities, in metropolitan areas where gender fluidity is more common. But generally speaking, the idea of what a respectable man should be has definitely shifted. You can look at ads to kind of figure that out. Compare ads from the 1960s, the 1990s, and now.
Bullying. The Me Too movement against sexual harassment. Masculinity.
In today's ads, men can be found doing the laundry, they let their wives drive the car, they cook, they fight against toxic masculinity. The respectable man today is a feminist, broadly speaking, and he gets socially rewarded for this. So being a male feminist is cool now. There's an incentive to go in that direction. This is good in a way because it encourages men, fathers, husbands, boyfriends to become better people. But we know that when something becomes trendy or socially rewarded, that's when performativity creeps in. Many people want to be perceived as cool without having to put the work in it, so they perform what they're not. This also applies to guys who don't necessarily want to be cool, but do want to get that female attention for whatever they want to do with it. If women want soft boy feminists, the Timothée Chalamet type, then men are going to deliver. My female friends on dating apps all report seeing guys using prompts, pictures, or tastes that signal male feminists. And I'm not saying that every man displaying those traits is performing, but the skepticism is valid. It's pretty much the same thing as seeing a text with a lot of M dashes. It could be authentic, or it could be ChatGPT. Dating apps obviously don't help with this at all. They let users portray themselves in whatever way they want, and over time this marketplace logic of tick the boxes, spot the red flags, are encouraging the formation of stereotypes, caricatures. High-skilled performative male feminists tick all the boxes before you can notice the red flags. Capitalism does not breed innovation, and dating apps are no exception to this. Over time, profiles become increasingly stereotypical to the point where they auto-mimify You must have seen the videos of the performative male feminist contests in Seattle and other cities. The typical performer has a tote bag, bell hooks or Joan Didion in one hand, a little notebook in the other. It's a whole aesthetic. I guess at this point, the performative male feminist has been properly called out. No one is taking them seriously anymore. Everyone has been warned. But yeah, this is not too surprising. The male feminist was mostly an aesthetic popularized by culture magazines. It had no depth, no real feminism, just vibes. But for a while, it fulfilled culture's need for an alternative masculine role model post-Me Too and in response to the manosphere. Now, since the US elections and the Democrats lost, more and more people are saying that the left needs its own Joe Rogan.
All right, we're rolling.
So a progressive masculine role model, a progressive mind in a MAGA body, so to speak. Who's that person they're referring to? Well, he's Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, better known online as HasanAbi. Piker is a political commentator and Twitch streamer. He first made a name for himself at the Young Turks, and today he's one of the biggest streamers on Twitch, mixing leftist political commentary with gaming, news reaction, and chatting with his community. Lately, Piker has been on a lot of magazine covers and interviewed by mainstream liberal media. Discussions about masculinity and the manosphere often come up in these features. He's positioned as a potential solution to the so-called crisis of masculinity.
Greatest rule of thumb, of course, is that if you have to call yourself masculine or alpha, then you probably do not exhibit those qualities.
As a progressive guy who supports women's rights but also appeals to men. Now that's the big shift here, the big cultural shift. Between the Harry Styles, Timothée Chalamet time to now, the media has fully embraced the crisis of masculinity discourse. There's a very obvious way of doing this. Some articles are very obviously about this. There's also a more subtle way of doing this. What you can do to spot it is every time you see an article that is using sort of men versus women or using a gendered lens, basically, you can ask yourself, is that gendered lens necessary to talk about that societal issue, or is it a choice that the journalist is making to, take part in this very clickbaity crisis of masculinity discourse? I've talked a lot about this person called Richard Reeves, who's a liberal researcher. He's doing that a lot. He's taking a lot of societal issues that can be analyzed separately or have various causes, but he regroups them all under this idea that men are struggling, men are in crisis. So that's an example of it. Now, I'm not saying that the issues that those journalists, researchers are talking about aren't real, but the whole crisis of masculinity discourse reinforces the idea that there's something wrong with them and that it's tied to their masculinity. Now, I've said it before and I'll say it again, for me, this is all nonsense, BS, unnecessary. The idea that men have had to completely change their approach of how to be men, especially post-Me Too, because that's kind of how it's framed, doesn't make any sense. It's weird. We've known for a very long time that SV is bad and that you should not do it. Me Too did not break the news. And also this idea that the reason why men are suffering, that they are lonely, depressed and stuff like that is because of their masculinity and their struggle to embrace or define who they want to be as men, completely neglects the fact that there are so many things in society at the moment, so many social, economic factors that is making the lives of people, regardless of their gender, pretty bad, pretty shitty. All those problems I've mentioned can be reconnected to capitalism, our economic system. Yet mainstream media and those liberal researchers prefer a gendered lens, so an identity-based lens, because focusing on identity means that we don't have to care about the bigger stuff. We don't have to talk about our whole economic system. We can just fix individuals here and there, fix their masculinity problems. It's for the exact same reason that mainstream media has recently turned to Hasan Piker in search of that, leftist Joe Rogan, of that progressive mind in the magazine.
It's this is what they bill me as, but I always say that this, this is seen as it's like a marketable term. Just like back in the day in the BuzzFeed era, they call me woke bae, right? It's just a marketable term. It doesn't define who I am. Not only does it not define who I am, but also it's missing a major point. It's the media's inability to see this issue that the crisis of masculinity, in air quotes, is not going to be solved by people like myself. It's not. Just like the Democratic Party's problems are not going to be solved by having more liberal guys who are defending the Democrats. They need to fix these issues. They need to actually advocate for policies that help people, that improve people's lives.
Body. But as someone who's been keeping an eye on what Hasan Piker has been doing for years now, I've seen him getting more and more popularity, and for me that's not necessarily due to the fact that he's a leftist gym bro. It has a lot to do with the message. Most young people in the US resonate with socialism and oppose the genocide in Palestine. Hasan Piker is one of the few people with a platform to actually speak about those things. You know, people are looking for individuals and platforms that will welcome their frustrations, validate them, politicize them. It's important that the left has big media figures speaking about Palestine, because a lot of problematic streamers like Sneeko or Andrew Tate, to some degree, are seeking a rebranding through Palestine advocacy. They want to be recipients of those frustrations too. So it's not just about the way the person looks. The values and convictions are key. Another example of this exists. Take Mehdi Hasan, for example. He's become so popular lately, and he's not a gym bro either. Or maybe he is, I don't know. His fast-growing platform reflects frustrations with media bias on Palestine and broader vibes politics. Zoran Mondani is yet another example. I mean, if you look at his profile, he's not really a Joe Rogan, but he's on track to become New York's next mayor in November. The main reason why he's so popular is because...
Okay, I think it's all because I just realized Americans didn't need a leftist Joe Rogan, they needed the Ummah. I'm just saying, all of the figures that she's pointing to, Muslim. Kind of feels like Muslims are on the come up a little bit. Islam getting a lot of positive coverage. I'm just noticing. Dude. May Allah awaken the people to the evil doings of Israel and the United States of America. Things changed when Donald Trump said that.
He's openly socialist. He has shown solidarity with Palestine. Because of that, he managed to mobilize 50,000 volunteers to knock on over 1 million doors. That's ultimately what people want across the gender spectrum. They want to look up to people who act, who have values and convictions. Now, Hasan Piker is definitely not the only person being portrayed as a progressive alternative to the manosphere role models. In a different register, sports stars are getting similar treatment. A day before Hasan Piker's latest Thirst Trap interview, Travis Kelce appeared in a similar half-real, half-ironic shirt. He's also developed a strong presence online with his podcast New Heights. And let's be honest, he's mostly known because he's the boyfriend of pop megastar Taylor Swift. The media loves him because he offers something less ideological than Hasan Piker, who appears a bit more edgy. Travis Kelce is more mainstream, but still packaged as the perfect balance of strength and softness. I read this article on the evolution of Travis Kelce's style, and I thought it was quite interesting. It's definitely giving mainstream but fashion-conscious, normie energy, and you can definitely see the influence of softer masculinity trends, one of those features being the mustache. Actually, what do you think about the mustache? Because for me, it's a very hipster thing, so I would say progressive, but in France at least, more and more far-right guys, young far-right guys, are wearing the mustache. So yeah, what's your opinion on this? So this is the background, but when you look at his latest photo shoot, there is a noticeable shift. You get the thirst trap elements, that's for sure. You have poses that aren't typical of male photo shoots, but there's also some strong traditional masculinity signifiers. The army colors, the rugged man in the wild vibes, a hairy muscular chest, a cowboy hat, and that iconic yellow vest. Not me pretending it's pure coincidence that there's a yellow vest in the background. I wish my French yellow vest protesters looked like that. Even the location matters here. Florida, known for being a conservative state.
Florida.
All these elements, the ruggedness, the traditional masculinity codes, reflect the media's search for a model of masculinity that appeals to the guys who listen to Joe Rogan, the real men they've supposedly lost to the right or the far right. Travis Kelce is special in that sense, because he's also the beloved boyfriend of pop feminism icon Taylor Swift. It's the perfect blend of tough and sweet that draws in female audience too. Now that reminds me of some research I was doing for a video on audio erotica that is going to be available on Patreon soon. In that video I found that on a lot of those audio erotica platforms, the themes of rural men, sportsmen, the Irish bar owner type of thing were very popular. In those stories, the female character was often a young, educated woman who was looking for an escape outside busy life in big city centers. Travis Kelce embodies that fantasy in some ways, and he's very aware of this. Back in 2016, Kelce even had a reality TV show where 50 women competed for his love. At the time, he wanted a woman to quote, fit into all aspects of his life. Now he's joking about flipping the script and being Taylor Swift's Pretty Man, bringing the reversal of the script of the movie Pretty Women with Julia Roberts. On the cover of GQ, he's definitely borrowing elements from the performative male feminist playbook, while still leaning into traditional masculinity, as we can see on this cover. People evolve, of course, but in big media, evolution tends to align with what is culturally relevant. So when we zoom out, what we see is kind of ironic. The manosphere with its toxic role models set off a panic about men, and the media rush to fill the gap with healthy masculinity alternatives. Gym bro leftists, soft boys, football boyfriends, whatever template could work. But the harder they try to package masculinity in a palatable, progressive way, the more absurd it becomes. It keeps feeding into the same crisis of masculine narrative that was never really about masculinity to begin with. And the danger is that this framing is making more and more people tune out of feminism altogether, seeing it reduced to vibes, to aesthetics, to role model shopping, instead of what it really is, a political movement to transform the structures that create inequality in the first place. That's the shame of it, because feminism isn't about crafting the perfect man. It's about building a society where everyone can live, work, and love free of domination. If you like this video and the themes I cover on this channel, then I think I have a new series for you. It's called Amy's Dream House. It's a whimsical and
what's the actual full-blown point here? That it's just like the media is trying to fill this gap with like healthy, positive versions of like masculine men, but ultimately that's gonna fail. Is that what it is?
Gym bro leftists, soft boys, football boyfriends, whatever template could work. But the harder they try to package masculinity in a palatable, progressive way, the more absurd it becomes. It keeps feeding into the same crisis of masculine narrative that was never really about masculinity to begin with. And the danger is that this framing is making more and more people tune out of feminism altogether, seeing...
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's not... Everything loops back to a performance, because that's all liberalism requires. And I think one of the, at least from my perspective, this is something that I've personally experienced that she kind of nailed in the piece itself, where she talks about how like Hasan's value doesn't come from the way he looks or because he's a leftist gym bro. As someone who's watched him and his career grow over the course of many, many years, is because he's a socialist, because he's like, his advocacy is what makes people tune in. And it's true. And I think that the way that the liberal press operates is that you have to focus just on the optics. Like, it has to just be a performance. And if you do the right kind of performance, then you can convince enough people to also engage in that style of performance. Because like, I try to explain to people when they say like, "Oh, is this like? Are you aware of the way that you are perceived?" What I always say to those people is like, I'm not like working out or playing basketball or playing video games because like I think this will get me a lot of attention from these different groups. This is not like a deliberate, cold, calculated attempt to come across as more appealing. I just happen to be this person, and if anything. Throughout my career, there have been plenty of people who have actually shied away from entertaining my commentary because of those things, because of the way I look, because of the way I carry myself, because of the way I present myself. There are a lot of people, especially on the progressive side, that look to someone like myself and go, "Oh, that's a reactionary person. That's a bro. That's a misogynist. That's a this. That's a that," and just completely tune out. It's true, bro. Watches Don Don on the plane when no one is watching. That's crazy. I also think that as you become more of a positive masculine influence, you get objectified more like women do, to be honest. I mean, just doesn't work in the same way. No, the issue she has is that it makes no sense to name these issues that exist. Like it has to do with masculinity, which makes sense. Wanting to have a woman wash your underwear and cook for you could be criticized around maturity and not manliness. I mean, that also does make sense. Yeah. A lot of these people are not growing up. They're just not growing up. They're just staying children. And that is one of the most nefarious elements of like reactionary propaganda, is that it offers a security blanket to a lot of insecure people. You find yourself in the comforts of assuming that everything that you took for granted in your social conditioning is actually correct, and none of the reasons as to why you feel like you have not gotten what society told you you were supposed to get, what you were entitled to get, is a byproduct of external factors or systemic issues, not capitalism, mind you, but systemic factors such as feminist agendas. That's it. What do you think becoming an adult truly means? I don't know. I just saw work that you're debating Charlie Kirk. Is it a formal debate where certain topics are chosen before or more open? I said I wanted to do it on Israel, but I don't know. I think so. I think that's what we're going to be doing. We're gonna be doing a debate on Israel specifically, which I'm very excited to do. I haven't done one since like the Piers Morgan days, so. In any case, that's all I got for today. I'm tired. Tomorrow is Thursday. I might be hanging out with Miguel. For those of you who don't know, he's a recording artist and a bit of a HasanAbi head. This guy. And I actually am trying to do something super cool, and potentially link up with the LA Taco Boys and maybe do like a ride along or something. But because it's too short notice for them, we might not be able to do that. But yeah, we're gonna be linking up and building. Yeah, get excited. He has a new album coming out. But that's what we got for tomorrow, on top of like the regular, on top of the regular news coverage that we're going to be doing. Stop being on short notice. Sometimes things just work out that way, chatter. What the fuck do you want from me? Oh my God, just get excited at the prospect of a cool guest, instead of just fucking complaining at a short notice. Like, what do you want me to do? Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow, okay? Peace. Be happy.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded up. York's online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.